Alright, so now let's work on this transaction list. So we've got three issues or three separate things I'd like us to do in this video. The first one is if you would select a different option from this dropdown, you might notice that the trends change, but the transaction list does not. It always displays all the transactions that the user has, and we currently only have one user. Another problem that we have is, if you see, I've now selected 12 months, and this is also added as a search param. But if I go to Finance App main dashboard page, the trend is using the default value of 30 days, but this select box still displays 12 months. We need to fix that. Another thing is that I would like to move this grouping function out of this component. Even though it is only used in the transaction list component, I would prefer to have components small, and I often find myself collapsing this function so I can easily see what is inside the component. And the final thing is changing the way we fetch the transactions. So currently we are using the SUPA-based JavaScript client and we are fetching all the transactions. After the change, we will use this setting that we have inside the range to only fetch the transactions that match the given dates, so are from a specific date range. Now, we are doing this for a trend, and I think that it would be much easier if we stick to managing dates inside the Postgres database, because this is where the created add dates are initially assigned to the records. So if we would suddenly start dealing with dates in JavaScript and calculating this on the client side, I think this would be significantly harder for us to deal with and much more prone to errors. So this all might sound like a lot, but let's just get to work and we'll see that this is actually not a lot of changes. Let's begin with this problem that we have right here, that I'm selecting 12 months, then I'm resetting the search parameter, but the value on the select stays the same, it doesn't update, and this is due to us only setting the default value of the select to the past range, which means that it would never really update from outside. So what we need to do is, instead of setting the default value, we need to change that to a controlled input, which would always hold the value of range. And this is when we change the value of range ourselves using this handle change, or when it is changed from some outside source, whatever that might be. It might be, for example, reset when we go to main page. So after that change, if I now select 12 months, we see that the select has correct value, but if I go to the main page, it properly gets reset to the default value, which is 30 days. One problem solved. Okay, so next let's jump to the transaction list component. I'd like to move this function away from this component into some library, so there is technically nothing wrong with this function being inside the component. It's totally fine. It's just a cosmetic change. I think that it just diverts the focus away from whatever this component is doing, and that's the only reason I'm moving it away. So I'm just gonna remove it and paste it into the new module we're gonna create. Let's just call it utils.js as utilities and make sure that we export this function, and inside the transaction list we should now import it like that, and everything should still work. Alright, so now the magic happens and I have in front of my eyes the ready Postgres function that will fetch the transactions, and this would also make sure that we only fetch the transaction that matches the specific date range, but also we've got the pagination. So we don't fetch all the records, we start with the first 20 and then we just fetch the next pages. So this function is gonna replace whatever we have here, what we just written using the Postgres JavaScript client. So before we just add this to the Supabase, let me first go through every single line so we make sure that you understand everything that is happening in here. So let's start from the top. So you've seen this before. Create or replace function will just create or replace the function with the given name if the set of attributes is the same. So this would just create the fetch transactions function, which will have those three attributes, and all of them have some default values. Now this block returns and then set of transactions basically specifies that the return type of this function is the same as the structure of transactions table. This fragment is saying that set of transactions, so it will have all the columns that the transactions table has. This is useful if your function is querying a specific table, and that's the case in this specific scenario. Next, as and $2 is where the function body begins. So right after this $2, we begin the body of the function. First, we start with local variables. So we might discuss whether we need the end date, because we might just use the start date and fetch all the transactions up to the current moment. So it's actually up to us. We might as well get rid of this variable. Let's keep it for now. And then begin just starts the function. So we've seen this thing before. We are using the case statement, which is like a switch statement in JavaScript. We are checking for the value of range argument. This is the value from this dropdown. We've used that before to fetch the trend values. So depending on that, we are calculating the start date by subtracting from now, from the current time, which would be the current date and time on the Postgres server. So we don't need to worry about converting the time zones, etc. when you interact with JavaScript and the backend. So it just makes it easier for us and less error prone. We just call a function using RPC and not worry about anything. And by the way, this is also super efficient to calculate this on the database side. So we don't really have any cons in here, maybe other than there is some understanding of the SQL required. But this is required anyway if you want to work with the databases, so I think this should be fine. So we subtract 1 day, or maybe let's use 24 hours. So this is a file that I'm gonna link to in this video, so you don't have to retype that. You're gonna paste this as well. Only write this on your own if you feel like it. So here we've got all the cases covered. Last 30 days, last 12 months, and that's the default case. So if nothing would be specified, then this is 30 days, but we've got a default value for range, so we probably never reach this case, but let's be safe. It's better to be safe than sorry. And then we do return query. Now you might remember that previously we just ran return, and then there was the query that returned the result. So why this additional query keyword in here? So if you just do return and then use the query, this is only fine and only works if you just want to return a single value or a single row of any data. But if the query, this specific query, is gonna return multiple rows, you need to prepend that with return query. This is just the way it's done in PL/PG SQL. And now let's go through the query, because it's basically almost identical to what we have here. By using the SUPA-based JavaScript client, it's just written in SQL, essentially the language this Postgres JavaScript client is gonna translate it to anyway. So this means we select every column from transactions table where the created add date is between those two dates, and we order by the created add date starting from the most recent one, so descending. Then we limit the amount of results using the limit argument. By default it's 20, and we offset the results. So we start from, let's say, the first result being 0, or the 20 if that would be used for the offset. This is just used to get the next pages after the initial result set. We're gonna use that to load more results later, just to be efficient and not load all the transactions in some cases where someone has, let's say, 2000 transactions, because this would be heavy on the UI as well. And then we end the function and say that the language is PL/PG/SQL. Okay, so I hope this is all pretty clear, as much as it can be. Now let's copy this function, jump to the SQL editor, paste the function. Then we might select it and just hit run selected. Success, no rows returned. Apparently we are fine. Now let me try that. So I can do select, fetch, was it named this way? The functions, fetch transactions. Okay, so it's just not suggesting the name. Fetch transactions, maybe without any parameters, so we should get the default transactions for last 30 days. Okay, so we got 7 results. Let me check with last 7 days. We just got 3. So apparently this really works correctly. Okay, so we can close the SQL file, and now using this function is, as always, the easiest thing ever. You go to the functions inside the database view. In fetch transactions, you jump to client API docs, and you just got a ready example of how this can be used with all the arguments listed. You can just copy this, and here we're just gonna replace this fragment. So in case of errors, let's just throw new error that we can't fetch transactions. And let's also make sure that we do this proper alias like before, that we alias data to transactions. And now we also should be setting some data. So those are, well, those have some default values, but we need to set this range parameter. We need to pass it to this transaction list component. So let me add a prop and pass it to the range argument. And we need to jump to the dashboard page, because this is where this is being received as a search param. So let me scroll to the top. So search params, and we got this range parameter in here. So we're gonna pass that to the transaction list. So range equals range. And now let's just try if it works. Apparently this is fetching something. So 30 days we've got a couple of transactions. 7 days we've got less. And now last full 12 months and we've got almost everything, or even everything. So apparently everything has worked perfectly and we are done. Alright, so let's go back to the form for a while. So I've mentioned previously that the category should only be relevant for the expenses. So I'd like to change the form so that for the income and basically everything else than the expense, the category is disabled, and we can send either an empty string for the category or null. We will see how can we make it both ways. Also, the description, it was supposed to be optional. So we're gonna make those changes to the form so that it reacts to whatever is selected in this select box and disables the category or resets its value if anything was selected previously. And then we're also gonna make some changes to the validation schema so it can reflect those different specific circumstances. Okay, so let's work with the form first, and then we're gonna do validation in the next video. So let's begin with watching for the value of this type input. We just need to see what is the current value of this, and then based on the value of type, we're gonna either disable or enable this category select box. So we should just watch for the value of this type input, and we've got a function for that that's being returned from the useForm call. And all you need to do is you need to define a variable. I'm gonna call it type, same as the name of the input we are watching, and I'm gonna call this watch function with the field name, which is type. So I'm getting exactly the name that is being passed to the field that we are watching. That would be type. And now inside this type variable, I always get the current value of the input. Now you can check out the docs of the watch function to learn more about how it should be used. I just want to warn you about one thing at this point, that you should not use this type variable or generically the result of watching any particular field in the useEffect hook. So what people are often doing is they add the React useEffect, some handler in here, and they pass the type or whatever the variable is called, generally the result of watching one specific field, because they think that this effect will be run if the value of this input changes. But in fact, this watch will always produce a new value, a value that will always trigger the useEffect. It shouldn't be used that way. What you should do instead is this type variable, or however it's called, the result of watching particular field, should rather be used directly inside JSX. So in our case, we're gonna conditionally add the disabled property to this second select, and in our case it should be disabled if the type is something else than expense. As you see, it is now disabled. It's a little darker and I can't really change its value. So the next thing we should be doing here is we should add another option that will say select a category, or just any other text that you'd like to put there, and the value of that, well, let's set it to an empty string. So by default we have, well, nothing selected, but if you change to expense, now you can select something. But then the problem is that if you select investment, saving or income, you are stuck with the previously selected category. So what we can do as well is we can reset that to the default empty string value whenever someone selects anything else than expense. So to set the value of this input that is being controlled by the useForm, we can use another function. This is just called setValue. And now, how can we do this? Well, we've got this type input, and when it changes, we can add an event handler. So you would add the event handler as a parameter inside register. You will pass an object, and there you can just add some event handlers, like onChange, for example, when the value changes. So this is a function, and we get the event object. Now there is a reason why we need this object, because the result of watching the type won't include the most recent change that we had on the input. So if I'm gonna check for the type, the result of watching the input right here, I'm gonna get the value before the change was made. So to get the current value, that is the most recent one just after it was changed, I need to use this event object. So the handler here would be event target value. This is how I get the current value of this select. So if this is something different than expense, what we would like to do is we'd like to call this set value and set the value of the category field to an empty string. Maybe let's use double quotes everywhere, like that. Now let me see if this works. So I'm gonna refresh to be sure. There's the investment, the expense. Now I can change the category. I've changed that to health. And when I selected income, we can see we got back to the default one. Now remember that you can also go ahead and find the docs for the set value function on the React hook form documentation. Anyway, at this point, when I try to save it, even though I said that the category is not required for anything else than the expense, we still get the validation error, and also for the description. So this means that we also need to include whatever we have said are the requirements inside the validation. So we're gonna make some more complex validation rules. Let's have a short break right now and do it in the next video. Okay, so next up, I'd like us to add some missing features to our app. One of those is deleting records. So this is how simple it is to delete a record using Supabase. So you just tell Supabase from which table you'd like to delete something and what are some additional criteria, like the ID has to be 1. So in our app, we're gonna add this in place of this 3 dot button. So to simplify things, we're not gonna add any drop-down libraries or anything of this kind. We just want to focus on next. For that, I think that we should be adding 2 buttons in here. One for editing transactions, which we also will implement later on, and another one for deleting. And in this video, we're gonna begin the work for deleting the transactions. Now this feature of removing the transactions might seem like it is a super simple thing, but it's actually not. There are a lot of things we should be considering. First off, where do we put the backend logic of removing the transaction physically from the database? So I would put that in a server action. But then what needs to happen when we try to remove the transaction, and how does it even get triggered? Do we need a confirmation, or we just remove a transaction right away? What cache do we need to invalidate? And where does the button for removing transactions even go? To the transaction list? To the transaction item component? Or maybe a separate component? So a lot of things to consider here. So let's just tackle them one by one. So I think that currently the most obvious thing is where the backend logic should go. And as said, this would be another server action that will remove the transaction. Now we might consider yet another thing, because with deleting data, there is a concept of a so-called soft deletes, where you don't physically remove the data from the database. Instead, you add a flag that might be called discarded at or removed at. Essentially, this marks the record as removed, so it shouldn't be visible inside the app, but it's not physically removed. So we're gonna go the simpler way for now, which is physically removing the data from the database. So let's begin, and first, let's create the logic for this server action for removing the transaction. So let's begin with the server action. So we create an async function. Let me call this delete transaction, and it will accept just the ID of the transaction to delete. We need to create the Supabase client. So let me call create client function which we already have imported. Now, when we delete data, we don't expect any results back. So we just check if there is an error. And that would be as simple as saying to Supabase that from the specific table, which is transactions, make sure you spell that right, you delete, and that you check that the ID is the ID that was being passed. This line is super crucial in here, because if you miss that, then you might just delete all the records from a database table. And this is just one of the reasons why this soft delete is used, because it just makes deleting data much safer. Okay, then we check if there is any error. If there is, we will throw a new error saying that we could not delete the transaction, and we just post the transaction ID. Otherwise, we should be revalidating the dashboard path, because some of the data from transactions is used to recalculate the trends. So it makes sense to revalidate this path. I've got a strange error in here, and this is probably because of this import. It shouldn't be there. Makes no sense. Okay, we've got the action. Now let's think, what should we do next? So the next step is we need to use this action someplace, and I'll just directly jump into the transaction item, as this contains those 3 dots. This is displays on the interface, and the plan is to add the button in here, but it needs to fit 2 buttons, and I think this 50 pixels might not be enough, so let's enlarge that to 100. And we also need to adapt the summary item so everything aligns nicely. Now we have a little more space, so let me close this one, and let me replace those 3 dots, because we're gonna put 2 buttons in here anyway. So my idea is that we can just create another component that will hold the button, but also will hold the logic that just handles triggering the removal of transaction. So let's just add this to components, because this is where we currently hold the transaction item. Maybe the transaction components should actually go to the dashboard, because they aren't really reused. That's a decision for later. For now, let's just add the transaction item remove button. It has this long name, so we instantly know where this component is used and what it's doing. Okay, so let me use the name here. This is transaction item remove button, pretty long name, and we're gonna use our own button component in here. So just make sure it is imported, and let's put the X sign, but this would be some Lucid icon in the future. Now let me just use this component right away. So also we are importing this one here, saving changes, and this is how it looks like initially. It obviously needs to be a little smaller, and we need to add the proper icon. Okay, so let's make this functional for now, and in the next video we will polish it a little so it really looks and works better. So what are the absolute basics that we need? So here we are inside the transaction item. Let me jump to the transaction list so we see what parameters this receives. Well, the whole transaction. So we should also have the ID of the transaction. So let me add that to the props. So now I can also pass this ID to this component, so we know like which transaction we need to remove. Let's add this prop in here, and we should be adding an on-click handler to this button. This is really gonna be something that just works. We are not really worrying about anything. So this handler, it needs to be a async function. And for now, let's just do it super simple. Let's just await the delete transaction with the past ID. Now, before we try that, one mistake here. Props is an object, so we need to add that inside the object. So the ID is just a property of this props object that is being passed here. And now just take a look at what's the name of the first transaction that you have on this list, because you obviously have different names for all of those transactions. They are all generated. So let me make sure every change is saved in here. And now I'm gonna hit this button. Okay, you might have noticed that expenses decreased, but now notice the name and date that I have here. And I refresh and this transaction is just no longer there. So it was actually deleted from the database. We just have pretty bad user experience right now. Those transactions, they don't disappear from the list. The button looks ugly and immediately deletes the transaction, so there is no way to back off if you accidentally click on it. And those are the things that we're gonna be solving in the next video. So recently we've made the changes to the form so that the category can only be selected for expense. And if you select it and then change the type, it reverts back to the default value. Though anyway, if we try to save or just submit the form, the validation is still saying that you need to select the category, and then additionally the description should be optional. And also we might want to see other options that we have for storing the category, whether we would like to store it as an empty string, or maybe we would like to convert it to null. So let's work on all of these options inside the validation. So you need to open the validation.js file found inside the lib folder, and let's begin with the description. So this minimum length requirement should be removed. Instead, we can add a call to the optional function so that when I call save, the description being empty is no longer a problem. Next up, let's see what can we do with the category which should only be required and one of those specific values if the type is expense. So let's change the category to be a string and let's make it optional. Now obviously this alone won't work because not only it can now be any value, but also it's completely optional. So we need some additional logic. And for that we can use the refine method, which you can either call on an individual validator like we've seen right here with the created at example, where we expected this to be a string, yet using refine we made sure that this string is actually a valid date. So refine can also be used on this whole object, so we can refine the object as well. So let's do that. So this would be quite a complex case. So the refine would receive the data, and let's add an arrow function in here. So data will contain basically all the values for this object currently. So the way we want to refine it is, if the data type is exactly expense, then we want to make sure that the data category is actually set. So even though we allowed it here to be optional. Now we're gonna check it right here. Now essentially from refine you need to return a Boolean value. If the returned value is true, this means that the field is valid, but if you return false, this means that the field that you refined was invalid, or basically anything that you have refined. So in case of expense, if the type selected is expense, we need to do some additional checks, but for all the other cases, we can just return true, because this would be fine. Sorry, wrong keyword. This is return. So for income, savings, etc., everything is fine. Everything should stay as it is right here. String and optional. Now let's define the case with expense. So first off, the data category should be different than undefined. So it needs to be defined. Moreover, we've got these categories, so keep in mind I need to import this, or it should already be imported in this file. Just make sure that it is imported. And then with the categories, this is an array. So we can use the includes method of the array, and we check if the predefined categories include the current category from the data object. Now, additionally to this refine method, we need to define some settings in here. Well, we don't really need to, but we want to define some settings. So one of those is path. So if anything goes wrong, we would like this specific error for that case to be displayed under the specific field, which is category. So the path is category. Let's make sure we use the same double quotes everywhere, by the way. And not only we would like to specify the path here, but also the actual error message. So this is another property we can define in this object, and this should be just that the category is required for expense. And this is everything at this point. So let's see if this works. So when I save, you now don't see any errors for the category. Instead, we only see the error for the date and the amount. But when I select the type being expense and hit save, we see the error that the category is required for expense. So it works perfectly. Now the final case I wanted to cover is that we would like to make sure that the category is not an empty string, that when it's not selected, it is either undefined or null, so it can be stored as null in the database column. Now there is no problem with storing empty string. That's just an example I came up with, and I wanted to show you how can we do that. So first, let's modify the onSubmit by console logging the data and returning, so we don't actually store anything yet. So let's fill out the form with the valid data, and by default we can see that the category is undefined. But if I would select the expense as the type and then select the category, by looking at this set value here, we can expect what will happen. Let me set that to income, and now when I hit save, the category is now an empty string. So if you don't want to store or send an empty string and store the empty string in the database, you want to make sure this is null, stored as null in the database, then we might also try here and set it to undefined. So if I do the same thing again, I select the expense, select the category, and then select income again, and I make sure data is correct and hit save, the category is again undefined. But this logic lives inside the client. And as said, we shouldn't really depend on the client having the correct logic and sending the data in the correct form. For that, we might want to transform the data to be in the correct form in the first place before we then maybe store it inside the database. So it's similar to how we use coerce for the amount to just make sure this is converted to a number, only then to validate that. And we can do the same with the category. For that, we can use this preprocess method, which accepts a function, which is this processing function, and then you can add some additional constraints. So let me type preprocess, and this gets an arrow function with the value. So we can do value, making sure that we check if it's not undefined first. We check for the length. So length is a property of string object. So if this would be positive, we just keep the value as it is. Otherwise, we might, for consistency, set it to undefined. And then we add back the original requirements, which is that it needs to be a string and it's optional. This is added as the argument, as the second argument to preprocess. So not only this is being validated, but it is being preprocessed so that if this is an empty string, it would be converted to undefined. Now you might have different logic of this kind, but this is how you would generally do it. Now let's test that. So bring it back so that it is being set to an empty string. And let me refresh so we are sure we are working on the fresh set of data. So I'm selecting the expense, the category, then going back to income. Now the category is set to empty string. But when I hit save, I need to fill out the data, and when I hit save, the category is always undefined, which also makes sure that whenever you use this transaction schema to parse the data, because Zod is not only for validation, it is for parsing the data, which might include transforming the data. This is how can you achieve such use case. Alright, so in this video we're gonna work on the UI updates to this delete button so that we have a confirmation state. We can somehow confirm that we indeed want to delete the transaction. Then it should also be removed from the list. Currently this doesn't even happen. We also need the pending state while the transaction is being deleted. Now currently we're also gonna have a problem with the offset, because it is initialized by the initial transaction's length. And when we remove items using this button, the offset does not get updated. So I'm gonna specifically talk about that in the next video, and this would be also illustrated example so you can understand what's the problem. But for now, and for this video, let's focus on the experience of removing data. So let me open the transaction item remove button and let's proceed with some fixes. The easiest thing we can do right away is to change the size of this button, because we have this predefined in our variants file. So let's use the smallest size possible. You can probably see how much smaller this is right now. And another thing we can use is changing the variant. So I think the best case in here is to use the ghost variant. So it looks like this. Now we've got this X as basically a letter. I think this would be better if we just use the icon from Lucid. So let me take a look at the Lucid icons, and there is an X icon, which basically has the same name. Let's quickly add an import for it, and let's replace this text with an X icon. I think this would look much better immediately. Okay, so much for the UI changes for now. Next up, let's move the click handler to the top of the component. We just want to add a separate function for this. Let's call this just handle click, and don't forget to pass this to the onClick handler. Next up, we might add some state to this component. So first off, we would like to have the loading state. So let me define that. This would be loading, set loading, and we use the used state for that. But another thing I'd like to add immediately is the confirmation state. Let me just first define this state, and I'm gonna explain what I mean by that. So we add use state. Okay, so why we need this confirmation state is that for now we don't really have any dialog component or alert component that will let users confirm that they indeed want to delete the transaction. So it's super easy to accidentally click on the transaction and it's just gone forever. So that's not the best user experience. And we're gonna add a simple change that on the first click, this button will turn into a red button. And only then, when you press again, the transaction would be deleted. And this loading state here would be used to basically display the loader. Same thing as we have on this load more button. So this spinner would be replacing this X button. I think this would make great user experience. Alright, so first let's deal with this confirmation state. So this would be super simple. Inside the handle click, we're gonna check if confirmed is false, because if it is, we only then change it to true, but we also return. So clicking on this button first turns the button into a red one. Now, how do we change this button to a red one? Well, we need to jump into the variants that we have defined. Then let's just add a separate one. So maybe we can copy the default one and change the background to be red 500. Same on the dark mode. And when this is hovered over, this is gonna be red 700, and on the dark mode the same. We just also want to make sure that the text is always white. So it's visible on the red background, so make sure you remove the dark mode text color and name it danger. Okay, so coming back to our button, we just need to have a dynamic variant. So it should be ghost by default. So if we are not confirmed, we are using the ternary operator, we're gonna use ghost. But if we are already confirmed, we use danger. Let's try this. This should work immediately. So the first transaction, I'm hitting the button and it immediately turns into red. Next time I hit on it, this is obviously true now, so the delete transaction server action would be run. So I'm not gonna delete this transaction just yet. Let me add the loader as well. Okay, so first, this button should be disabled if we are currently loading something. And this will be handled inside this click handler. So we need a try finally block like that, and inside the try statement the first thing we do is we set the loader to true. So we do set loading equals true. Then we're gonna await delete transaction. We don't need any result from it, so we can just leave it this way. And in the finally block, so this would be run no matter if the deleting of transaction is successful or not. We just set the loader to false. Simple as that. Now later on we also need to modify the parent component that transaction was deleted, so this would be run here. Notify the parent. For now, let's just add this visual loading indicator to the button. So this also would be simple. Some conditional rendering here. So if we are not loading, then we display the X icon. Let's make sure it's not too big as well. So add the class name with for height 4. But in other case, if loading is actually true, we're gonna display the loader icon. So we also need the class name in here. So the same size, width 4, height 4, and let's use animate spin from the tailwind. And let me close this tag. And obviously we need to import this icon because it's not imported. This is also coming from Lucid React. It's the same one as we use on the load more button when we just load more transactions. Okay, so we can try this now. Let's make sure that we change the throttling setting to slow 3G so we can really see this spinner like that. And now let's hit some of those buttons. Okay, let's try this one. So first time I click on it, it's turning red, but if I click on it again, it should display the spinner, which has super low opacity, so maybe we should instead just set it to ARIA disabled, so it's not visually set to different opacity. Maybe let's just leave it like that. So it is semantically disabled, but not necessarily visually changed, or I also might adjust the opacity setting because it's super low. It's 25%. Nothing's really visible in such case. Anyway, let me try that again. So this element here, this transaction, it's gone. When I refresh, it should not be displayed here. Got some issues with the trends. We can refresh. Okay, everything's fine. So the item is gone, but well, obviously, we don't really tell the parent transaction list component or the transaction item even that the item is gone. So that's the reason it doesn't get removed. So let me try that again. Let's set slow 3G and hit this. So it's red, and now we see the spinner, which is now visible. Okay, so the last thing that we're gonna do with this UI is when this deleting process is done, the item should be gone. It should just disappear. So let's have a short break right now, and we're gonna work on that in the next video. Okay, so it's time that we implement the next missing feature, which is that currently we seem to be loading all the transactions for the given time period, which might be, I say might be, inefficient, especially if someone has quite a lot of transactions. But maybe let's start with something that's more down to earth. When I open this dashboard page, I can see that we've got the marking bottom set in every single section, while this can be really simplified if we would just add a div element right here and set the space Y to 8. That way we can remove the marking bottom from every single element. Just need to remember to close this off with a div element. Okay, so having this set, let's go back to the clue of this video. We would like to create a load more button. So essentially we want a pagination that can load some more transactions on demand. Now there are a couple approaches to pagination problem. The first is that you will have the pages listed at the bottom. This might be the buttons, and this lets you jump to a specific page, like jump immediately to page 5, let's say. Another approach is to have a button at the bottom that lets you load next transactions. I think that's the best solution for cases like we have right here. If you really want to load the transactions, you will just hit a button. And the last one is loading more when you scroll. And this is what you most often see on social media like X, Facebook, or on the e-commerce sites, where you will just endlessly scroll through the products. Maybe looking at the diagram might help to understand the changes that we're gonna make. So this is our current setup. We've got a dashboard page, which is a server component, which means that it initially is pre-rendered. And to render this page, we are using a transaction list. It's also a server component, and the results are being streamed back to the dashboard page. So the dashboard page can be initially quickly rendered, but thanks to suspense, the transaction list component is wrapped in suspense so that it can do whatever it needs to do on the server. In our case, this is just fetching transactions, and when it's ready, it is being streamed back and rendered on the dashboard page by Next. And here is what we need to have to add this load more feature. So the main change is that we're gonna add an intermediate component that we might just call transaction list wrapper, and we do it for a specific reason, because the transaction list component will now be a client component. So the job of transaction list would be to just display the transactions that are initially loaded by this transaction list wrapper component. Now we could have changed that so that the transactions are initially loaded on the dashboard page on the server, but we would lose the streaming. So we would have to wait for transactions to display the dashboard page. And by having the transaction list wrapper, which is fetching the transactions, the initial batch of transactions at least, and the transaction list is just displaying the transactions as a client component, which, as you might remember, is also pre-rendered on the server. So we can still have the streaming, and this transaction list component, being the client component, allows us to add the event handlers, which you can't really use on server components. So we can add a button with an on-click handler that will just fetch more transactions for us. So the next pages, let's say that we initially fetch 10 or 20 transactions inside this transaction list wrapper, and then clicking load more might load the next 10, etc. So if this looks complicated still, then we just need to move and code that. So you will see along the way how everything changes while we make this change. Okay, so let's try to make more sense from all of this by just starting to do the work. First, let's see what happens if we try to change the transaction list component to the client component. Remember, I said that we would like to make this a client component so we can handle a click event on a button that will fetch more transactions. That's not possible with server components. Now, when I save changes, we immediately hit the first roadblock. So we are importing a component that needs next headers. So the thing at fault here is this Supabase server client. But then we're gonna have another problem because the client components shouldn't be async. So that's the first reason why we would want a wrapper. So this wrapper would basically be super simple dummy component that just does the fetching of initial set of transactions. So the first transactions that we're gonna display, and this transaction list will turn into a more dummy component that only worries about displaying the transactions, up to the point where we add this button to load more transactions. Okay, so let's change this component to not be async anymore, which does not allow to use a wait. Thus, we are creating another component. Let's do it. So let's call this transaction list wrapper. So that's just the name I came up with. You can choose another name. Also, you can move the transaction list component to another place. That's up to you. For now, let's just create this transaction list wrapper. Okay, so we might also move this fetching of transactions into a server action in case we would like to reuse that. I think this is a very sensible decision. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's keep the components as simple as possible. So currently we store actions inside this actions.js file. Let's open it and just add a new action. So we're gonna export an async function. Let's call it fetch transactions. I think that's super sensible. The parameters here would be the range that we're gonna pass to the database function, then the offset, which is initially 0, and limit, maybe I'm gonna change that to 10. Okay, and then we just magically paste, but not this. We copy this and paste the code responsible for just fetching the transactions. So here we don't need this alias. And if anything is fine here, we just return the data. Now in this action, it actually makes sense to pass the limit and the offset because we've got default values for them. So essentially, this server action will call the Postgres function, this fetch underscore transactions that we've created before, but it will have some default parameters. So by default, it will fetch the first 10 transactions. Okay, so now we can use this inside this transaction list wrapper. So this wrapper will also need the range prop. So this component will be used on the page instead of the transaction list. Now the transaction list, it does not need this transaction fetching anymore, but it would be useful if we can pass transactions to it. Let's worry about that a little later. So for now, we don't have transactions, so it's yielding the errors. So we're gonna fetch transactions right here. So let me define the constant, call it transactions, and let's just await fetch transactions and pass the range to it. And also, this component is a server one, so it will be async. Now it needs to render something, so as said, it's just gonna now render the transaction list component. So this is a client component, the transaction list I mean, though it will also be pre-rendered on the server. So we will pass the transactions to this component. Let me call this prop initial transactions. And now this transaction list component does not need the range parameter anymore because it's only used to fetch the transactions. Instead, it will have the initial transactions. So I can just go ahead and pass this to the group and some transactions by date, and we are almost there. The last step is to change the page to use this new transaction list wrapper. So let me go and use the transaction list wrapper component, and we are passing the range to it. And once I save, everything works again. So let's remove this unused import. Now it might seem that we gained the same functionality that we had at the beginning of the video, but now we have much more possibilities. So as said, this transaction list wrapper is only allowing us to stream the transactions, so that when I refresh, you can see that there is a loader displayed because this component on the page, it's wrapped in a suspense. So this page does not wait for the transactions to be fetched. The initial transactions are fetched in the background and then streamed to the page by Next. Now, with this transaction list being a client component, what we can do right now is we can use state. So these initial transactions can just initialize the state. Then we can add a button which would handle an event that will load more transactions, and those transactions will be rendered from this component state. Now, this wouldn't be possible with the server component. You can't have state on the server component. You can't have event handlers on the server component. So we had to do all this work just to have this feature. So we can have state, we can fetch more transactions, and we can add them to the list of transactions. Alright, so since we have disabled the JSON server, we have errors inside those trend components. We no longer have any data in here. Now it's time that we actually use the real data, so we need to fetch this from Postgres. Now, we need to create an SQL query that will fetch the sums for every type. So sum of income, the sum of investments, etc. Now, the sum operation and other aggregate functions, they are unfortunately not supported in the JavaScript library for Supabase. That's why we need to create this query first, and then this query needs to be wrapped in a Postgres function, which we are only then gonna call using Supabase client. So let's get into details. Let's work on this step by step. So this video is just focusing on creating this query and Postgres function. So the JavaScript client for Supabase, the version 2.0, the current one, even though it supports many ways you can query the data, it doesn't support the aggregate sum function. Thus, we need to create our own function. So in your Supabase dashboard, you need to jump to this view, the SQL editor, right here. So let me go there now, and we're gonna write this query you've seen for a second on the screen. So to select the sum of all transactions for a particular type, this is pretty simple. So you just need to write select. Then we're gonna use the aggregate sum function on the specific column, which is amount in our case. So we need to tell Postgres from which table we are getting this sum. So this is from transactions, the only table we have. First, let's run this so we can see what's the total sum of all the transactions. So this is 35,000 already. Now, by the way, you can write some queries in here to the Supabase AI, and whatever you want, the Supabase AI will probably generate it for you. That's why Supabase is so great, because even if you don't really know SQL, or especially the Postgres variant of it, you can ask questions and it will probably write an efficient and working query at the first try. Anyway, we're doing a pretty simple thing, so let's just write it manually. If you don't know SQL, you might learn something by the way. Okay, so maybe let's add some constraints. Let's specify the type for which we want the sum. So this is done by adding the where statement, and there we say that the type, which is a column name, should be specifically income. Let me run this right now. So that's the income. Let's see the expense. Obviously, you're gonna have different results because all this data is generated. So for expenses, we've got much lower sum. So as we see, that's everything that we need. We have this query working. Now, in the future, we might add some additional filtering in here. So not only the type, but maybe also the category can be filtered, or the date range of the transactions, like last month transactions or last year transactions, etc. So now that we have this query, let's wrap it in a Postgres function so that we can later on call this function from the Supabase JavaScript client so we can get this value, so the sums for incomes, expenses, etc. So the Postgres has the concept of functions. They are like functions you have in any other programming language, so JavaScript, Python, PHP, and those functions run inside the database, and typically they are just used to either do something not database related or to combine different results from different queries and just produce one single value. In our case, we are creating the function because the JavaScript client for Supabase does not support this aggregate sum function. So to create the function, you're going to write create or replace function. So this will either create the new function or replace an existing one. And then you need to come up with the function name. Let's just say I'm gonna call this calculate total. Then we open the parentheses and we're gonna specify the arguments this function can get. Same as with JavaScript, you might have some optional arguments. So I'm gonna call this type argument, which would be of type varchar. This is a database type, which basically means text. And to make this optional, we're gonna say that the default for this value is null. This is how you make a function argument optional. Okay, so we've got the function header. Now we need to tell Postgres what's the return type. So we say returns numeric. So this is same as in any programming language. You would define what would be the type of the value returned from the function. This is how you write that in the Postgres SQL syntax. So next we need to add the function body. So we write as, this is just a keyword, this is how you write that, and we add a pair of $2 and a closing $2. Now, what does it mean? What does it do for us? Well, it lets us add the function body inside without having to escape quotes. Normally, if you wouldn't use this $$ symbol, you will have to escape all the single quotes. It's just the Postgres syntax, nothing to understand in here. It's essentially how you do it. And then the function, it needs the begin and the end statement. So this is already the function body. Now in the Postgres functions, you can also define variables. So this is the beginning and the end of the function, and everything that's above is essentially defining what's the function name, what are the arguments, and what's the return type. So we've got this code right here, and this goes into the function. So I can paste that. And again, so we can understand that, thanks to having those dollars, we don't need to escape those single quotes. Because essentially for Postgres, the function body that we pass here is a string. So the last thing we need to tell Postgres is what language this function would be in, because you can use different languages. Python can be used, etc. So you do that by typing language right here and saying this is PLPG SQL. So this stands for the Procedural Language Postgres SQL. So we are almost ready. The last thing that we have to do here is we need to return. Like in almost every programming language, there is the return keyword, and let's wrap everything in a parenthesis. Maybe I'm gonna also reformat that so it is clear where is the actual query that is being run, like that. And this can be indented like this. Now, additionally, we've got this type argument, so we should use it because as it is right now, this function will always fetch the total of transactions, the sum of all transactions for expenses. So how can we use this argument? Well, we should do a simple check. So the type has to be equal the type argument, or alternatively, we ignore it if the type argument is null. So this is how you check for the null value in SQL. Alright, so I think that now we should try to create this function. So let me just select this code and hit run selected. We've got a success, no rows returned, which means we are fine. Okay, so after creating the function, you should go to the database button right here and then to the functions. There you should see the calculate total function. You can hit this button and go to edit function, where you can change the name. You see the arguments and their type and the definition, the body of the function. Okay, we can confirm or just close this window. But the interesting thing we can do is we can jump to the client API docs. And this just shows us how can we run this function from the SUPA-based JavaScript client. It's as easy as calling RPC with the function name and any potential arguments if they are required, and then you will just receive the data or error if anything goes wrong. So we're gonna do that in the next video. So we're gonna fetch the data into our components. Then remember that the code that we've created for this video is available under this video as an SQL download. So now that the transaction list is a client component, now it can contain state and event handlers, which means I can define the transactions state. So let's do that. Transactions and set transactions. And we do use state, and we can initialize this state using the past initial transactions. This means that initial fetching of those transactions happens on the server, and then this transaction list component will take over and we can load more transactions using this load more button and the action that we have extracted into the actions file. This accepts the offset and limit parameters, which we can use to fetch the next results after the initial, let's say, 10 results. So now we should be passing the transactions to the grouping function. So when we refresh, everything still works. Well, maybe not everything, because once the page initially renders on the server and is then on the client, so in the browser, the transactions are basically stored inside the state. And currently, if I would change the state range, you can see that the trends change, so trend components right here, they update, but the transaction list does not. And it is because the state basically does not change. It is initialized once, but then you need to explicitly modify it, or you need to react to the changing data, different data that is being passed through the props. So a lot of people would approach this with adding useEffect hook that would react to changing prop and then set the transactions again using the value from the prop. Now, you don't need the useEffect right here because there are better ways in React. So let me jump to the transaction list wrapper. So the easiest way for that is to pass this additional key attribute that you might know when you render lists, but it can also be used to tell React that the data has changed, that it needs to re-render. And what can we use for the key? Well, range can be used because this makes the data different. So now I refresh the page. It's initially rendered on the server, but then the range parameter changes. And this also influences the transaction list component. And when this key prop changes, the transaction list will re-render. And this is a technique that you should often use instead of relying on useEffect. Okay, so having this solved, now it's time that we add this load more button. I think that we can add this button directly into this containing div that has the necessary space y class, which would give us some separation. So let's just go ahead and add the button right below every transaction that's displayed on the list. So we're going to use our custom button component. Make sure that it's imported, and for now we're just going to display the text load more. We might add some styling to it. For example, maybe not class name, but let's use the variant and set this to a ghost variant. Additionally, we might want to center this button. So let's wrap it in a div element. That's gonna be a flex container and will justify items center. Okay, so the button is centered and it looks like this. So clicking the button does not do anything yet because we need a handler for it. Let's add it. So let's define a function that can be called handleClick. It receives the event argument, and for now let's add an empty body, but add this handler to the button. We can do this because this is a client component. So we add an onClick handler, and this is handleClick. Keep in mind that's a function name. You don't call the function here. Okay, so let's console log something. I was clicked, so we can see that it really works. Let me open the terminal and everything works. Okay, now let's think about the logic, how it should all work. For that, it would be sensible to take a look at actions again. So the fetch transactions for the given range will apply those date filters inside the database, but then we pass those offset and limit parameters as they are. And if we take a look, the default offset is 0 and limit is 10. So the offset is like an index in JavaScript array. It's 0 based, which means that first element starts from the offset of 0. And limit is like the length of the elements that you'd like to fetch. So to fetch the first 10 elements, the offset should be 0 and limit should be 10. If you would like to fetch the next 10 elements, you would start with the offset 10 and limit would be still 10. So why the offset is 10? Well, because the first element from the first fetched batch would be 0 and the last element would have the offset 9. So to get the next chunk of the results, the offset should be 10. So knowing this, we can use this information. And we might need the state for that. Let's define it. So this would be the offset and set offset use state. Now we should initialize this state somehow because the initial transactions are being fetched and passed through a prop. Now we shouldn't always assume that we're gonna get 10 transactions because it might change and you might decide that initially you'd like to load 5 or 50. So what we can do is we can use the initial transactions length. That way we'll know how many initial transactions we got provided to this transaction list component. Okay, so having the offset, we can now implement handle click. We can fetch the next transactions. So let's put that into a variable. Let's call it next, or maybe not new, but next transactions. And we can just call the action, the fetch transaction server action. Now, if await is used in a function, this makes this function async. Let's add the async keyword then. And taking a look at fetch transactions server action, the first parameter is range, which we don't have in transaction list. So let's add another prop, then find the transaction list wrapper, and also let's pass the range prop. Okay, so now we have the range and we can pass it to the fetch transactions. Okay, and the next parameter here is offset. Okay, we have the offset properly initialized because we use the initial transactions length. And then how many more we want to fetch? Let's say 10 more. So we still use 10 for the limit. Okay, so after that, we should initialize offset. So next time the button is clicked, we fetch another next batch of transactions. So let's set this using the previous value of offset. So we just add 10 to it. Now, by the way, if you are confused by this syntax, this is called an updater function. This accepts the current state of offset and you just return the new state. So this is nicely explained on the React docs, and by using this updater function, you just make sure that after this specific set offset call, the offset state would be updated. Otherwise, that might not be the case. There are some examples in the doc that illustrate this much better, and you don't always have to use this updater function, but typically there is no harm in using it, and you might just prevent some accidental bugs. Okay, let's continue. So after updating the offset, we also want to update transactions. So we do that using set transactions, and also we receive the previous state. So we can call that previous transactions, and we add the updater function, and our job is just to return a new array with those initially loaded transactions and the next ones. So we're going to return an array, and we're going to use the spread operator to get the value of all the previous transactions into this array, but also spread operator to add all the next transactions. So the previous transactions will just contain the current state, the transactions, which means the initial transactions pass to this component, but also everything that you load by clicking on this Load More button. Okay, I think that it's time that we check if this works. So for the last 7 days, I think we only have 2 transactions, not a lot. For 24 hours, I don't have a single one. So let's check for 12 months maybe. So that's the last transaction I have. And when I press Load More, we load some more. If I press on it again, it has loaded even more. So apparently we had quite some transactions. So Let's see that again. So this is loading some more, and after I click load more, this is loading even older ones. Now, there are some things that we need to correct and some nice to haves. For example, when I click on this load more button, I think it should be disabled, so you don't accidentally click on it multiple times. Then also I might add some loading icon that will maybe add a spinner or loader, something that will clearly state to the user that we are loading the new data. And additionally, when there are no more transactions to load, like right now, I'm clicking on the button, but there is nothing else to load. This button should either be disabled or it should just disappear to tell the user that all transactions are loaded. And then, if there are no transactions at all, there should be a text here saying that there are no transactions. And if the initial transactions is empty, this means that there is nothing to load. So we shouldn't display this button in the first place. So let's take a short break right now, and we're gonna add those changes and fixes in the next video. Okay, so after making the change that on the first click on this delete button makes it red, which forces us to confirm that we indeed want to delete something, and this spinner that replaces the X button, next up we actually need to tell the parent component and the parent of the parent that this transaction is no longer. It needs to be removed. So the easiest way to do that is this component right here. It needs to get the handler method that it should call when something happens. This can just be called onRemoved. So let me add this as a prop. And notifying the parent is just calling onRemoved. Like that. And then on the parent, which would be the transaction item, we need to somehow pass it, but this component should also get onRemoved handler. So let's also add it right here. And it is because only on the transaction list we manage the list of transactions. That's exactly in this place. So the transaction item also gets this handler, and the logic is not complicated here. So when this button is getting clicked, we just call this onRemoved handler from transaction list. And only here we need another handler for every single transaction item. So I'm gonna add onRemoved, and we will define another handler here. So let's call that handle removed. And before we define what should be in this method, let me assign that to this onRemoved event, like that. And this here would be rather simple. Now with this handle removed function defined like this, we have a problem. How do we know which transaction to remove? So if we take a look, the way we pass handle removed to the prop, if this would be an inline function defined right here, we can just use the transaction ID. But now if we would do it this way, transaction ID, this would basically call this function with an ID, and essentially this would happen during the rendering. So what we have to do is, yes, we need to accept the ID, but this should only then return another function that actually does whatever it needs to do. So this function right here is called higher order function. It happens when a function returns another function, maybe with some partially applied arguments. So initially we call this function with an ID, so that in context of this function here, we have the ID, but the logic is not immediately run. And the logic is simple. We just call set transactions. We use the previous value of transactions, which is an array. We unpack it using the spread operator, and we just filter out the item that needs to be removed using the array filter method. So this means iterating over all of the transactions, and T stands for transaction in here. And if TID is different than transaction ID, it stays, otherwise it's gonna be removed. Or more specifically, in this case, that's not transaction ID, it's just ID. Okay, so this alone would just remove the item from the list once it's successfully removed on the server. So let me go through this again. Let me set the throttling to slow 3G. And now let's try removing a transaction, maybe this one. So first it's red, then we see the spinner, and once this is removed, well, the transaction is gone from the list. Okay, so now we are more or less done with the user interface changes of removing the transactions. Next up, we are gonna handle and maybe first understand this problem with pagination that I've previously mentioned that will be happening once you start removing the transactions. Alright, so last time we've created this Postgres function and talked a little about it, explaining it. Remember that you also have it as part of the project. I've added this SQL file into the Supabase directory with some additional explanations. So everything should be explained step by step. Now at this point I expect you to have this function already inside the database functions. And we can just click on this three dot button and jump to the Client API docs, where we can also see how can we use this function. This code right here, we need to copy it. Let's hit this copy button and jump to the trend component, because this is where we're gonna use it. As you remember, for now, we've got this issue that we have wrapped inside an error boundary, so we can still work with our application, but that's the trend component that is placed inside dashboard components. The responsibility of this one was to fetch the data. Previously, we got that from the locally running JSON server, this fake API, and now we're gonna replace that. So let me remove that and replace this with this code from the Supabase API docs. So I'm copying and pasting this code. So this is running Supabase RPC. So we need the client first. Let's do const Supabase, and we need to create the client. Keep in mind, we need to call our own function, this one from the lib directory. And now we are calling Supabase RPC. So RPC stands for Remote Procedure Call. And this is just for calling procedures or functions on some remote servers. In this case, Supabase provides the API, which this RPC function is calling, and this then runs this function inside the Supabase Postgres database. So keep in mind that even though that's a database function, we are not having a direct connection to the database. We are calling it through an API. Okay, so anyway, this function would be called and this would give us some results. So we've got this type argument here. We need to provide it. We've got the type passed to this component so we can use it. We might want to console log the error or handle it in a more graceful way or just throw it. So if the error happens, we might throw it because we've got the error boundary. So that's the easiest way for us to tell the users that something went wrong. And we don't really need to log the data. Now at this point, let's create an amount variable to which we're gonna set the data, because that's the single scalar value. Or it might also be null if, for example, you have no savings or no investments. In that case, let's just display 0. So let's pass the amount to amount prop, but the previous amount, well, to be honest, we would have to call this function twice, but we also would need to add some filters for the dates. So if we have the previous period, this means that we would have to first narrow down the first period, like this year and the last year, or this month and the last month. We are not doing that yet, so let's just subtract something from the amount. Let's subtract maybe 500. Now at this point we can save the changes and let's see if this works. Let me refresh this page and it should work out of the box. So you should see your income, total investments, expenses and savings. Alright, so let's also try the error handling. This can be easily done by just using a wrong function name, function that doesn't exist. So when I save it, we see that we've got the error because we are throwing it if the error happens, though this doesn't really look very descriptive when we are in a development mode, because obviously this error won't show up like that in the production build of our app. So let's instead throw a custom error. Let's throw new error and say could not fetch the trend data. So now when I refresh again, this should be a more descriptive error and also points to the place in the code where this has happened. Alright, let's fix the function name so we have a correct one and we have the correct data. Okay, so now let's talk about the problem with pagination that we are having right now because we've added the removal of transactions. So the problem stems from us having a separate state for offset. It's only initialized once when we get the initial transactions length, which should be 10, or if you have less transactions, then less than 10. The way it works is we increase offset by every 10 transactions that we load. But if you, in the meantime, remove some of the transactions, like I'm gonna do right here, then the offset stays at 10 and we might miss some of the data in the next pages. So let me explain that with a diagram. Now, obviously, if you understand the issue, then that's great. But for others, here's the diagram. Okay, so here are our initial 10 items. So they are indexed from 0 to 9. Now let's assume that we are removing the item with ID 8. This is now gone. But the offset is set to 10 because that's the length of the first 10 items. So the item has shifted. The one item was removed, and with the next set of data, the item that would have the index 10 now would have the index 9 in the results. So this one is actually lost. We are not gonna retrieve it because if we use this offset, 10 that was initially set, we are only getting those items. So we are never gonna see this transaction. Now, if we are making a social media app where we post kitten pictures, then it might be fine if we miss one of the pictures, but when working with financial transactions, it's a no-go. It just can't happen, so we need to find a fix. Well, maybe having this state for offset wasn't the best idea anyway. Let's try removing that. So maybe maybe we, instead of having a separate state for offset, maybe we can just use the length of transactions. So this is a state that gets updated every single time. Why won't we get just the transactions length as the current offset? So initially, let's say if we get the first 10 transactions, that's our default value, the offset would be properly set to 10. When we load the next batch of 10 transactions, it's 20. But if in the meantime we remove one transaction, the transaction's length is 19. So this would be correct. So not only we simplify our application, but we also are fixing a bug. And by the way, we don't need this event parameter in here. Okay, so I want to be honest with you. So I want you to be aware of all the implications of everything that we do. So with this pagination and our solution, you need to understand that this is not perfect either. And the reason is pretty simple. You can actually open this page in couple tabs or even on different devices. And then when you delete the transaction on one of the views, well, the other view does not really have an idea about that. And this can be solved by different mechanisms. The simplest one would be to use the Supabase real-time features, which would essentially give us real-time updates when anything happens. This is totally beyond the scope of this project, but it's possible. I just want you to be aware that this is a solution to our problem. We have just fixed the pagination issue, but we haven't fixed this completely because, well, essentially, things like that in real life, they can get really complicated, and you just need to think about all the use cases. How possible that is that someone will open the transaction view on two different devices at the same time. But I think it's important that you are just aware of all the implications. Okay, so last time we discussed that this load more button should hide when there is nothing more to load. And also, if there are no transactions, then we should also display the text that there are no transactions. Currently, this might be a little bit confusing. Then, also, when the things are loading, this load more button should show an indicator that things are indeed loading. So let's make all of those changes so we also provide good user experience, which we actually should really care about. So let me begin with the simplest thing we can make. So above the button, let's add a text that will just say there are no transactions if there aren't any. This can be done right away. So if the transaction's length would be exactly 0, then we should just render this text that there are no transactions whatsoever. So this transactions state is always initialized by the pre-fetched transactions. So there will be no cases where we might initially say that there are no transactions only for them to be loaded later. So we are safe to just say no transactions found. And as you see, this is immediately displayed. We might just go ahead and style this a bit. So let's just use the text center and let's make it a little bit more gray because this is indicating a state where there is nothing was found. Let's also care for the dark mode, so it looks like this, no transactions found. When we change to a different range, there are some transactions. Okay, so now let's work on this button. It shouldn't be displayed at all if there are no transactions initially, because there is no point in trying to load more. But also if we load some more transactions and there is nothing more to load, which might just be triggered when we try to load more transactions and the list comes back empty, then we can also disable this button. So let's add another state. Let me call this maybe button hidden and set button hidden. We call use state, and it makes sense to try and initialize it. So in some cases, we initially know that there is nothing more to load, and this is where the initial transaction's length would be equally 0. So for example, in this case, it makes sense to try and load some transactions, but when we don't have anything initially, then this should be initially hidden. So let's just conditionally render this button. So if the button hidden is false, only then we render the button. So if there are no transactions initially, there's no point in loading more. But then we should also cover the case where when we hit this button and the list came back empty, we should also hide that button. And this can be done here. So if next transactions would be empty, we can set this button to hidden. So let's do it this way. Set button hidden, and we are just gonna check if the list is empty. So we just do new, sorry, not new, but next transaction's length equals 0. Okay, so after I hit the button and we didn't get any more transactions, it's being hidden. Let's check with 12 months because there are some more steps in here. First step, second step, last step, nothing more to load. The button is hidden. Okay, the last thing would be to show some kind of a loading indicator. So let's define some new state. So the state will just say whether we are currently loading something or not. So we have loading and set loading, we call use state. This is always initially false. So the first step when someone clicks on the load more button is obviously to set the loader to true. But then we should wrap this action with a try finally block so we can catch any potential errors and then set the loading indicator to false. So we do add finally and then we set loading to false regardless if there was any error or not. So this means that we would have to define the next transactions first and maybe initialize it with null, and only then assign the result of a server action to the next transactions. Now also doing something with a button, setting the offset or the new state only makes sense if fetching those next transactions was successful. So we should also move this inside the try block. So in case anything goes wrong with the server action for any reason, this code won't execute, only this would. So the loader would be set back to false, and maybe we can show some error, maybe not. At least the person clicking the button can safely try again. Okay, so now we should do something with this loading state, and we might just display a loader. So it's up to you which icon to choose. We're gonna take something from Lucid React. Maybe this one would be fine. So let me copy the JSX, and I think we can just put that inside the button like that, and we need to add an import for it. So let's import loader from Lucid React. Let me go back to the button now. I think we might want to add the div wrapper and make it a flex container. So we center the items vertically as well and add tiny spacing. And let's make sure this is a block element as well. Let me reformat right now. And the loader should only be displayed when we are loading any data. So if loading, we display the loader, otherwise we don't. And another thing is that if we are loading something, I think the button should be disabled. So let's add that the button is disabled when we are loading something, so it's not accidentally clicked again. Okay, so let's see how does it look like. Let's choose 12 months, so we have the most data to load. So maybe I'm gonna simulate the slower network. So let's choose slow 3G. So we see this loader, and finally it disappears. Maybe we should also add some animation to the loader. Let's do it. That should be pretty simple with Tailwind. So into this loader element, let's add the class name and choose the animation. So it's enough if you add one of those classes, maybe spin would be enough. And now let's see how does it look like. Let's add the throttling back. And this is how the spinner looks like. Now finally, let's try to fix this error that we're gonna see in the console when we hit the load more button. So let's take a look at the message. It says that we've got two children with the same key. That shouldn't be possible because we are doing the offsetting and data fetching correctly, but the problem here is that we do sort the transactions by date, and we also load those transactions at the same time when we seed the database, so it just might happen that the transactions are just sorted in random order if for any reason they have the same created add date. It can happen. So we might be picking the same data when we paginate. Now I'd like to say that this won't happen in our app because we are allowing to add transactions using the form only, but the reality is that things like that do happen, and in the real world you might be adding more functionalities to your app, like for example, you might add the possibility to import transactions from some other source like a bank or CSV file or Excel file, and then it is possible that the created updates would be the same and you might end up with the same problem again. So the solution to this is to update this fetch transactions function, and this can be done in Supabase. So you just need to go to the database, functions, and find this fetch transactions function, and from the drop-down menu go to edit function. We're gonna quickly change it. So we can sort by multiple columns. So the created update might be the same, which might cause the rows to be sorted in random order, but the ID won't be the same, it's always unique. So let's add another sorting parameter, which would be the ID, and it can also be descending. That way we at least make sure that once we fetch the initial 10 transactions, then we won't refetch the same transaction in second batch, because there is no possibility of that, because we additionally sort by this second column. Okay, so now let's confirm and wait for the function to be updated. And let's try that again. So I have refreshed, and then when I hit load more, we should not encounter this problem anymore. Okay, we are done with this feature. Okay, so next up, I'd like us to work on a form for editing transactions. It will be almost exactly the same as the one for adding transactions. The only difference is that it won't allow changing the date of the transaction. Okay, so let's just get started. The first step would be to create a new page. For that, we might need a reminder about dynamic routing. So we need specific route for this case, which would also accept the transaction ID. So this is how you can create a dynamic route. So we have to create the folder enclosed in square brackets, and this would be the parameter name that we then accept as one of the parameters to our page. Okay, let's get started. Let's create this page component. So maybe we can also add this to this transaction folder. So let me create a new folder in here, and this would be for the parameter ID enclosed in square brackets. And only inside we're gonna create another folder called edit. Sorry, I've misspelled that. This should be just edit. And then inside this edit folder, we create a page.js. And now we can quickly try to generate the scaffolding for our page component. Okay, so now to get to this ID parameter, we will receive that inside an object under the params property. So this will be an object where you will have ID as a property. We can also directly nest that, so we will have ID as a variable. Okay, so fortunately we can reuse the transaction form, but anyway, the first step that we need to do on this page is we actually need to fetch this transaction from the database. Let's do it first. Okay, so let's jump to Supabase docs and see how can we fetch one single record from the database. So this code needs to go above the actual JSX. First step is to create the Supabase client. So let's use create client function from our library Supabase server folder. Okay, and this is essentially how we fetch one single record. So let's do it. So we've got data, let's alias that to transaction and also the potential error. Then we use await. This means we also need this function to be async. So we do Supabase and then we say from which table we want the data. This is transactions. We might also say that we would like to select all the columns. Then we need to say what's the ID we want to select. So we just use the ID from params, and final method here is just single, so we receive one single record. For now, let's just console log the output of that. So we're gonna do console log transaction. And this is everything that we need for now. The next step would be to create a link to this page from our project. So next to this button for deleting transactions, we want one that will take us to this editing page so we can see if we properly fetched the transaction, so we can render a form that has some initial data. Okay, so now let's jump to the transaction item and let's scroll to the bottom, because this is where we will be adding another button. So maybe the edit button can be right above this transaction item remove. So I'd like to make it a link. So we'll have to import this one in a second. So this is import link from next/link. Okay, let's go back. And inside it, there will be only an icon. And we're going to use a pencil icon. That's something often used for editing icons. We need to add that to imports from Lucid React. And let's make sure it has the right size. So I'm adding class name with width 4 and height 4. Now let's add the proper URL. We would have to generate that because it contains a dynamic parameter. So the link should take us to the dashboard/transaction, then the transaction ID, which here we just have as the ID prop /edit. Now when I save it, it looks like this. Not ideal. We need to add some styling. So it's not a button, but we did that before, that we have used the variants and sizes for styling a link. So if I add a class name in here and just make it dynamic, I can add the variants and use the ghost variant. Then I can also use sizes and use the XS, the smallest one possible. Now just keep in mind that you will have to add the imports from our variants module. As a reminder, we just keep those different configurations inside one file so we can reuse that for buttons and links as well. Okay, so now let me open the terminal where I just have the app running locally so we can see the transaction being fetched once I navigate to this edit page. Let me hit the first one. And there we have the page with just some dummy text because we are yet to add a form and the logic for actually updating this transaction. Anyway, you should see in the terminal that the data seems to be properly fetched from the server. So let's have a short break right now and we're gonna work on the form in the next video. Alright, so next up, I'd like us to build a whole new feature for the Finance app. And this would be that we are able to select the time period, the time range for which we would like to see the data. So this would be a select button that we're gonna add right here. That would be on the same line as this summary text. And it will allow people to select that you want to see today's data, last 7 days, last 30 days, or last 12 months. And this would change two things in the data. First off, we're gonna see different data for the trends. So the income, the expense would be shown for this time range, like last 30 days, and also the comparison here would be with the last 30 days in this case. There will be some default option as well, and this would also influence the transactions here, the list of all the transactions. So we're only gonna display the selected time range. And in the future, we're gonna also make changes to the app that will allow users, when we will have the user accounts, which will happen soon, to select the default options that they want to use. So let's go ahead and let's start building this first by adding this simple select box that is gonna be displayed right here. Okay, so we already know that we're gonna add a drop down here. This would be just a select input, nothing fancy. But let's now explain how this would work. How are we gonna pass around the selected time range between components and how this would all work together with Supabase and Postgres database. So as you see right here, this is a query parameter. So this is how we're gonna store the selected option, the currently selected option. So in Next, you can read this value by adding this search params to your page. So we did that before in the previous project. And then on the client side in your forms, you can use this use search params hook to set those search params and add them to the current address. And then Next will automatically pick this up. So we're gonna create a separate component which will hold the select box, which would use this hook. And then it will be able to set this search param for the whole page, which would use this to pass it around to those trend components and transactions. So all of those components will know what data they need to fetch. A super simple concept that is very simple to implement and also then pretty simple to understand once you do it. All right, so let's begin by adding this select drop-down component, for which I'd like to make a separate component that would be specific to this dashboard page. Thus, I'm adding a new component here. I'm gonna just call it range. Here I create a new range component. So let's begin with the visual work so we can see it. So we're gonna use the select component, our own, which I got auto imported. So it doesn't need any parameters at this point. We just need to pass in some options. So every option needs a value. So let's keep it simple. So the first one, as I've said, is today. And now we're gonna add 4 more. So there will be last 7 days, last 30 days, and then last 12 months. So this way we can keep it simple, because if we would like to compare this month with previous calendar month, it might be more complex. We don't want to go into complexity with dates. Believe me, this is always painful. So let's keep this simple for ourselves, but also for our users. Sometimes limiting the options is the best way. Okay, so we've got this select, and I want this to be a client component. So let's add use client. And this is because we're going to use this hook to select the current search params. And to use this hook, you need to use that in a client component. That is why this is a client component. All right. So now let's add it to the page. So I said it should be added on the right side of summary, which means that this needs to be a flex container with justify between, so things are aligned to the left and to the right. And we want to center the items vertically. Now, since this element, the select, let me open this component, it has the class name of full width. So it will take the full width of the page if I just add this range component like that. As you see, this takes the full available width. I'm gonna enclose this in another element. I think we can use aside for this because this is an aside element. Okay, so this is our, let's call it drop down. We can select different options in here. And as said, when we have the user accounts and user settings, this would be stored for the user, the selected option, the selected preference. Okay, so now let's change this select, this drop down, so it actually modifies this range inside this search params whenever something else is being chosen. So let's jump into the component and let's use this search params hook. I'm gonna call this search params and call use search params, which needs to be imported from this namespace that you see right here. So next, this component will change the current path once an option is selected. This means we need to know the current path. So for that, we will use path name from the same namespace. And by knowing this current path, we can just use this component on every page. And we don't just have the fixed URL, fixed path to which we redirect after an option is selected. And finally, to change the current path, we'll import replace from use router. And this use router needs to be imported from next navigation. This is super important because there are two hooks called the same. So ours needs to come from the next navigation. All right, let me reformat that. And now the first thing that we would do here is we'll get the current range because we would like to set the default value to the select if there is any range specified. We can do that by using the search params variable, which is an object, has the get method, and lets us get the value of a search param, which will be called range in our case. So this is nothing else than just the value of this search param. Now, if none would be specified, it's just sensible to use the default. This would be, let's say, last 30 days in our case. So now I can pass a default to the select by using default value. This is how you set the default input value in React, and I just pass the value of range. Okay, now let's add the onChange handler. So first let's write an inline function. If this will work fine, we're gonna extract it to a separate function. So this is a handler for when someone selects a different option. So let's create a new params object. So we create new URL search params. Then we set the parameter. So we do params set. The name of the param is range and the current value would be event target value. That's the current value of the select. And finally, we use this replace function to just set the new path for Next.js, which would combine the path name, which we had to fetch before, and we add a question mark, after which you always pass those search params, as you see right here. And then we just do params to string. To convert this object, which will contain all the search params, in our case this is just one, to this URL string. Right, so let's see if this works. So I'm gonna refresh this page. So the default is 30 days. Let me change that to 7 days. You should watch this URL bar where you should see that the value of this range param changes. So this is last 12 months or today. So this handler worked fine. Let's extract it to a separate function. Let's call this handle change and just move the body of this function to the variable, and then to the onChange we're gonna just pass the name handle change. Make sure not to call this function here, just pass the name of it. Okay, so this component is done. It's actually properly reading the current range. Let's verify that, by the way. If I'm gonna set today and hit enter right now, this will refresh the page. It will just re-render it from the server. And if on this drop down you're gonna see today, this means that the default value is automatically properly picked up from those search params. And that is exactly the case. So we are done with this component for now. Let's take a short break because we have some, I would say, tough work to do with changing this function that we are using to get this trend data. Okay, so this is where we have finished last time. We've got an editing page which doesn't have a form. So that's something we're gonna work on in this video. So obviously it makes sense to just reuse what we have created previously. We've got this page for adding transactions. Let's also add the metadata to this edit page. That would be the page title. The next step is to just copy and paste this code. So we have a title and then we have the form. So let's just replace this dummy text with the transaction form and then make sure that we import it. So this is transaction form. Okay. So now we should be able to see the form when we go to this editing page, yet it's not filled with the data. So this is what we have to work on next. Let's open the transaction form then, because we need to pass some initial data to the form, and the best way to do that would be through props. So we can call the prop here initial data, and we're gonna use this to initialize the default values for the form. So to set the default values for the inputs using this React hook form, you're gonna add another property to the useForm call, which is called default values. Now, I would like this form to work great for both adding and editing. So depending on whether the initial data is passed, we either gonna use the initial data, or if this is undefined or null, we also would like to set one default property. So that's something we might just add also to this add transaction form, so that by default the date is basically the current date. So we're gonna set the created at as the new date. We convert that to ISO string, and we just get the date part. So we split the string using T, which separates the date from time, and we take the first part. So now if you would go and try to create new transaction, you just get the current date. But when I hit edit, well, I also get the current date because we are not really passing the initial data yet. Let's do it right now. I can close this adding page, and the editing page right here, this is where we are gonna pass the initial data, which will be transaction. Okay, so now if I try to edit, I just get the data directly from the transaction fetched from the database. Okay, so let's go back to the form. I think that checking if the initial data was set can be used to just determine that we are in the editing mode. So let me add a variable here that will be just called editing, and we're gonna convert the initial data to Boolean. So we will get a true or false value depending on whether the initial data was provided or not. So this means that we're gonna have different logic depending on this editing flag. This is a super simple idea. So if we are editing, we call a server action that is making a change, so some kind of edit action, and then else we do whatever we did before, so we create the new transaction. This is really a super simple idea. Then I said that I don't want to let users modify the created add date. Let me find this field and just disable it if we are in the editing mode. So we set the disabled to editing, and doesn't really look disabled because we need to modify the input. So that's the component we created at the beginning, and I just want to set that for the disabled we set the opacity to, let's say, 75%, and let's just add it to normal input as well. So it looks like this. It's a little bit grayed out. Okay, so basically that's everything that we had to change with the form. So let's close it. Now, we obviously need to add the backend logic, but we're gonna do it later in next videos. For now, we've got one more thing to handle. Now, if we are fetching the transaction by the ID that the user has provided, then it might just happen that someone has modified a URL, or the transaction was deleted, maybe on other device, doesn't really matter. Anyway, transaction doesn't exist, and in this case, we would like a 404 page. So this is pretty simple. We're just gonna check if there was an error fetching the transaction. So no matter what the error was, we will call a not found function from next. That will basically trigger the not found page, which we have to create next. So let's do it quickly. So we just create a not found page. And let me quickly scaffold a component. And say not found. Okay, I think we can copy the styles from this page. So let me copy that to not found. This is a page that's specific for this use case right here. So we can say transaction not found. And now let me show you how it works. So I'm just gonna modify the URL to something that's just wrong, so we could not find the page. And if you visit this, you just get to this current page that the transaction wasn't found. Now we might also add some additional text in here, maybe of the style that we used inside the transaction list. I think someplace here, right there, we got this text that there are no transactions found. Let's use the same style. This maybe can just be a paragraph. And let's also not center the text. And change the text that the transaction could not be found or could not be fetched. Let's not be too specific about what's the cause of this error, so whatever happens here, we will just display this not found page. Okay, so that's it for now. We are fetching the transaction, we are handling errors of different kinds, we are reusing the transaction form component, and also we've got a link to this page from the main page dashboard transactions. So we can modify any transaction. One more thing that we need to modify here. I think I forgot to change the title. Let me go to this page. This is obviously edit transaction. Okay, so that's the last thing we were missing. And in the next video, we're gonna work on the server action that will update the transaction. Alright, so next up, we're gonna work on the changes to this SQL function that we have inside the Postgres database that will now return the data in a new format. So it will also include the range argument, but other than that, it will return the current amount for the current period, but also for the last one. Before we start working on this though, I'd like us to get rid of those two lines in the transaction form, so we don't forget, because it's basically stopping the form from working, and one single adjustment in this range dropdown that I only figured out after we initially did this. So since we want the things to be easy, so especially easy for us, this first option shouldn't really be today, because this would force us to get the today data and compare it with yesterday data. I think it would be easier for us if this would be last 24 hours, and also the label should be the same, last 24 hours. Alright, so Now let's get to changes that we have to make inside this SQL function. Alright, so the first thing is we need another argument to this calculate total function. Let's call it range argument. The type is varchar, so a string essentially, and this time we're gonna provide a default value for it, same as we have in the dropdown. This would be last 30 days. So we are using the values that we have inside this select. That's the default. So the list of the arguments need to be comma separated, same as in JavaScript. Then we're gonna need some variables in this function, and in PL/PG/SQL you declare the variables by first adding the declare keyword at the beginning of the function. As a quick reminder, the function starts right after this double dollar character, and here you would have to define all the variables that you need inside the function. For now, let's add two. This would be called current start, and the type of that is timestamp, which is date with time, and current end, also a timestamp. So current end is essentially the current time, and current start is just the starting time from which we are getting the data, and this would be calculated by subtracting specific time interval from current time. This would be dependent on the selected option. So 24 hours, 7 days, 30 days, or 12 months. Okay, so now let's jump to the Supabase UI into this SQL editor right here, and let's see how can we get the current time. So it is as simple as selecting the value of the now function. Hit run, and as a result we are getting the current time. And keep in mind that this is the current server time. Your location might have different time currently. This is the time of the server where this Postgres instance is running. Okay, so this is my current time. Now let's see how can I calculate the difference. So in Postgres this is super easy. You just subtract using the interval and saying what's the time you want to subtract, like 24 hours. I run that, and as you see, this is the previous day, the same time. Or if I try 7 days, this is obviously 7 days before. 24 days or 30 days would work the same, or 12 months should give me 2023. And this is exactly what's happening. So this is how can we calculate the starting date for our query. So let's jump to the function and let's assign some values to those variables. Let's start with the current end, as this one would be simple one. So you assign values to variables in Postgres using colon and equality sign. So different than JavaScript where you would just use equality sign. And for that, we're gonna assign the value of now, which gives us the current date and time. Now let's calculate the starting date. So current start equals, and for that we're gonna use something that can replace if statement or switch statement in JavaScript. So we do case and end. So we're gonna check for different circumstances here. So when the range argument equals today, or to be specific, last 24 hours, if I'm correct, this is, yes, last 24 hours. Keep in mind that you do comparison in PL/PG/SQL using single equality character, which is assignment in JavaScript. Slight difference here. So in such cases, we add then, and we can simply calculate the time by using the current end and just subtract 24 hours from it, by obviously prepending that with the interval. So essentially the calculation of this fragment will be assigned to this variable. Now we need to add a case for every single option that we have under this specific dropdown. Okay, so let me copy and paste that 4 times. So I think we've got last 7 days. So I'm gonna subtract 7 days in here. Then there is last 30 days. Let's change it to last 30 days. And last 12 months. So here we are using 12 months. To provide a default option, if for any reason this argument is not selected, you would use else. So this would be the current and minus interval 30 days. Now we don't need to provide the default option because we have set this range argument, which by the way has wrong name. This is argument. So we have provided the default value here. So this line is not necessary, but I think it's good to know. How do you do that? Okay, so now let's add another condition inside the query. So we're gonna check the created add field, whether it is between 2 values, which would be the current start and current end. And this is inclusive, so this would include the starting date and ending date as well. Okay, so the next step is to also get the data for the previous period. So let's define 2 more variables in here. Let's call that previous start, which would be a timestamp, and previous end, which would also be the timestamp. So our goal is to get, let's say, the current income for the last 24 hours, but also the income for the previous 24 hours. So then we can compare that in the UI. So we need to calculate those dates. So let's do it right after we calculate the current ones. So you need a semicolon in here. Let's begin with the previous end. So this is colon and assignment, and this would be pretty simple. So we're gonna use the current start and we're gonna subtract 1 second. Now let's stop here because this is important. So we subtract 1 second from the previous end time because we don't want it to be exactly the same as the current start time. We don't want the 2 date ranges to overlap at any point. Because as I've said, the between operator is inclusive. So in rare occasions, if a transaction will happen exactly at the current start time, this transaction can fall both into the sum of transactions for current period and previous period. And we don't want that. Next, let's calculate the previous start time. So to understand that easier, let's use an example and let's assume that we are using this last 24 hours. So at this point, current end time is now, the current moment. The current start would be 24 hours ago. The previous end would be calculated to be 24 hours ago minus 1 second. So what should the previous start be? Well, it should be around 48 hours ago. So it's sensible to use current start and then subtract something from it, which should be current end minus current start. So by subtracting these 2 dates, we're gonna get an interval. And what is this interval? Well, exactly the same thing as here for this case, so 24 hours. So essentially, we calculate previous start date by using the current start date, which is 24 hours from now, and again, we subtract the interval, which we calculated by subtracting these 2 dates. So in total, this should be 48 hours from now. So with 7 days, this would be basically 14 days ago. Okay, so having these two sets of dates, now it's time that we use all of that inside two separate queries. Let's not forget the semicolons in here. So as I've said, we no longer return a single value from this function. Instead, we return two values. So we need to change the return type. It's no longer numeric. Instead, we're gonna return the table type, which has two columns, the current amount, which is numeric, and after a comma, the previous amount, which is also numeric. So this is our new return type, and now we can add as many records to the result as we need. In our case, we just need one record. And we set the values for the fields of these records from this return table by setting the current amount to this query. And next up, I'm gonna copy and paste that to query again, but this time this would be a previous amount, and I need to change these variables used in this one, because this would be previous start and previous end. So we're gonna test this function in a bit right after we update that, so it is understood what should be returned from here. But right after setting the values for those columns, we need to return the value from this function, which is simply done by calling return next. Okay, so I get that those changes that we did might be hard to understand. Let's try to think in JavaScript terms then. So this change that we made to the return type is like we would be defining in JavaScript that we want to return an array of objects, and then every object needs to have the current amount property, which is of type number, and the previous amount property of type number. And then we just calculate the values for these object properties. This is columns in our case, so current amount, previous amount. So this is recognized by the PL/PG/SQL what we are doing, and return next is corresponding to JavaScript yield operator. So if we would have a loop inside this function, which is possible in PL/PG/SQL, or we will query more data, adding this return next will just add the current results for current amount and previous amount to this return table. And before there's no other code after the return next, this adds this to the result set and basically stops running. So the end result of this function will always be a table with basically one single row, the current amount and previous amount, nothing else. So maybe this would be better understood if we just add this to Supabase. So let's jump to Supabase, to database functions, and we might have an older function which will have different arguments, so create or replace won't work. We need to delete that. So hit this delete button. You might need to type the function name, so I'm gonna just copy paste that and delete it. Okay, so no functions, then jump to the SQL editor. Go back to our function. Let's make sure we've got semicolons everywhere. And now copy and paste that here, select everything, and just do run selected. This should be added. Now let's call this function. We can do that directly from this SQL editor. So this is as easy as doing select, calculate total, which is the name of the function, and then passing some arguments. Let's do last 30 days, and the second one is the type, so this would be income in our case, and run it. So as you see, we've got two results, the current and previous one. Let me check for last 7 days. Okay, so there is a null value for the previous transactions, and last 12 months. Also no transactions in the previous year, also with expenses. So this really looks like the correct values looking at what we had before. So if you get these correct results, then I think we are ready to use that inside the trend component. But first, I think that we might want to do one tiny additional adjustment. So I just want to make sure that we never really return null. If there are no transactions, the sum would return null. So we can use the coalesce function and pass the sum, and otherwise, if this would be null, we provide the default, which is 0. So we can do the same in just both cases. Okay, now select everything, jump to the SQL editor. This time we can just safely replace this function because it has the same set of arguments. Let me run it. Success, which means we did the correct change. Okay, so now we are ready. We can also see that we can't really fetch the data right now because, well, we've changed the function, so obviously this doesn't work yet. So we need to update the trend component so it can display the data correctly. Okay, so after changing this function and updating it inside Supabase UI, it's time that we fix the range and trend component, all the places that is using this data, so it works again. Okay, so let's open the trend component, the one that we can find inside the dashboard components directory. So we are missing an argument in here, which is this date range. Let's add it to props and then pass it to this function. So this was called range argument. Let's pass the range in there. Okay, now this trend component, it doesn't have this prop because we are not passing it. We need to update the page. So let's open the dashboard page and let's make sure that we are selecting the proper range. So inside this range component, we are adding this search params to the URL by calling replace. And you see this search param right here. And we can just use it to control the state of our page. So we did that before. We simply declare search params in here, which makes this page dynamic. And now we can use the value of that search param. So let's define the variable for that. Let's call it range, and we're gonna use the search params range. Let's make sure this is also not null. And let's get the default, which would be last 30 days, and then we pass that to every single trend component. Like that. So we should get the data everywhere. Let me save the changes in here. And the last thing is to get this data properly displayed once we fetch it. So I don't think we should be getting an error in here, but let's just console log the data. So let's see, what do we get inside the terminal? So even though there are mostly errors in the terminal, we can see this result. So this is an array which has one object with two properties, current amount, previous amount. They are both 0 for almost everything because apparently we just don't have enough transactions in the last 24 hours. Let me change that to 30 days. And this should immediately refresh. Let's take a look right now. So the current amount is this, previous amount is this. This looks like proper data. Let's do something with this data right now. So instead, let's define the amounts variable and just take the first row, which would be data 0, and let's pass the right amounts in here. So this would be amounts dot current amount, and for the previous one we are gonna use amounts previous underscore amount. Now let me save the changes and refresh that. So as you see, we are now getting the correct data. So income, investments, expense. If I change the time span, this is automatically updating. This is super important. So we don't really have to do anything, and you see that by changing the search param, the data is automatically refreshed. And this is super quick, almost instant. And we have to remember that we are fetching the data from an external database. This is not the locally running JSON server. This is a Postgres database running someplace in the cloud, yet it's almost instant. And now we've got our trend component done. I think that the last thing to do with this feature of selecting the date range is only displaying the transactions on the list that fall within this specified date range. And we're gonna do that in the next video. Okay, so last time we worked on this editing transaction form, and the last thing we are missing is this action that will actually update the data. So let's jump to the actions file and create that. It will be super similar to what we have in this create transaction. So we might as well copy and paste this and rename this to not create, but maybe update transaction. And it requires two parameters, the transaction ID and the form data. Now we need to also validate the data. So this is all fine. We check if the data is valid. We throw an error otherwise, but we are just gonna modify what's running here. So let me jump to Supabase docs and to the usage of the update data. So how do you update data in Supabase? So in SQL, there is an update query, but with Supabase, you just say that for the transactions table, instead of insert, you update the data, and you can only provide the columns that you would like to modify, but we basically submit the whole form, so it would be simpler for us to modify basically every single column. And we just need to add this EQ method that will check if the ID is same as the provided one. Then if there was an error updating the data in Supabase, we just throw an error and we make sure the data is up to date on the dashboard path. So we remove any data cache that was used on this path. Okay, so now we are ready to use this update transaction action inside the form. So we just need to await it. So the ID of transaction will be part of initial data because we just passed the transaction that we have fetched from Supabase. So we have the ID there as well. And the form data is inside this data variable. We also need to make sure, because I see this indicator here, that we've got a proper import of this action. So I think it's just not imported. Let me just confirm that and make sure the import is added. Okay, this is all fine. And the last step is just to see if it all works. Okay, so let's jump to the dashboard view, find maybe the most recent transaction and change the description to this was modified. Then hit save and let's go back to 12-month view. And as you see, this was modified, and since this data comes from database, this confirms that the operation was successful and we are done with this feature of editing transactions. So the last thing for us to cover and think about is making sure that the experience when editing a transaction is seamless. So currently we are fetching the data of a transaction directly inside the page. So Supabase is typically fast, but there are a lot of things that are out of our control. The network can be slow, or Supabase can have a temporary slowdown. Anyway, we always need to care for the best user experience. That's why I think that we should extract the form into a separate component, a component that we can wrap with suspense. So you can see the edit page immediately with a fallback, some kind of a skeleton, and only when the data is ready, you see the form. And that's the topic of this video. We're gonna make this user experience change. And I hope that you remember about that, but in Next, there is actually a super easy way to wrap the whole page in suspense. So let's take a look. In the Next docs, you might remember about this loading.js file that you just need to put next to the page. And essentially, this would be what's gonna be displayed before everything for the desired page loads. So if we have a blocking operation like this one, getting data from Supabase, we don't have to manually wrap anything in suspense. We can just add this loading.js page, and this is exactly what we're gonna do. So next to this page inside transaction ID edit folder, let's make another one and call this loading.js. Call the component loading, and we're gonna reuse some of the structure from this page. Let me just copy this, because this would be a super simple component. Okay, we definitely don't need the form, but we're gonna mimic the structure of the form. So let me open the form, the transaction form, and I'd like to copy this div element so we can have the same grid like this. And inside this div element, I just want to add some of the skeleton components that we have created before. So it more or less takes the same space as all the inputs. So we always have to figure this out case by case, but I've already figured that out beforehand, so I know that the best height for this element is just 12. And I would like to add 6 elements to cover for the input size and label. And since the last element takes the whole available width, I'm gonna add col span 2, so it takes both columns. And we need to keep in mind this only needs to happen when the size of the screen is medium. Okay, now why won't we see how does it look like? So let's go to the main page. Let's select 12 months. Also keep in mind that I've enabled the network throttling, so maybe this is a good idea to just disable it for now when I'm refreshing the page. Okay, now let me enable the throttling so we can see our loading page. Let me choose one of those transactions, maybe this one. So we see the loader, the data is loading. When it's ready, we see the form. And that's everything. I think this gives users much more seamless experience. Okay, so beginning the work on authentication, I think we just need a separate place where we will store everything auth related. So in Next, you can create a route group. so that you can create a folder that will just serve the purpose of grouping some related pages or components or routes, and it doesn't convert to a specific page. So to create such folder, this would be just enclosed with the parentheses, so that in our example, inside the app folder, I can create an auth folder, and this does not create the auth route. This is just serving the purpose of grouping. Now also, this route grouping works well if you like to create a separate layout file that will apply to a lot of routes. So I can directly create a layout.js file, and every page that I'm gonna create inside this auth folder will just inherit this specific layout. Now, obviously we need the authentication pages to look a little different than the dashboard or the main app page. So let me add a layout component in here, and this is what this video would be about. So before we get into details of how the authentication works and what even needs to be done so we can have the authentication flow, users can sign in or create an account, we need to create the page first with the authentication form. And this is what we're gonna do in this video. So every layout needs the children prop, so we can pass some JSX to the layout. And let me wrap everything with a main tag. So at the top of this main tag, we're gonna have a link. This link will say that you can go back. So currently, there is really no place to go back to because we only have this dashboard, but in the future, we probably would like the main page of the app to be a kind of a landing page. That's why this button will lead just there. So if someone goes and tries to sign in, they can also just go back and read more about the app. So we want this to have an absolute position and to be left 8 and top 8. And this would be just the next link. So let me add an import for it. So we import link from next link. And we need to add the mandatory greph attribute, and this just leads to the main page. So just keep in mind that this video is mostly about markup, and every video has the code that's gonna be written under a link. You can just grab that because I know that for some people this is not really exciting. So this leads back to the future landing page. Let's give it some style. So we're gonna use the variants and sizes that we have defined for buttons again. So it might be a good idea to also extract a link component that can have those variants as well. So in this case, the variant is ghost. And the sizes, well, I think we have a base size, and this would do in this case. And also this will contain text and icon. So let's make it a flex container, center items vertically, add some horizontal spacing, and make the text small. Inside, I'd like to have an icon. This is an icon from Lucid, and it is chevron left. So we're gonna see in a second how does it look like. And let's make width 4 and height 4. This is what we use in every single place. Let me add an import for it. So this is chevron left from Lucid React. And another thing is our backtext. So let's add that inside the span element. Okay, I think that's the wrong import. Now it's fine. And right below this div element, we get the actual content. So this would just render the children props. And let's add some style in here, maybe just marking top 8, so we are sure that we have some separation. Okay, so that's the layout. We can't really see the layout alone. So for that, let's create a login page. So let's simply create the login folder inside this auth folder and page.js inside. So as said again, this route grouping, the main benefit of that is that we can have the same layout for a couple of pages. Okay, let's create the page component, call it just page. Okay, so even if I just type login here, we should now be able to go to the login URL to see how the layout looks like. So we've got this back button, looks like this, and here we will have the form and, well, all the other text that's required for a login page. Okay, so let's wrap this content inside a div element. And as a reminder, we're just gonna work on some basic styling and text, so we are totally free to skip this video and just grab the code from GitHub. So if you continue, well, we want a centered element with limited width. So this login form and all the content should really take some predefined width. So to center the item, you will add MX Auto, which is that horizontal margin is automatic. This is how you center the items in CSS. It's a flex container that takes the full available width, and this is a flex column. So items are stacked on top of each other, not placed next to each other. We justify center. Now let's define that the space Y is 6, so vertical separation between every single child of this div element will have the separation size 6, and from the small breakpoint we make sure that the width has some limit. So for the smallest of devices it would be small anyway and can take just the full available width, but since the small breakpoint we want it to never exceed 350 pixels, and then we also want the padding on top and bottom to be 40. Now let me type some text so we see how does it look like. It is, as you can see, pretty centered. Okay, so let's begin with some introductory text that will just explain what is this page about. So this is also a flex container that's flex column. So items stacked on top of each other. Where is it? Flex col, okay. And the spacing is even bigger. So space Y is 8. So this applies only for this div container that we are currently working on. And also we just want the text to be centered. So this would contain an H1 element. This will just say welcome back. Now I'm gonna just start saving changes so you see all the text appearing on the page on the right. Now we need to add some styles to it because it's small by default. Let's make it larger. Let's make font bolder. And right below, let me add a paragraph of text. So this would be small text that will be gray. So it's 500, and in the dark mode, let's make it 400 maybe. Okay, and inside the paragraph, we're just gonna say enter your email to sign in, create your account. So we are about to use a magic link functionality that you only need to type your email and you just receive an email that will create your account on the first try as well, and you get a magic link that you need to click inside this email and this would just magically sign you in. So let's also say that no password is required. Now obviously there are many ways you can do it in Supabase, and in general you can use username password authentication or depend on some third-party providers like Google, Microsoft, etc. So right after this div item we'll have a form. So let me just put a placeholder. Form goes here, and magically all the work with the markup is done. So we've got the sign in page that will let you go back to the landing page, which isn't ready yet. But next we need to work on the form, but that's obviously for the next videos. Remember that you can also grab the code we write here on GitHub. Alright, so it's time that we deploy the finance application. So on the right side, I'm logged in into Vercel. You should already have an account. We've set this up for the previous project. We're gonna have to make a tiny adjustment on Supabase as well, and make sure that you have the keys required for Supabase at hand, because we'll have to add them to Vercel. Let's start by adding a new project in Vercel. On the main dashboard, this is hitting this Add New drop-down, selecting the project. Then you will have to select the repository that you would like to import. For me, this is Next.js Finance App, and for you this would be however you have called the repository. Hit import once you find the correct one. This would guess it is a Next project. The root directory stays the same, but this time we'll have to configure the environment variables. So let's unfold these settings, and we will have to add a couple of variables. So the next public URL, and you just need to get this value same as you have in your environment variable. You can always find that on the Supabase project settings. So make sure you hit add. Then let's add the anonymous key. So this is the second one. Now make sure that you copy yours like this. Let's hit add. Okay, so those two are only required, and when ready, then just hit this deploy button, and we just need to wait for the project to be built, for all the dependencies to be downloaded, and then we should be ready. In the meantime, we would have to configure the Supabase site URL, but let's wait for the deployment first. Okay, so the deployment is ready. We see the main page. For us, if we haven't prepared the landing page, this is just this hello text. So let's continue to the dashboard by hitting this button, and there we see the Vercel URL that was given to our app. So the next step would be to copy this address and put that into Supabase settings. So normally you should be able to configure the site URL and some additional authentication redirect URLs. So just keep in mind we are in the authentication right now in URL configuration, but for some reason when you send the emails with magic links using Supabase templates, it's always putting the site URL inside. That's why for the app to work on in production, we'll have to modify that to our URL. Make sure you prepend that with HTTPS. Okay, and save it. Only then we'll be able to try it out. Okay, so it is saved, and our app should be working. I should be able to click this link, and this takes me to the main page. So this is another thing we might change to redirect to the dashboard, or add a kind of a landing page here that will take users to signing in. let me go to dashboard right now, and I am being redirected to the login page. So let me try that out. So I've just typed my email because I'm using the same Supabase account that I was using for the local development. Now keep in mind that when we have changed this site URL, it will no longer work for the local development. Now let me send the email, and now I'm gonna wait for this magic link, and I'm gonna go back once I receive the email. So it might take some time for the default email delivery of Supabase. So as you see, I've got two. I wasn't very patient. Anyway, I've got the link. Now I can click on it, and this should take me to Vercel main page. So again, as said, we might want to do a redirect, some automatic redirect in Next.js that would either take us to dashboard or some kind of a welcome landing page. Now let me go to dashboard, and I should have the account, same data as I had on local development. I've got my settings, so last 12 months, I got my avatar and my name. And as you see, we are online. This is being served from Vercel. We are live. You can change your avatar, change settings, and you can add more features. But anyway, our application is live, so congratulations. The next steps would be to definitely buy a domain for a product and then configure this domain with Vercel. It's super easy to set up. You can do anything from the project settings. So all the deployments can be tracked right here. Every time you make a change that then is being pushed to the main branch of this repository, the deployment would be automatically triggered, and every change would be automatically live. Then Vercel has the analytics, which to be enabled, you have to change your app, you need to add some components, though this and the speed insights, those are the paid options. From other useful things, you can check out your app logs. So if anything goes wrong, you will find that inside this logs tab. So you can also see all the requests right here, and then the settings. For example, you can set up some domains right here for your project when you purchase one. You can change the environment variables and add more settings and more functionalities to your project. Anyway, congrats on deploying your application online. So every app needs some kind of preferences or settings or a way to customize the application for the customer. And this is what we're gonna be building in this section. So this button right here will take us to our account settings. This will include uploading an image, which would then be displayed as our avatar on this button, but also we will be able to set the default view. So now we always have 30 days as the default view. We'll be able to configure that, and additionally, we will set our own name. So your name will be displayed in place of the email, and also this would give the users the possibility to change the email of the registered account. So let's get started, and in this video we're gonna build the layout and the side menu for the set of those 3 pages, because there will be 3 separate settings pages. So let's get the work started and create new folder inside the dashboard called Settings. So inside this settings folder, we are going to have a common layout for all the settings pages. Let's make a layout.js file and create a new component called layout, which accepts the children prop, and for now let's render it. So inside this layout, I like to use a grid of 4 columns, and on the left side of this grid we're gonna have the navigation menu that will just list all the possible settings pages, and then the remaining 3 columns on the right side will just contain those pages' contents. So let's add a div element that will be a grid. So that's a grid with 4 columns. So we do grid calls 4, and let's set a huge gap, maybe size 8. So let me add an aside element for the side menu, and we're gonna create a separate component for it because it needs to be a client component. The reason is we will also like to highlight the active page, and for that we're gonna use the use path name hook from Next, and when it's used, it needs to be used inside client components. That's why we have a separate component, and then this another div element is basically having the call span 3 class, so it takes 3 columns. There we render the contents of the page. Okay, so let's create this side menu component. It is specific to the settings, so we can either create the components folder, but also remember that you are free to just put components directly inside, for example, settings folder, as only the files that are called page.js are considered pages by Next. Okay, so let me just call this side menu, or maybe side navigation, and let's create this component. So it's called side navigation, and we already know that this is supposed to be a client component, so let's add use client, and then let's immediately use it inside the layout like that. Now we will also immediately create the first page, so we can try this out because can't really see the layout without a page. So let's make a page file inside settings. Let's quickly make a component for it. So we call it page, and here I'm just gonna write settings for now. So now we can manually change the address, for example, to dashboard settings, so we can see how everything that we are working on looks like. So this is the side menu, and that's the contents of the only page that we have created for settings so far. So first, let's go ahead and build this side navigation menu. So let's use the navigation element here, as that would be a navigation menu. So we start with the nav element. Inside it we use unordered list, and every menu item would be inside a list item. We're gonna use the link element from Next, so we have to import this component. So we import link from Next link. Every link needs a graph attribute, so let's add one. So far we've only got one page, so let it be dashboard/settings. And now some styling. So obviously we would like some icons. So we need to import some from Lucid. I've already chosen 3 icons. This would be user, camera, and settings. Now you can preview them inside Lucid, but you're gonna see them anyway in a second. So we need to add from Lucid React. Alright, so let me work on the styling for the first link element. So let's add the class name element, or maybe let's immediately start by adding a dynamic attribute, because we also want to specifically highlight the active class. So let's begin by the set of classes that every link gets. So we want some padding that's horizontal, so px, let's make it 2.5, then vertical size 2. Then we would like to make this a flex container and center the items, as this would contain the icon and the text. So then we need some separation between the text and the icon. I'd like to make the text small, but the link itself, it will be rounded, size medium, and then we need some hover effects. So when this is hovered over, we're gonna change the background to gray, and separately for the dark mode, when this is hovered over, let's make it BG Gray 800. And now the active links. So we need to use this use path name hook. So let's import it first. Use path name from next navigation. That's the proper namespace. And let's do const path name use path name. So this would just give us the current path. You can check out the docs inside the link under this video. Super simple function, just gives you the current path. So let's just console log the path name so we can see what is the current path. Also, let me remove this for a second so we don't have this error. All right, now let's open the console. Since this is a client component, the path would be logged inside the console on the browser. So there you see what is the current path. It's just /dashboard/settings. So we can use this to verify if this link is currently selected, and then we can have some special background effects on this link. So let's do it. So if path name is exactly /dashboard/settings, then we're gonna have the background gray 100, and in the dark mode this would be background gray 800. Alternatively, we don't add any classes. You can already see this right here because this is the active page. Okay, so this is a lot of classes, so always remember that you can just grab those from GitHub. Link is always under the video. So now let's add the icon. So first, for settings, let's use the settings icon. Maybe it can be just self-closed, so I don't need this. Let's make it smaller than bigger, so width 4 and height 4. Okay, and next let's add a span element that will just contain the text settings. There you have it. This is how the links look like. Now, as you see, this link element contains a lot of Tailwind classes, so it's up to you if maybe you'd like to extract this to a separate component. That wouldn't be the worst idea, but I'm just gonna copy paste it and add the remaining 2 links to the pages that just aren't created yet. So the second one will be called avatar, and the last one profile. So the avatar will contain the camera icon, and profile will have the user icon, and we also need to verify the URLs. So for avatar, we need to add avatar after the settings, and in this last link, we need to add profile. So that way we have those 3 links. I think that we also might add some vertical separation between those items. So let's add it inside the UL element, like that. So now these other links will just lead nowhere. So I think as the last thing in this video, let's just create folders for those pages. This would be avatar inside settings and profile inside settings. And I'd like to just paste this page not here, not inside components. Okay, so inside avatar, let's just say avatar. Inside profile, let's say profile. Save the changes. Okay, so now let's make sure we've got the proper links first. So this is leading to the settings. This should lead to settings/avatar. And the last one to settings/profile. And now let's test those. So we go to the avatar page. We can see the text avatar here, profile. And there we have it. We have the layout for the settings, which is highlighting the active link. And we have the boilerplates for 3 pages to which we're gonna be adding features. So the last thing here is, let's jump to the page header and add the proper link that will take us to the settings from this link right here. So this would be this element. Currently, as you see, it is a button. So there will be a time when we finally make a link that looks like a button. For now, let's add those classes manually. So this is dynamic attribute. Let's copy paste this flex and whatever classes this had. Then let's use the one from variants. So this is ghost. And then let's add the sizes. This is small, I think. Right, and link needs to have a graph. So this should just lead to dashboard/settings. Let's make sure we've got the link imported. Yes, we do as the first element. Let's remove the unused one. And I think we are done. So a lot of coding. Remember, you can always grab this code from GitHub, but I think it just won't hurt to do some practice from time to time. Now, let's go to the main dashboard page and then test the navigation. So it works properly, and now we're gonna work on the actual contents of every of those pages. Okay, so next up, I'd like us to work on user settings. So for example, we can choose what's the default view, like last 12 months or 30 days. And also we'll be able to update our name. So instead of email, we're gonna see our own name. But before we do that, let's maybe clean up the code from the avatar form and actually extract those alerts into a success and error one. So this should be pretty simple. If you are not really interested in that, then remember you can just grab the code and continue from the next video. So let me create the alert success.js file and another one called alert error.js. So we need to make some assumptions here, and we're gonna assume that the titles won't really change. So let me call this alert success. So titles of those messages, of those alerts, won't change. We're only gonna modify the descriptions, and also icons will be the same. Alert error. And this is why both of those components will only get the message prop, which should make all the places where we use those components much more simpler than this current avatar page. So let's begin by moving out this error. So error goes inside here. We need to import the alert component. So let's add an import. It's adding that in the wrong place, so it needs to be at the top. And another thing I'd like us to do is to import those two icons. Let me copy this import to the error component where we need just one icon, but then do the same immediately in this component where we just gonna need this check icon. All right, so now the success alert. So that's this part. So let me remove that and paste it into this component. We also need to import the alert itself, like that. Okay, so what's gonna be displayed in here is the text success, then the state message. This is gonna be replaced by just message, so there is no state in here. and the alert error is the same. So we just pass the message as a prop, nothing else. So since we passed the message, I think it might as well be the children prop, because this is how we passed the message in the original alert. So maybe let's do it this way. Okay, so let's change that to children. So as you see, the title and icon will just be predefined in those components. Okay, so now we need to update this page. So this first one is an error. So let's do alert error, and inside it just pass the state message. And in case of a success, we do alert success, making sure this one is imported, and we also display state message. Okay, so when testing those components, it yields an error because, well, this auto import does not really work right. So we've got a default export from alert VAS. We also need to import this alert component this way. Okay, so now we can test properly. To trigger an error, I'm just gonna click this upload avatar button, and there we have it. Okay, so we can now really safely reuse those alert error and success components in our new form for the user settings. Okay, so in this section, we are going to work on the user authorization, which in essence is deciding who can do what inside an application. So we will be solving our specific problems that we have with the Finance app, but also the authorization concepts are not specific to Next.js or our example application. Those are all generic problems, so everything that we've learned here will be universal. So let me start with the description of the current problem that we are having. So every visitor of our application can browse through transactions, can edit every single transaction, add more or delete them. So currently, all of the transactions are shared. So that's obviously not how the application should be working. Every transaction should have an owner, but more importantly, we should then enforce that only the users that have accounts can add transactions, so that we can associate those transactions with user IDs, and then only the users that created the transaction can view this transaction, update it, or delete it. And generally, this process of deciding who can do what inside the computer system is called user authorization. So you can divide the concepts here into some groups. So you always have some users of the application, and then you always have resources. So for example, transaction can be a resource. Maybe the dashboard page can also be a resource that's given access to. Additionally, you might have operations on those resources, and you might grant the permissions to the users to either perform all operations on a resource or maybe just some operations on a resource. Now, to simplify the problem of granting users a specific set of permissions on resources and then on operations that can be performed on those resources, smart people came up with an idea that you can just give the role-based access control, RBAC in short. That's an often used shortcut, and the concept is super simple. So you define some roles inside your app. Those roles are always up to you, so you just decide what roles your application have, and then you grant some specific set of permissions to those roles. Next, you just give user roles, and then automatically user permissions are checked based on the user role. So in this example, which is the simple example, not the simplest one, because with the simplest one you'll probably have 2 user roles. You have guests, that's the default role. So everyone visiting our website is a guest. So, well, he might see the landing page, the marketing pages, but definitely won't have access to any transactions because, well, need to create an account first. Then you might have authenticated role, which is for the users that have created an account and people that are signed in. So they can access transactions that are theirs. So they can access transactions that they created themselves. And by default, those people only see their own transactions, which makes total sense. And also you might create different levels of admins. So in the simplest form, an admin account is someone who can also access all the data. So we're gonna keep it simple, and in our case we'll just have the guest, so someone that has no access except marketing pages, and the authenticated role, which is a person that just has some transactions inside our app. Now, in typical real-world applications, you sometimes also have the personification feature where admins can log in as some of the users and just have the same level of access as those users. That's typically used for debugging purposes. But that's not what we're gonna do. So in our case, we would like to have users that either are guests or are authenticated, and we also want to make sure that only the users that have created the transactions have access to them, and that guests, well, they have no access. Okay, so this is where we got to last time. So the obvious puzzle that is missing here is the login form, and that's the topic of this video. We're gonna build this form, but a little differently than we did before. We are not gonna be using any external libraries. We will just use the form, and the fact that React itself extends the form element, and we're gonna directly tie the server action to the form. So make sure you don't skip this video. So server actions, they can be invoked by just adding them to the action attribute of a form element, and with server form components, you're gonna get the progressive enhancement by default, which means that the form can still be submitted even if JavaScript hasn't loaded or is even disabled. So it works because React extends the built-in HTML form element and allows you to just submit server actions. So when the server action is invoked inside the form, this server action by default will receive all the form input values using this built-in form data object. So you don't need to use any state on the client side to manage the form fields. Now let me open this actions.js file. I only want to add the header of this server action so we can console log the data that we receive. So this way we're gonna confirm that we have actually received the form data, and the actual logic of signing in, we're gonna implement this later. So let me add export async function login, and we receive the form data in here. And let's just console log this. This is form data. I misspelled the argument name, and let's go back to page. We need to create a component in here. So we might create the components folder, and inside it, let me just call that login form.js. Okay, so let's make the component in here. Call this login form. And the whole component is basically just a form. Okay, so as said, we're gonna bind the action attribute of this form to this server action we've just created. So just make sure that this action is imported, and inside the form we just need the input so we can type the email. So we're gonna use our custom input component. So the type of this is email. This gives us the free validation on the client side, so we won't have to worry about that. The placeholder of this can be name example.com. What else do we have here? The name is email. This would be passed to the server action, and also this is required. So let me take a look at the page. Well, we haven't used the form yet, so let's make sure that we do use it. So this is a login form. Okay, looks like this so far. So next up, it's only sensible to add a submit button. We're gonna use our own component as well. This will just say sign in with email. And let's add some styling to the button. So maybe start with the type. The type is submit. The size, let it be small, and well, I think that will do. Now we would need some separation between input and the button. So this can be achieved by adding space y class to the form itself. So let's do it, space y size 2. And another thing I'd like to achieve is for this button to take the whole available width. So let me add the class name to the button and add width full. So, this wasn't applied. Let's see why. Jump to the button and you can see that we ignore this class name prop. We only use the variant and size. So we should just add props class name to the button, and this is magically applied. Okay, so we have the app running here, and let's take a look at the terminal, because now I'm just gonna submit the form. Now I need to enter a valid email, so I'll just enter mine and I submit. And you see the form data that we have here. So for the field email, this is just matching the input name you have in the form. That's the value we received. So keep in mind that this login action, that's a server action, so this has run on the server. So the thing we are missing currently is any kind of a pending state. It would be very useful to know when the operation is still in progress and also when it's finished. Additionally, we might want to have some additional form state. If there are any errors, it would be useful if we receive them from the server action so we can display that to the user on the page. And we will see how can we do that in the next video. Okay, so let's begin by first making sure that unauthenticated users can't even access the dashboard. So let's remove this unused import first, and we're gonna modify the middleware, and that's the place where we'll just make sure that the user is authenticated first because he's accessing some specific pages. Now this process is nicely explained with an example inside the next docs, where we can see how can we use middlewares to our advantage and just redirect people to the appropriate pages depending on whether they are authenticated or not. And that's this simple mechanism we're going to add in this video, but generally keep in mind that you might have more complex scenarios where you will have to define user roles. Maybe the roles have to be defined inside the database. And also, if you have some complex requirements, the best idea is not to try and come up with some custom system of permissions yourself. First, just go and search for existing solutions, because that's the best and usually the safest idea. Okay, so let's get rid of those comments and let's implement our solution. So first we need to determine if the user is currently authenticated, and that's always done by calling the Supabase auth get user. So let's define the data and the user variable. That's the format of Supabase response, and we're gonna await directly create client call auth object get user. Now at this point there will be user variable which is either null or contains data, and we can use that to check if there is anyone authenticated right now. So first let's check for the cases where user is not authenticated and the current URL is supposed to be dashboard. So we can do that by using the request object, next URL property, path name, and then check if it starts with specific string. So this is request dot next URL path name starts with. So starts with is just a method of a string object. Every string in JavaScript has that. And if it starts with /dashboard, then we just redirect by doing response redirect, and we create new instance of the built-in JavaScript object called URL, and we set the path to be login, and the base URL we get it from the request. Now another case, I'm gonna just copy paste that, is when there is an authenticated user and someone tries to go to the login page. Now in such cases it makes, I think, no point in letting users authenticate again, so we should redirect them to dashboard instead. So if they really want to sign in as another user, they should just sign out first. Okay, let me save the changes and let's try that out. Now before we test that, let's fix a mistake, because this currently is just aliasing the data as user. Instead, this needs to be another object so that we get a property of data called user as a variable. Okay, now we can try that out. First, let me go to dashboard, and I should be redirected to the login page. The reason is I'm not authenticated. So let me sign in quickly, and I'm gonna get back to you and we'll see how it works then. So in the meantime, I got my magic link and already clicked on it, so I should be able to go to the dashboard, and I can, so I see my username. Now let's see what happens if I go to the login page. So this would be this case, and I should be redirected back to the dashboard. And that's exactly what happens. I'm back at the dashboard page. So that's the simplest protection we can have, and that's something we should be doing to just make sure that users can't navigate to pages which require authentication. Now we still have the problem that once authenticated, I can see all the transactions of every single user, so that's a separate thing. We're gonna work on that next. Okay, so we are slowly getting to the end of this project, and next up we will be working on the user preferences page form and then applying those user preferences to the app. But before we begin with that, I went to our playground and came across this error, and I just want us to fix that. So sometimes I forget about things or don't notice them, and that's one of the cases. So if I use state hook in a component, then such components needs to be marked as client ones, and this one is not. So let's fix this issue, wait for the rebuild, and this is our playground in full glory. All right, now let me go back to working on the settings page. So let's have a quick overview of what is there to be done. So we are looking at the settings page, which is quite empty, and inside the code, that's an avatar updating page, so this one, and we are going to reuse some of those parts with slight differences. So the page for settings would have to be async component, because first we need to read any existing settings and populate the form with default values. Then I also want to create a common loading.js file for all the pages of the settings, so that when we load some data from the server, we can show some placeholders, some skeletons, and only display the form once the data is loaded, same as we did when editing the transactions. So in the settings, we would like the users to be able to change their name, which can be displayed optionally in place of email at the top right here. And the other setting is to change the default view. So either 12 months, 30 days, 7 days, whatever they prefer, unless this would be explicitly selected. We're gonna use not the application defaults, but the user selected defaults. Okay, so let's jump back to our settings page and let's start by opening it. So we have it right here at the top level of the directory. That's our page, currently pretty empty. So let's begin by adding the header. So h1 element should land in place of settings. Let's just say settings in here. Now, we won't be copying the form directly into this component because I'd like to make it async, and the form, it needs to be a client component. The reason being, we will be using this hook, which can only be used in a client component. That's why this page is a client component. But client components can't be async right now, and since we need to fetch the user settings first from the Supabase user metadata, that's the reason it will be a separate component. So we might just go ahead and create this component right away, which can be just called settings form, and it can land in the settings components folder. So let me scaffold this component. This is a settings form, and let's just go ahead and immediately use it inside the page. Okay, so let's quickly scaffold this form. There is no need to just write everything from scratch. The form will be similar to this one. So let me copy the contents of the form. So we are going to use those alert components, the input, but not this one, and the submit button. So let's leave it like this. And let me import all the required components. So maybe I can just import all of them and just remove the ones we don't need. So this is a client component. We're gonna use the form state, but obviously this action won't be used. The input, well, this would be useful, so let's keep it. For now, let's remove the action from the form. So we've got an issue about the missing state. So we're gonna have a state. So let's also initialize the initial state right here, and then call use form state the same way as we did on the avatar form. So this needs to be called right here, but then we need to scaffold the action. So let's jump to actions.js file, and create an action for updating the user settings. So this would be export async. We can call that update settings. This receives the previous state and the form data, and obviously that needs to be a function. So we are just scaffolding. For now it is empty, but at least we can now import and use it. So this is gonna be used here. So update settings, and let's import it. So now we can pass the action to the form, even though it's not doing anything yet. So that's a form action. And then I've pasted the initial state to the wrong place. It needs to go to the form, not to the page. So let me fix that, and we are almost done, I guess. Okay, so we see the button, which should be called not upload avatar, obviously, but update settings. And we need to add the fields that will be updating some settings. So one of those will be the default view for the transactions view, and another one would be just a simple input for the username. Now also at this point, you might have noticed that we've used this code 2 times already. That's exactly the same code that we have on this other form right here. So you might be tempted to try and immediately move it to some common components so you don't ever repeat any code. And if I can give you any advice, I would just wait with that, because I know it's always tempting, but sometimes there are cases when you just need to customize the code, and doing the early abstractions, as this is called, might lead to more issues later. So there are never easy solutions. Sometimes just copy and pasting code might be easier to maintain the project in the future than doing some early abstractions that you then need to stick to with all the other new components you create, and after some time they might end up not being so generic as you initially thought. Now, as the last thing in this video, I'd like to add the defaults prop to this form, so we can pass the default settings that we're gonna fetch in a different place, in the settings page. So this page is now an async component, and we're gonna simply create the Supabase client. So we use create client, our function we've been using all this time, and we just fetch the user data from the user metadata. So the structure here looks like this. There is the data, which is an object, which has the user property, which has the user metadata property, and that's the result of awaiting the Supabase client of object get user. Now at this point, we don't really have to worry about this user metadata property being missing, because by default this should be an empty object. And if we have any issues, well, we're gonna fix them later. We're gonna obviously test all of this, and now let's just pass those defaults to the form. We can just use this user metadata, or alternatively even alias that as defaults. So we can pass the data like that. Okay, so now in the form, let me console log the defaults so I can confirm that we are indeed receiving this data. So that probably won't be in the terminal, but in the browser, since that's a client component. So as you see, we've got the avatar image right here. The default view and full name, it's only stored there because I've already tried that before. So you would not have those properties, but you're gonna have them when we create the form inputs in the next video. So the first feature I'd like us to build is the avatar image uploading. So by building this feature, we will see how can we upload files by using server actions and just a form element that's a little bit supercharged by React. Then we will see how can we upload files easily with Supabase storage. How can we protect those uploaded files with row-level security? So yes, we're gonna reuse the row-level security for files as well. And then you will see how can you retrieve this image that someone has uploaded so you can display it next to the user. So in this video, we will be starting by learning a bit about the file storage in Supabase and how it all works. So let's begin with what storage is. So basically, that's one of the features of Supabase, and storage essentially allows you to store any kind of files. So you can use it to store images, but also documents or whatever your application needs. It also includes the image optimization features, and you can also benefit from CDN, which is a content delivery network that will just make sure that the images, documents, or whatever files you store are quickly served all over the world. Now let's try to understand how the file storage in Supabase works by taking a look at this diagram. So we've got someone either storing or asking for a file. Files are stored inside containers called buckets. Now you can create buckets directly in Supabase UI, or you can also create them programmatically. And there are two kinds of buckets, the public buckets and private buckets. The difference is simple. Anyone can access files stored in public bucket. Thus the name, it's public. So it's good for resources that are not sensitive, don't need any protection, and should be accessible by anyone. On the other hand, there is the private bucket, which might contain some sensitive documents or files that you just want to protect, that will require some specific privileges. And those privileges to either upload or download are given using a thing we already know, row-level security. So how does it work that you can use the Postgres row-level security for files? Well, this is pretty simple. Internally, Supabase is managing a database table for every file that you upload. So if you upload a file as an authenticated user, it will then create a row inside this table that will just contain the info about the uploaded file, including the column called owner ID. And I think this is really a great idea that you can use row-level security also for files, because even though row-level security might be complicated, I'm not saying it's easy, but once you get the basics, you can just reuse it to build the security around different parts of your system. So data, files, everything. So inside buckets, you will have folders, and inside folders, you will have files. Folders are optional. You can also place the files directly inside a bucket. And you can also create multiple buckets, and every bucket can have multiple folders, which in turn can have multiple files. Now, organizing buckets and folders is mostly up to you and your app requirements. Just keep in mind that you can have some separate row-level security rules per folder. So, as an example, you can create the folder that maybe all the employees of a particular company will have access to. So that way, you can just share a folder with a group of people. So folders can be used for this purpose. but in our case, we will only have avatars, so we will be using a private bucket, but then I don't think we need many folders, so we will just keep one single image per person. We will have just one single bucket without any folders, only with the images. But ultimately, you will have to decide on the structure of buckets and folders depending on your app requirements. Okay, so now that we know what are we going to do and what do we need, we know that we need to create a bucket for avatars and we need to set up some security access policies, and we're gonna do that in the next video, after which we will work on the form and the server action to upload this image avatar for the user. Okay, so let's get storage set up. On the left side menu, you need to jump to the storage. That's an overview of our storage in Supabase. As you see, we don't have any buckets, nor we don't have any policies. So let's get started by creating a new bucket, and a dialog shows up where we need to come up with the name. Let it be avatars. It's not a public bucket because we want the access to be restricted, and the additional configuration, we might restrict the file size to just save on potential costs, and let it be 512 kilobytes, so half a megabyte should be enough. And also we can select so-called MIME types, which is essentially the types of files that we allow. So let it be image JPEG, image PNG. Two types of images. Now, if anyone would try to upload anything else than images and anything over 512 kilobytes, he'll just get an error. Okay, so now let's just hit save, and this is our new bucket. The next step is to create the security policies for our bucket. So let's jump to policies and hit this new policy button, and let's do full customization. Now we can jump to the docs for the storage, and there are some examples on how you create the errorless policies for objects, for the files. So the syntax is actually the same like for the database. So you create policy, you give it a name, and then for the table name, you just use storage objects. As I've said before, every file just has a corresponding entry inside the storage schema objects table. So in Postgres, you can have separate so-called schemas inside one database, which is essentially just collection of some separate tables. And the same goes with authentication inside Supabase. You've got separate schema called auth, which stores all the users inside tables. You've got public schema for all your project tables, and thus you also have objects table inside storage schema. So next up you say for what operation this policy is. That one is for insert. You can optionally specify what roles it applies to. So this one is only for authenticated users. And then you can do some checks. So you can check the folder name, file name, bucket name, or as we are gonna do it, you can use the owner ID column for checks when you want to see who can, for example, modify a file or delete a file. Okay, so let's try to add our first policy. This one would be for select, which actually means that you will be able to call some specific functions on the files, like download or list the files. So those database operations, they translate to some specific functions you can call in the Supabase storage client library. So for select, let's say that we would allow access to everyone who's authenticated. So let's say that authenticated users can see avatars. So no one who's outside the app can't get the image of anyone who's registered. So this is for a specific bucket. So we are giving this policy to the avatars bucket. So let's specify the role. We only want this to be accessible for authenticated users, and the bucket is avatars, so nothing else that we have to do. Now let's review, and this will be available as a download under this video changes. So in case you have any issues or you just don't want to type those policies, you can just download them as SQL and run them. Okay, so let's save this policy. Next up, let's add another one. So let's say that authenticated users can upload an avatar. So if you have an account, well, you can upload the avatar. So we can use upload and get public URL functions. Make sure you select the authenticated role. Hit review, and this one will also be available in the code changes for the video. Okay, so let's confirm by hitting save. Okay, so now we are going to create a new policy for updating and deleting objects. So let's call it that owners can update or delete avatars. And let's select the update and delete operations. This is only for authenticated users. So we might take a look at the docs, at how can we check if someone is an owner of a file. So the owner should be inside the owner ID column of the storage objects table. Now we might actually have a problem with this. So let's first copy that. And we will check if the bucket ID is avatars, but also we can use the AND operator from SQL and check if the current user is owner ID. Now let's review. This should create two separate policies, because one is for the update operation and another one for delete. So let's try it. Now you might see an error like this, that we failed to create the policy and that the operator does not exist. So if you see this error, there is a reason for it, because if you don't see this error, then everything's fine. But I think that Supabase docs need to be updated. Now let me show you why. So I've told you that we've got this public schema or auth schema, and all of those schemas contain different tables. So public schema has our custom app tables. Then there is storage schema, which contains tables that represent files, like buckets, migrations, objects. Let's take a look at objects. There will be a record for every single file that you upload, represented by just a record added to objects table. If we take a look at the definition, which might look complex, but all we need to check is that the owner ID column used in the docs is of the type text. And this is a problem, because you can't compare easily the two columns of a different type. So owner ID is text. But if we would be to jump into the auth schema users table, to the definition, the user ID is UUID. So a different type. Now we need to cast one of those to be able to compare them. So to put it simply, all you need to do is outcast the user ID, and you do that by adding : this means casting, and then you specify the type. So we're gonna cast the user ID to text. That's the type of owner ID, at least currently. So if you had this issue, you had this problem popping up, then you need to typecast the user ID. I'm not sure why this is incorrectly described in Supabase docs. Maybe they need to be updated. Anyway, let's go back and now let's review, and you can also get the code for those policies in this video code changes. Anyway, let's save those policies. Now we were successful and we've got the full coverage. So we've got our bucket, we've got the policies. Now we are ready to actually work on a feature. So let's take a short break right now, and in the next video we are building the page for avatar uploading together with a server action. Okay, so next we would like to add a pending state to the form so we can inform the users that the request is in progress. So to add the pending state, you're gonna use the useFormStatus hook. And the thing with this hook is that it returns the status for a specific form. And for this to work, this hook has to be used inside the form element. It has to be a child. Well, basically, the only way to achieve that is to create a separate button component, use this hook inside this component, and just use a common submit button component inside your forms like that. And this is what we are gonna do to have this pending state. So let's create a separate submit button component, as I think we can make this logic reusable. So inside our global components folder, let's create the submit button.js file, and this would be just a tiny wrapper around our existing button component that will only add this additional functionality that it's also displaying the pending state. So this returns the button component that we have already created. Next, we're gonna get the pending state by using useFormStatus. So this hook has to be imported from React DOM. So we import useFormStatus from React DOM. And we would like to pass down all the props this submit button component receives into the button component. So we use a spread operator with the props object, but we would like to control what is displayed on the button. So apart from the text, which is accepted using props children, we optionally want to display a simple loader, something we have used before. So this would be just a loader icon that we import from Lucid React. So let me do it first. That's the icon I'm about to use. And only when there is the pending state, we're gonna display this loader icon that will be animated. So we'll do animate spin. So to display the loader and text correctly in one single row, I would need to make this button a flex container. But also I don't want to lose any potential class names that were passed to this submit button component. Thus I'm gonna explicitly define the class name prop, and I'm just gonna merge all of that. So from props, I'm gonna get the class name, and additionally, I'm gonna make this a flex item with items, center, and space x1. So some horizontal separation between those items. Okay, so let's try this component inside our login form. So we're gonna replace this button with the submit button. This and closing tag, and get rid of this import. Okay, so let's see if we have any issues. Okay, so let's try to read this error. So it's about the submit button, and it's saying that we are importing a component that needs useFormStatus. That's a React hook, and it needs to be used in a client components. But no of our components here is marked use client, which means that by default they are server components. So the solution to that is this form needs to be a client component. So now we are fine. So I think the button looks almost fine. I think the text should just be centered. For that, we're gonna add another class, which is justify center. So the next step would be to check if this loader is displayed, that we can correctly display the pending state of a form. And we have two ways. One would be to temporarily add some promise into the login server action that just resolves after a couple of seconds. Another is to open the network tab and just simulate a slower network. So let's refresh. What's this error? Okay, so apparently I'm passing something to a class prop. And it is inside a link component. This has to be somewhere in the auth layout. Chevron, yes, the chevron icon. This needs to be class name. After refreshing, the error is gone. Okay, let me move this to the bottom. Go to the network tab. Let's slow down the network and let's try this out. So first we obviously need to type a correct email. Now let's just take a look at the button. So it should display the spinning loader. So it does. I think the icon might be a little bit too big. So maybe let's make it the size so that the size of the button does not change. Then I also think that maybe this horizontal separation should be a tiny bit bigger. Okay, so I think that ultimately we just need to wrap this text in a span element. Then just make sure you don't use div elements inside buttons. Okay, so no throttling. Let's refresh, slow it down, use correct email, and now we have some proper separation. Additionally, we might try to set this button to disabled if you wish, but that's up to you. Okay, so let's have a short break right now, and then in the next video we'll also see how can we have some state inside your component, and then how this state can be modified on the server and then synchronized. So for example, we can display some error messages that happened on the server. Okay, so I would like us to work on the settings form. But before we focus on the settings form, let's make some tiny adjustments, starting with the layout that is generally used for all those pages, settings, avatar, etc. Because it's just not responsive. Let's make it responsive. So for that, what we're gonna do is we will use the call span size 4 as the default one. So here and in the other div element. So on smaller screens it just looks like this, but once the screen size is large, then we're gonna change that to use 1 column in the side menu and 3 columns on the content part. So the large screen is, I think that's large. In other cases, this would be looking like this. Next up, let me jump to the submit button. So I can now submit this button, but as you see, the loader is pretty close to the text, and this is because we don't have this children prop wrapped in any element. So once we fix that and maybe decrease the spacing to just 1, there is some spacing between the text and the loader. Another thing I'd like us to fix is this button. I think it should also be disabled while the state is pending. So let's do it. But then if we take a look, this is maybe a little bit too dim. So let's jump sorry, not this shortcut. Let's jump to variants file where we have those styles defined and change the opacity to 50%. I think that 25 that we've initially chosen is a little bit too dim. Let's also change the danger button. So now it looks like this. I think much more sensible. Okay, so after those tiny changes, let's jump back to the form and the missing fields. Next, let's add all the inputs that we require for the user settings. That won't be too many. So let's begin with the labels. So the first thing is the user full name. That would be a text input where someone can just type in their full name that can be displayed instead of the user email. So we are going to use the text input for that. So that's an input of type text. The name of that is full name. Let's also pass the ID, that's full name. Let's add a placeholder. And the default value, which we are actually passing to this form using this default's props. So this is what is being fetched on the settings page from the Supabase user metadata. So we only need to pass a default value in here, and we can get that from defaults full name. So I have the name stored already in my metadata. That's why you can see this is already displayed in here. In your case, this would most probably be empty for now. One last thing is to connect the label with an input. So let's add an HTML4 attribute with the ID of the input, which is the full name. So that when someone clicks on the label, the field is being activated. So that's just one field. Another one would be the default view of transactions. So let me add another label for this one, and let's call that default transactions view. And for that, we're gonna just copy paste the select element, which we display on the main transactions view. This is a range component. It has some logic inside, so we won't be reusing this component, though I would argue that it might be a good idea to extract this select component with those values into a separate reusable component, which can then accept some additional attributes, and I think that we're just gonna do that. So let me copy this code and let's create a reusable select component. So inside the components folder, because it's used in a couple different pages, let me just call that date range select JS. So I'm gonna be scaffolding a component date range select. And this component is really dummy. It won't be really doing anything else than just having some predefined options. So let's import the select first. I'm gonna add that at the top, and that's a default export, so no curly braces in here, like this, and it needs to accept the props. So we are not setting the value or any event handlers. We are just passing down all the props. But the great benefit of that is that now I can reuse this component inside the range component. So instead of select, I will be just using a date range select component. So I don't have to define all those options. Now, obviously, if those components would differ and have different options, etc., then extracting it to a common place does not make a lot of sense, but in our case, I think this is pretty sensible. All right, so now I can also use this inside my form. So I can just add date range select like this, and I have it immediately right here. Now let me also jump to the main page so I can confirm that it still works. So when I change the values, you can see that the range is being appended to the URL, which confirms that this is now a reusable component that just has all those options predefined. Okay, I can close it right now, those two. So let me add some missing properties. So on form elements, we need a name. I'm gonna call that default view. And this also gets an ID, so we can activate that using label. That's also a default view. And we are also gonna set the default value, which we get from defaults, same way as with the other input. And this is default view. All right. Now let me also connect the label to the input, so HTML4, and this is for a default view. All right, so the form is almost complete. Obviously, we only have a scaffolding for an action right now, so I can click this button as many times as I want. It's calling an action, the server action I mean, but the action is empty, so nothing's happening. So we're gonna be implementing this action next up, but before we conclude this video, let me also add a loading indicator for all of the settings pages. For that, I'm gonna just create the loading.js file. So instead of using suspense, we can just use the page-wide suspense that will apply on all the pages in this folder. So let me quickly scaffold this component. This is just loading, and I'd like to reuse some of the skeletons that we have for the transactions. So let me find that quickly. So inside the dashboard transaction, I think we have it right here. I just wanted to reuse those skeletons. So let me copy this fragment and paste that right here. Don't forget the import of the skeleton component right here. And let me refresh this page to see how will this look like. All right, so I think I might have put the file in the wrong place. It needs to go into the settings folder. Sorry for that. So now we should have the loading indicator. When I refresh this page, I go to the avatar. So it might be looking like a form. So maybe I'm not gonna use the 2-column layout, but instead just 1-column layout. Okay, I think this is just fine. So now we have a loader because the settings page, it needs to first load the data for the specific user. So the metadata from the user before we can display the form. That's why it just makes total sense to display this loader first. Okay, so we mostly worked on the visual changes in this video. In the next one, we're gonna be working on the actual server action that will update those settings for us. And then next up, we're gonna use those settings inside the app to display our name right here on the top right corner. And then to also use the default chosen transaction view on this dropdown. Okay, so in this video we are going to learn how to protect the data of our users from the unauthorized access so that no one else can see other users' data, and to achieve that, we are going to leverage the row-level security. So row-level security is a feature of the Postgres database that Supabase is using, and in Supabase it's also tightly integrated with the Supabase Auth. Now, row-level security and the policies that you would need to create, they might look a little intimidating when you see that for the first time. And I have to admit that it was intimidating to me as well. Now, fortunately, I went through that pain, so you don't have to, and I will try to make it as easy as possible for you to understand. So not only we are going to secure our data, but I will also make sure that you understand everything, why we are doing things and how it all works. So we might go back to some concepts that I've talked about before, because authorization of users is a common problem in software, and it also exists inside database engine like Postgres and all the other database engines. So as in our app we've got resources and roles, we've got a transaction resource, and we've got roles like the user is authenticated or the user is a guest. Only authenticated users can access transactions, and they can only access their own transactions, not the transactions of the other users. So the database has exactly the same concepts. So inside the Postgres database, you can define roles. And by defining those roles, you give specific users access to only part of the database. So, for example, you can create database tables and change the structure of those tables, but you don't want everyone to be able to do that. So if you have a company, you typically structure it the way that the most important people can do everything with a database, but maybe the intern, he should be only able to read the data, to only be able to perform the tasks that he's given. And then Supabase Auth is using the Postgres roles to create two roles. Anon, which is anonymous, and authenticated. And this is request based. So on every request, you will be able to figure out whether it was made by anonymous user, then he will get the anon role, or authenticated user, so someone logged in, and then this request would have the authenticated role inside Postgres. So by default, before you enable the row-level security policies, everyone has access to everything. And once you enable the row-level security on a specific table, then suddenly no one has access to anything. So no one can read the data, no one can write any data or update the data. Only after you create policies, you can just grant some access to some specific users. So in this other document that is strictly about the row-level security, we can see an example of the whole flow. First, you create a table, then you enable row-level security. This can also be done through the UI, and finally, you just create the policy, because as said, when you enable row-level security, by default, no one has any access. So access has to be given. And let's break it down. So first we've got create policy statement, and we give the policy a name. Then we tell on what table it applies and for what operations. So by just creating this policy here, we only allow certain users to select the data. So you just need to be very specific, and every time you give someone access through a policy, this is very fine-grained. So next up, you will specify what roles should be given this specific right. And finally, after using, you specify the condition. By saying just true, in this specific case, it means you are just giving everyone with this role access to select operations on profiles table. Let's see some more examples. In this case, if we would like to only give users to see their own profiles, so you will say that the onProfiles table, for the select operation, you make sure that user ID column on that table matches exactly auth.uid. So what's this? Well, this is a helper function from Supabase that will always contain the ID of the currently authenticated user if there is any, so that if it's null, then obviously you won't get access to the data. But if that's not null and you are authenticated, by adding this policy, this will be always appended to the actual query so that you will only be able to fetch your own data or the data of the currently authenticated user. So that was the example of a select policy. Now let's see the insert policy example. So again, here you have a table, you enable row level security, and then you create a policy. So this is called users can create a profile. So this is on table profiles for the operation insert, so inserting data. And you said that only authenticated users can do that. So the users that have the Postgres role authenticated. So this is handled automatically by Supabase auth. And that's the condition. So you might have noticed that that's a little different than previously. So previously we had just using, and now we have with check. So what's the difference? Well, that's pretty simple. So using, this is used if you create a policy for data that's already existing, data that's inside the table, while this here with check, this will be run on the newly inserted data. So only after the data is inserted, this would be run. Okay, so I get that this might still be confusing, and I understand why. So we need to see another example. So let me say that again. You will use using for data that's already in the table, but you will use with check to see if the changes you are about to make, like you are about to insert the record, will be passing some specific condition. Now this makes the most sense in the update statements, which just modify the existing table. So let's see an example here. That one is called users can update their own profile. It's for profiles table for the update operation only for authenticated users. So you've got two checks in here, using and with check, and this makes sense. So first we are checking if the current user is owning this specific record. He can only update records that have the same user ID as the currently authenticated user, but then also after we change the record, we make sure that this is still the case. So we are making sure that the user ID hasn't changed to the auth.uid. So in this case, this specific example will prevent from records being transferred to another user. Now, in the end, you should also just jump into those docs and this specific page about the Supabase auth integration into row level security and read all of that. But before you do, we actually needs to make some changes. So we need to enable row-level security and we need to add some policies. So I think this might be more understandable when you see how it works in real life. So we're gonna do the changes step by step so you can immediately see what's the effect of every single change that we make. And I think that after the next video, inside which we're gonna do all those changes, you might then go back to those docs and just read more about row-level security and the integration with Supabase Auth. This might be more understandable then. So for now, let's take a short break, and in the next video we are going back, enabling row-level security for the transactions table and doing everything step by step. Okay, so last time we've seen how to add a pending state to our form by creating this custom submit button component, and in this video we will see how can we perform the server-side validation and error handling. This can also be used to just return a message back to the user, to the form, that then can be displayed. So if you perform some additional validation on the server, for example using Zod, if there are any errors, you would like to pass those errors back to the form so they can be displayed and the form can be corrected. Now, in our case, in the case of the login form, the operation performed on the server using this server action called login would be user authentication. So we might additionally check if the email provided is actually a valid email, but also then we're gonna try to perform the authentication operation. In this case, with the case of magic link authentication, this would mean that an email would be sent to the user with this magic link that will authenticate the user. So what can go wrong is, well, we can fail with email sending, or maybe the user does not exist in the database. So we need some way to tell about this to the user that either something bad has happened or everything went fine. And that's the topic of this video. So if we scroll a little bit to the bottom in the docs, we will see an example of how can we get this message back from the server. So first we need to add the use form state import. Let me do that. So inside the form, I am importing the use form state hook from React DOM. Then we have to use this hook inside the form, and the form itself, it needs to be a client component because that's a React hook. So we define state and form action, and we call the hook the use form state. So this receives two parameters. Let me resize the window. So the first one is the action that you would like to call when the form is submitted. In our case, this is called login. And the second one is the initial state, which you can either put into a variable or just define it in line. So let's stick to this convention and just define it in a variable. This can be called message. I think that would be fine. So let's pass the initial state to this hook, and then we get back this form action that would be the second result from this hook, and this is what we pass to the form action right now. Okay, so here is the example of how would you display the state. So we can display a message. Let's do that. Let's do it right below the button. So this would be state. We are making sure it's not null, and we display the message. let me also add some classes. So the state can be anything. So I'm gonna return not only the message, but also an indication whether there was an error or not. So let me add another part of that state. This would be that the error, and this is false by default. Now we're gonna have some conditional classes in here. So if the state error is true, we're gonna display text red 500, or we're gonna use the Tailwind class, so the text message would be in red, otherwise that's a success, so we display a green message. Yes, and I need the backtick character here because this is just a template literal, like that. And after this conditional classes, I'd like this text to be small, so this is always applied, and additionally I'd like the text to be always displayed in the center. Okay, so let's save the changes, and now let's modify the action a little bit, because now it has to change. So the same way as you see in the docs, this action will now receive the previous state as the first argument. So that's previous state, and the form data is received second. Okay, so we are not gonna create the real authentication logic just yet, not in this video, because there are still some things I need to explain before we get there. So let me just implement this server action a simple way, so we can just see how can we transfer the state back to the client form and then display it. So what I would propose instead is we're gonna check if someone has provided my personal email. So let me type that. So I'm just verifying if someone has sent exactly my email. So you need to understand this is just a dummy example. So we see how can we transfer some state back into the form. The real authentication logic will come later. So this is how you read the form data. You use the form object get method. The field name is email. So if someone has sent my email, I'm gonna return the new data, the new state. And this would just be message. You have a success. I think we have a syntax error in here. Need to close the parentheses and remove it right here. Otherwise, we're just gonna return an error. So the error is true, and the message would be something like wrong email supplied. Okay, now let's save the changes and let's see how does it work. So here is our login form. Now let me just hit sign in. Okay, I need to submit something and it needs to be a valid email. So we have some client-side validation. Okay, wrong email was supplied. So this is what came back from the server action. Now let's try the correct one. So mine, and there we have a success. So this is how can you have some initial state and then get the state from the server, for example, to display some error messages from server validation, whether this is using Zod or any other validation library, or we can also display generic errors. For example, if anything happens during the authentication process, we can also return a message. Now keep in mind that the structure of this initial state and the returned state is up to you. You don't need to return a message. This can have any format. For example, you can use a Boolean flag like this one to indicate errors, etc. It is totally up to you. Okay, so let's work on the avatar upload. So our goal is to create a form through which you can upload the avatar image. So we need to create a form here using the normal form element supercharged by React. Then we're gonna use a server action which will be responsible for uploading the file to Supabase storage, and then the last step is to display this newly uploaded avatar both on this avatar upload page but also here on the top menu next to the email. So let's begin with the first step, which is creating the form. So adding the form here would be the obvious first step. Let's do it so then we can proceed with the maybe more interesting stuff. So let's add a header here and style it a bit, same as we do in other places. So text for Excel, let's make the font semi-bold and a huge margin bottom, and let's say that this is avatar. So for now, we're gonna keep things simple. We are using the form element, and to the action attribute, we will be able to just pass the next server action. Let's leave it empty for now. The only thing that we might do is to add some vertical separation between the elements in the form. So we need the input, so let's use our own input element. This needs some additional styling to work with files because the input is of type file. This will allow us to upload files, and we don't really have specific styles for this kind of input. We're gonna work on this a little later. For now, let's just give it a name and ID, just file, because we will have only one input of this kind. So currently it looks like this. Now with Tailwind, we'll be able to style this file choosing element. So right below the input, we'll just use our own submit button. So this actually needs to have the closing element, and inside it, let's just say upload avatar. Now, since this is using some hooks, it means that the whole form needs to be a client component. Now, in our case, it's also fine to make the page a client component because it will be pre-rendered on the server anyway. Now also, you can try and extract the form to a separate component to just make the form the client component and the page to be the server component. It all depends on the requirements and what's happening inside such page. So in this page, for now at least, we are not really fetching any data, thus it doesn't have to be async and it will render almost immediately anyway. Okay, so now we've got the form, so let's do all the work in smaller chunks. In the next video, we're gonna work on the server action. Okay, so in this video, we are finally going to use the row level security inside our transactions table. So first, let's take a look at how the app looks like while we have the errorless disabled. So I've got the longest date range enabled and I see quite some transactions. So the next step for me would be to enable errorless. This can be done either by hitting this button and hitting enable errorless, or also you can go to edit table and enable errorless right here. Let's do it. Let's confirm with save. Wait for it, and there we have it. Row level security is enabled for that table. Let's see what did it change on the app by simply refreshing the view. So we simply got rid of all the permissions that we had to the transactions table. So now to do anything to read the data or to update it, for every type of those operations, we need to generate a policy. But wait a minute, because first, if I'm about to decide who can see a specific transaction, as we said previously, I want the transactions to be visible by the owners of them, I need to add this information to transactions table. So we need another column that will point to the users. So obviously we need to create this column first, only then we can add some row-level security policy. So adding a new column is pretty simple. We would just add a column, call it user ID, select the UUID as a type, and make it that the default would be the result of auth UID. This would just always associate the currently authenticated user with this new transaction, but we have a problem. So this user ID column, it should not be null. So we can't have transactions that don't belong to anyone. So we would have to disable this option, but then we can't make this change to the table, because then we've got a lot of transactions which would have the value of null for user ID column. So because of that, I'm gonna discard those changes right now, and first I'm gonna get rid of all the transactions. So we can just simply write delete from transactions inside the SQL editor. This will just remove all the transactions, confirm with running this destructive query. So now when I go back to transactions table, it's empty. And also we can just modify the transactions table to associate the current user with every new transaction, but we also have to remember about our seeder. So we had this script that generated some fake data for our app, so it also has to be updated to maybe generate couple user accounts and also to associate the transactions with random users. But first, let's modify the table. Okay, so let's modify the table first. So hit Edit Table, scroll to the bottom and hit this Add Column button. We can call this column User ID. You can come up with any name. Then select the type. This should be unique ID, and make sure that the default value is selected as auth.uid function, so the currently authenticated user, and then with this cog icon, open it to see the settings and disable nullability for this column. It can't be null, it always has to have a value. Then just confirm with save. This should work fine as it is an empty table. Now our instinct would be to now jump to the app and try to add a transaction. So let's try that, but we can't do it. Remember, we've enabled RLS, and this requires a separate policy for every kind of operation. So nothing is allowed currently. So before we can add a policy of who can select the data to read the transactions, we need to start with an insert policy as to who can insert data into the database table. So let's begin with this one. So jump back to the UI and you've got this button here, Add RLS Policy. You can also just go to Authentication option on the left, Policies. This is just a shortcut for that specific table. Now you need to select a new policy, but alternatively, there is always an option of just adding the SQL to add those policies, and whatever we generate, whatever SQL to add a policy we generate during this video, I'm also gonna include that in this lecture changes on GitHub. So you might also copy and paste the SQL of the policy and run it inside the SQL editor to just make sure that you didn't make any mistakes in case you see any issues or you just want to be sure. Okay, so hit this new policy button. You should see a window that looks more or less like this. So let's choose full customization for now and let's come up with the policy name. So this is something for you and for your team, so just make it understandable so when you go back to it in half a year, you know what did you mean. So let's say only authenticated users can add transactions, and the operation is, can you guess? Yes, it's insert. Then the target role is authenticated. This is how we make sure that only authenticated users can do it. And then for the check, we do only true, because bank authenticated is enough to be able to insert transaction. Let's hit this green review button right now. And this is the actual policy. So we don't need to verify the user ID column because in case of inserts, it would be automatically populated. So this code, I'm gonna add this to the source code changes, as I've said, so you can just grab it from GitHub. Okay, so now let's save that policy. Okay, it's enabled. Now let's see what happens when we try to save again. Okay, so apparently the record was saved, but we still can't see any transactions. And obviously that's because RLS is super restrictive. As I've said, there needs to be a policy for every single type of operation. But in the meantime, let's jump to the table to see if this record was added. So there is an income and the user ID is automatically populated. So Supabase is just taking this user ID from another schema. This is inside auth. There is also just users table where when you register, you just have an ID. So this is matching the ID from that table of the only user that we have. So let me jump to public schema. And the next step would be to add another policy to be able to read those transactions. Okay, so we've introduced some concepts in this video. So we've added the user ID column, which is automatically populated with current user ID, and we've added the policy for inserting so we can add some data. In the next video, we're going to add all the remaining policies, and then next up, we'll be updating the seeding script to also take into account user accounts. So let's take a short break right now. Okay, so we've got almost complete settings form that can send something to an update settings server action. We can also get rid of this console log. And now I'd like us to work on this action. So let's jump to it. It's inside this actions.js file. It's currently empty. So let's just go ahead and implement that. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. And let's think what we need to do right here. So the first step would be to create the Supabase client. So let's get started with that. This is create client. And we just go ahead and update those metadata settings. And next up, we're gonna think about validation. For now, let's just see if this works. So we're gonna do await Supabase auth. And we call the method called update user. This is for updating the user data, and inside it, we set the data property, and this is for updating the metadata. So there we have full name. This is the name we are using, and we just need to get the data from the form. So we've got form data, get the field name is full name. Next up, we've got the default view, which we are also getting from the form data get default view. All right. So if there is any error, we just return the info about the error, and that's just an, sorry, not this, this is an object. So we indicate that there was an error by setting the error flag to true, and the message will be that failed updating settings. But if there was no error, we just return the message, which would display the success message on our form. So this would just be a message saying updated user settings. So in the most basic form, this is how this action looks like. We update the user metadata inside Supabase, we handle any potential errors, or we display the success message. So let me hit update settings. We've got a success right here. Let me change the default view to 12 months and then refresh the page to see if this is the default selected option. As you can see, it is, which confirms that the settings work. Okay, so let's do something fun, and now let's use those settings in every place of the app. Let's start inside the page header and let's display the username or the email, whatever is available. So here we are already fetching the user. Let's get rid of this console log. So that's the place where we display the email. So we can check if there is user metadata. So let's get the user metadata and use the full name. But if that's not available, let's just default back to the email. So when I hit save here, we can immediately see that the Piotr is displayed here, exactly the thing that I've stored in my username. Let me change that. So when I update, you can also see that the new info is displayed right away. Okay, so let me close the page header and let's jump to the dashboard page, the page where we have this range selector, so we can use the default option. Also, let's get rid of all those console logs, and this is the place where we set the range. So it is either whatever is in the search params, so whatever was previously selected, or the last 30 days settings. We would have to change that. So we are already creating the Supabase client right here, and this means we just need to fetch the data of the user first. So we are getting the data, we are getting the user, and from user we are getting the user metadata, and we get that by calling await Supabase of get user method. Okay, let me format this and let me alias this user metadata as settings. So the way this range variable would be set right now is the search params takes precedence because this is what is being explicitly selected by the user. We don't want to override that, but if nothing's selected, we get the settings and we use the default view. That's the name of the metadata field that we store. And if it's not stored because it wasn't set by the user yet, only then we use the default of 30 days. Now, this range component, well, it doesn't accept this value yet, so we need to jump in here and add a prop. Let's call that a default view. And here we need to do exactly the same thing. So either something from the search params or the default view that is being passed through props, or the default that we are using elsewhere, which is last 30 days. Let's save the changes, and also let's make sure that we pass this value. That's a default view. And we pass the settings dot default view. Now let's try that out by going to the main page. But before you do, make sure that you select one of those options, something that maybe is different than 30 days, so we see that this indeed works. So I'm going to the main page and my default view is last 12 months. I can override that by 7 days, and this is now added to the URL. When I refresh, we still use the option from URL, but if I go to main page using this link, for example, this is being reset to the default value, which is now 12 months, because this is what I have stored in my config. Okay, so the next step is that we need to add the role level security policies so that the users can now read their own transactions. So remember that we should always check the docs, and there is an existing example of how this can be checked. So that would be this example here. So we just need to make sure that we compare the currently authenticated user, which we can just get by using this utility function from Supabase, and this has to be compared with the column you've added to transactions table. Whatever name of that column you used, you would need to use it in this new policy. So let's jump to the UI and let's add the new policy. So we can go to View Policies and create a new one. Let's do the full customization, and I might call it Owners of Transactions can read them, or maybe only the owners of transactions can read them. Let's fix this, and that's for selecting. It's only for authenticated users, so if you are not logged in, you can't see anything. And we are checking if user ID equals, remember that's not assignment, it's equality in SQL. We check for auth.uid function. Now let's hit review. This is what's gonna be created. I'm gonna copy this SQL and include it in this video changes, so you can copy it and run it inside the SQL editor. If you are having any issues, just save this policy right now. It should be added. So now if I'm signing in as the same user as before, when I refresh the view, I should see the transaction that we have added in the previous video. Okay, so that was nice. Now let's see what happens if we try to either delete or edit this transaction. Start with deleting, confirm. It was removed, but when I refresh, well, it's still there. So it's not really removed because this operation was unsuccessful, because we don't have the specific policy for that, and also we don't really handle those changes well. And we need better error handling, that's for sure. Now let's try editing. Let me change the description to maybe income, and hitting save also redirects, though the change is not there because there is no policy. So now let's just go ahead and add the missing policies for update and delete SQL operations. So we need to jump back to the UI and let's just add the new policy. So first let's go with update. Let's call it only owners can modify transactions. That's only for authenticated users, and for the using and with check expression we're gonna use the same. So first, using is for checking the data that's already in the table, who can even perform the operation. So that's user ID, has to equal the auth.uid, and the same has to happen after the data is modified. So here again, we are checking the modified data. So again, this here is for checking if we can even begin the operation by looking at the existing table data, but this another check is being performed after the modification is done, so we see if the data is still matching whatever requirements that we have. Okay, so let's hit review, and keep in mind I will also include this policy as SQL change in this video code changes, so you can also copy and paste that into the SQL editor. So let's save that policy, and the last step is to create a policy for deleting. So again, only owners can delete transactions. Let's fix this typo. That's owners. This is for the delete operation, only for authenticated users. And we are checking the user ID column from transactions table and comparing it. If it's the same as the auth.uid, we hit review. This one will also be included in the code changes. So then hit save policy, and we should have a complete set of policies. So first let me test that by changing the description to salary. So this worked fine, we can see the new description, and finally let's delete this transaction. So I'm confirming, reloading the view, and there are no transactions. Also, there should be no transactions in the table, and that's the case. Now the ultimate test of all of that would be to just go ahead and register under another account. For that, you need another email, and after you do that, you will be able to see if you only see your own transactions, and that should be the case. So I leave it up to you. So the next video will be about making changes to the seeding script, so we generate some user accounts and associate transactions with those specific users. Okay, so this is how you upload the file by using Supabase storage. It's as simple as having the Supabase client, using the storage object, selecting to which bucket you'd like to upload by using from. So syntax is similar as you would be working with the Postgres table, and then calling upload. So we're gonna do that in a server action. So let's open our actions file, and at the very bottom, let me add a new async function that we're just gonna call upload avatar, and this accepts the form data. So we should begin by creating the client here. So const supabase, and this equals create client. Then let's get the file. So the file can be fetched from the form data, which is an object. It has this get method, and the field we've called the field file. So we are using the same what we've put into the name attribute. So now we've got the file. So the next step for us would be to grab the original extension of the file, like whether this is PNG or JPEG. We would like to keep the extension, but the file name would be generated. So we just don't want to use the file names of the files that were uploaded. We would like to always generate our own. Now you can do it different ways. So you can either just go with a random name, or maybe use the user ID, and that would be pretty smart, because then you can always locate the avatar file of a user without storing any additional information inside the database, because the file name would always be the same as the user ID. Anyway, we're gonna go with generating the file name. So first, to grab the file extension, the file has the name attribute, which contains basically the whole file name and the extension, not including the path or anything because, well, there is no path in the uploaded file. It's just the file name. So we can use split to separate the file actual name and extension. So we split using the dot, and we use pop to get the last element, and the last element is the extension. So this is how you get the file extension. Next, let's generate the new file name. So I'm gonna use template literal for that. Since we want this name randomized, we can just use built-in JavaScript math random, and this would always generate the random name, and we add dot for the extension and concatenate with our original file extension. So this is the file name we're gonna use. And now we should be uploading the file. So we only care about the potential error, and we do await Supabase, which has the storage object from which we say to what bucket we'd like to upload things, that's avatars. And finally, we just do upload. So this accepts the file path, and in our case, that's just the file name. We don't use any folders, so we can use the file name and then the actual file, which we have inside the file variable. This should upload the file to Supabase storage, but in case it doesn't for any reason, like the file is too big or the file type is different than we specified, remember that I suggested to use PNG and JPEG as the only acceptable types. You can do it inside the settings of all the newly created buckets, so do remember about that. Check your file size if you upload it. And if there is an error, well, we can just throw new error saying error uploading avatar without any details, because details should be logged someplace, not really displayed to the user. And I think that for now that should be everything, because in the future we should also keep the name of the generated file someplace, so we know that this file belongs to a particular user, but I'm gonna do it later. For now, let's just check if we can successfully upload a file using the form. So we need to make sure that this action is run when this form submits. So we just said that for action, this is upload avatar, make sure this is imported, and let's just try it out. Now I'm gonna just refresh this page just to be sure we've got the most recent code, and now we just need an avatar file. So you can grab it from the internet, you can use any image as long as it meets the requirements. So for us, remember, it's JPEG or PNG, or it has to have this size. It can't be too big. So I've got my avatar, I'm gonna use it, and I'm uploading it. I don't see any errors, so probably this was successful, and this can be easily checked inside the bucket. So let's reload, and this is our newly generated file. So as you see, it has the random name that we've generated. It has the original extension. It is inside avatars bucket. You can see it's pretty small in size. We've got some timestamps, etc. We've got ways to generate URLs for this image, which I'm gonna talk about later on. That's a great feature. You can always download or delete this file directly from the UI, but also you can do that using code. So as we see, this was successful. That was pretty easy. And next up, we're gonna work on improving this form, styling it, but also on actually trying to display this avatar right away after it's uploaded. Okay, so the next steps for us would be to actually start working with the real authentication process. So letting users of our app sign in. Now, to sign in, you first need to create an account, but we're gonna have it simplified. We will use a method of authentication called Magic Links, and that's enough if you just submit your email, because if you don't have an account yet, it will be created for you. You're gonna see how to do all of that, and what I'm looking at right now is the tutorial from Supabase on how to set up the server-side authentication with Next. Now, there are a lot of steps involved here, and there is literally no way we can go through every single one of them in a single video, so this would be a step-by-step. So some of those steps we've already covered before. So we have the Supabase setup, and we have the server client that is setting some cookies, but we are yet to explain how it all works. Later on, we're gonna learn about the middlewares, because we need that to make sure that the user stays authenticated. But obviously, I need to explain middlewares first. We've got a login page, so this is handled. But then we also need to create something called route handler. And before we create this route handler, I also need to explain what that even is. So let's get started. Let's do it step by step. And the first step would be to just trigger this magic link authentication, which would just create the user account if it doesn't exist, and then send an email to the user so that he can click on this confirmation link from the email that will sign the user in. That's the first step for this video. So we're gonna use the magic link passwordless authentication as it is the easiest way to set up. You've got the instructions for all the other ways you can use and configure, so most of them are also not so complicated to set up. So we know that the users will receive an email. This can be requested every 60 seconds, and the links inside those emails expire after 24 hours by default. So let's take a look at the authentication settings in Supabase. So on the menu, you can find that in this authentication option. And by default, you'll see the list of all your users. So this is empty for us. We don't have any users yet. Then you can set up multiple providers. So for this magic links, it's important to have the email provider enabled. But as you see, there are plenty of different options that can be used. Then you can set some rate limiting to have some limits on the usage, the email templates. This one is important for us. The magic link will be configuring this one. And then you've got the URL configuration. So this address is also important because when the magic link will be received by our user, this address is where he'll be redirected after clicking on the link. So for now, it has to be the same as we have running locally. So by default, if you haven't changed anything, that's just localhost 3000. But if you have the app deployed someplace already, you will have to configure this URL. Okay, so I think that we can just get to the first step of authenticating using magic links, which is just sending this magic link to a user. That's actually super easy. You just need to call the Supabase client auth object sign in with OTP method, provide the email, which would be the email that someone submits in our case, and we can set some additional options, like we can let those users create the account by just sending their email. That's what we are gonna do. And then we can also add some additional URL to redirect to. But also, that's the way you will sign out. Now, we won't get it to work only in this video. We're just gonna send this email because there is some additional steps that you've seen before we need to add a thing called route handler, and I need to explain this all, including cookies and this PKCE flow. So this is not super complicated, but well, needs some explanations. I want you to understand everything. So for now, let's just go ahead and try to send this email to, well, preferably our own email, so we can see this link that will in the future get us authenticated. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this logic, and let's just begin by creating the Supabase client using the create client function that we've created before. Not sure why I don't have it suggested. Yeah, probably because it's already imported, that's why. And let's just try it. So we only check for an error, and we do Supabase auth. So you see you've got these suggestions right here. So that's Supabase auth, sign in with OTP. So OTP stands for one-time password. So that's also an option, that you will receive one-time code to the email that has to be then typed on your website or project. But we have it even simpler, that we just send a link, that clicking that link authenticates the user. So there is an object that you need to pass, and then the email property. That would just be the form data get email. And then we can pass some additional options to it. So options, well, should we create the user? Yes, let's create the user, and I think that's enough. Okay, so basically this is doing the authentication, and now let's just check if we had an error. Like this, and if there was an error, I'm gonna return this fragment, which is saying that there was an error and maybe the message is not right. Let's just say error authenticating without any details, and otherwise let's just return the message that everything went fine. So specifically, we're just gonna say that the email sent to, and to not repeat this fragment twice, let's just assign it to a variable. So email is from get email, so we don't have to, or we can use the shortcut right here, and then in this success message, we can reuse this variable. Okay. Essentially, that's everything. And at this point, we are just ready to try that out. Let me just save the changes and jump to our app. Okay, let me refresh that and type my email. Let's see what's happening. So, apparently the email was sent. Now, thing I'd like you to watch out for is, by default, the email sending capabilities of Supabase are limited. So you can send, I think, 4 magic links per hour. So on your production system, you will have to go for some custom email provider. Basically, you can use some third-party service like Mailgun or Resend or whatever you prefer, because the thing is that sending emails, well, it essentially costs money, and this is not a service provided by Supabase. Okay, so next step is to check our email if we have received this magic link. So I got the email from Supabase, and the first one is that I should confirm my sign up. So let's not click this email yet, because we need to do these things that I've mentioned previously, those route handlers. But in the meantime, I can jump into the Supabase dashboard, and on the users list, I should now see myself. I'm waiting for verification, but I am on the list. So it has definitely worked. Okay, so I think that's it for now, because there are a lot of steps to cover. So let's have a short break and let's continue with all the necessary steps that will get us signed up and authenticated. Alright, so this video would be about the server-side validation of the built-in forms in React. So previously we've been using the React hook form, which did a lot of things on the client side, including connecting with different, let me call that, validation providers. But in the settings part of the app and on the authentication form, we are just using the simple form element that is just a little supercharged by React, and server actions, which basically gives us the huge benefit of that you don't need JavaScript to submit the form. So in this video, I'd like to show you how can the validation be handled server side inside the server action, and how can we get all the possible error messages back to the user and display them next to the fields using the components we already have. So the first step would be to jump to the actions file and scroll to the update settings. So we don't really have any validation in here. It's time to add some. So we're gonna be using Zod for that, and it happens so that we already have the validation.js file where we just keep those validation rules. And I think that's a good idea because this is easily reusable across the whole application. So the first step for us would be to define the schema for the settings form. So this is not really about Zod, because this schema would be super simple. It's more about how do you handle those validation errors on the server action side and, well, basically return these errors as a state back to the user to display that. So let's define the schema first for our settings form. So let's export that as a const, call this variable just settings schema for the lack of better ideas, and this would be an object, and there are just two properties. So there will be full name, and this needs to be a string. So we use zstring, and let's say that minimum length here is 2 characters, but then we've got the default view, and I'd like this to be an enum. So it just needs to be one from the specified array values. So for this transactions validation, we use the types, meaning transaction types, defined inside our consts file, so we can easily reuse that. So I think it's a good idea that we also add the values for the date ranges here as well, because we seem to be reusing that quite a lot. So let me export const. I'm gonna call that maybe date range values, and we just need to jump into one of the inputs. I think this is even called date range select, and copy and paste those values as an array. So let's just do it one by one. I think it also might be a good idea to keep those values as an object with keys and values, and then just generate those options instead of hard coding them. This would be probably more beneficial, because in case we decide to change the date ranges, we have just one place to update, not all the other components. Right, anyway, for now, let's just have those values and use them inside the zenum for validating the schema. So the name here is date range values. So this is date range values, and an import was added. Now let's go back to the action. I can close this component right now, consts as well. Let's also open the settings form because it will also need some changes. So we need the initial state, and we would have to define the errors field. So those would be for the field specific errors, and it's an object where the key is the field name and the values would be arrays of all the errors for that specific field. So from this update settings action right now, we're going to be validating the data. So let's do const validated and import the settings schema. So just using this should auto import this schema, and we are doing save parse. Now we've got the form data here, and let's see how can we pass the data to Zod. So first I'd like to just jump back to previous actions like the create transaction one, for which we used a different form library. We actually used a form library called React Hook Form, and you can see that to validate data we were passing the form data directly to save parse. Now we won't be doing it this way because when we were passing the data initially to, for example, create transactions, we were also directly calling the server action ourselves. So let's have a quick reminder inside the transaction form of how this worked. So we called create transaction by passing the data ourselves, and the data was just an array which was converted to JSON. That's why on the action side we were able to just directly pass this data, but this form data, when we use just a form element supercharged by React, that's not a plain JavaScript object. Instead, this is an object of the type form data. It's built into the browsers, but it's just not the simple object, and to get the values we will have to use this get method of this object. So we need to be more explicit here. So the full name would be form data get full name. So I just wanted to point that out, that the reason why we are doing it this way right here is just that the form data we are receiving is of a different format than in this action, even though we just called this argument the same way. So maybe this is a coincidence, but the format in this action and the other one is just different. All right, so then we have the default view, which we get the same way, form data default view. Okay, so this is just validating the data. Now let's jump to the next docs because there is a great example of how all of this should be handled. So we already know that with Zod, this result of parsing will have a success flag. So if validated success is false, it means there are some issues with some of the fields. Now we can return the data, and let's set this errors field. And here let's just return exactly the same thing as we have in this Next.js docs example. So from the validated object, we're gonna have the error property. Then let's call flatten and return field errors. Also, I'm gonna console log that so we can see what does it contain. So this would be logged on the server. That's why it would be useful to just have the terminal where you have the app started open. Now save the changes, and before we try that out, let's jump to the settings form because we won't always be returning a message. Well, obviously we can do that, but we can also add a null save operator in here, so we don't have an error when the message is actually not returned. Right, now let's go ahead and try that out. So in our form, I just need to change the name to one character. This would just not pass the validation, and let's see what do we get. So as you can see, maybe this is a little tiny, but that's the result. We've got an object with keys being our field names, and for every field name we'll get an array of string error messages, whatever didn't pass the validation. Alright, so let's remove this console log. So let's also modify the actual action not to use the unvalidated form data, but instead let's just use the validated data full name, and here let's use the validated data default view. Okay, so now we are safe. We are returning the errors if something goes wrong, but we still need to display the errors on the form. So let's take a short break right now, and I'm gonna show you in the next video how can we display those errors on the actual form. Okay, so now I'd like to see what form do those errors that come back from the server action take on the client. So in the settings form, let me console log the state, and then also make sure that you open the console inside the browser, type a name that just won't pass the validation, and let's hit update settings. So you see that we get an object where the key is the field name, and it will contain an array of all the potential errors, which would just be string messages. So I'd like us to reuse this form error component, but the thing with this component is that it accepts the error attribute, which assumes that error is an object which has the message property. The reason for this is how we received errors inside the transaction form. So maybe we can just simplify this a little bit. And to make sure that the form error component is really reusable, we're just gonna accept the error attribute and just render it as it is. This would need some changes inside the transaction form. So in all places where we use this form error component, now we have to pass the actual message. So let's use the null save operator and pass the message. So we need to change that for every single instance where we might have an error. So that's right here. That's this place. So we pass the message right here, message. But then we also have something called last error. Let me remind myself what that is. Okay, so this is something that can just come back from the server action, and this is where we specifically just throw exceptions. So let me just jump to actions, and that would be this case, I guess, or that case. So the thing is that we are throwing new error, and every error object has the message property. So this is essentially what we will be receiving for this error right here. So this would just be the message from the exception. So what we can do is also using the null save operator, we're just gonna get the message. And I think that we should be fine. This component should also work for this instance where we've used the React hook form. Okay, so after those changes, we can now display the errors for our settings form. So for the first input, we're gonna just iterate over all the errors. So we are doing state errors. We are just making sure that errors is not null, otherwise this would just do nothing. And we map over all the errors that we have received, any potential errors obviously, and for every single one of those we just display the form error component passing the error, because this is just a string. So when iterating over multiple elements, rendering lists, we need to use a key. So let's make it full name, and let's actually use the error as a part of a key. So we've got this error right here that state errors is not a function. Let me scroll up a little bit. Oh, I forgot to use the field name. So this is state errors, and I actually need to index by the field name. So this would be full name, and only if there are errors for this specific field, we just render them. So let me now copy and paste that to also have the errors for the default view, update the key, and now we should be fine. Let me verify. So I can't really select the wrong option for the default transaction view. Anyway, it's always good to have the validation. And now when I hit update settings, we've got this error displayed right here. Okay, so now let's try submitting the form with the correct data. We've got an issue because errors is not defined. Okay, so maybe instead let's try to return the same state every single time. So let's make sure that errors is an empty object. Same here. Let's make sure that errors is an empty object. So this should actually help us right now, because we always make sure that the errors is returned, and we have this property on the state. So we can display success, we can display errors, and everything just works. Okay, so before we continue with the reminder of the process to get us set up to have a functioning user authentication, I need to explain the whole process and the whole authentication flow in Supabase. Because before we've created the Supabase server client and we did something with cookies, then I just said that I'm gonna explain this later, and well, the moment has come. That's the time when I should explain how it all works, and also we're gonna create something called route handler next, and essentially we'll have to copy paste the code you are seeing right here. So I think it's important to understand why we are doing that and how it all works. So in this video we're just gonna go through a diagram where I try to just explain all of that in the simplest terms possible. Okay, so let's take a look at this diagram. So starting with Supabase. Supabase is encapsulating some authentication logic. Now doing authentication is hard, so it's good that Supabase is doing this for us, but Supabase alone is framework agnostic. It's supposed to work with Next, with pure React, with Vue, with mobile apps, so it doesn't work out of the box with every single framework, and it doesn't understand all the specifics of every other framework. That's why we have to do some things like adding this route handler that we're gonna talk about later on to make the process complete. So integrating the Supabase auth is on your side, though it's described in the docs on how to do that. So when user authenticates, his session is stored in a browser cookie. So that's a way it was done for years with all the authentication systems, and it really works great. And cookies are available on the server and on the client. And every time the browser makes a request to a server, it sends all the cookies together with every request. That's why you can be identified as having a session that is authenticated. Essentially, the server can confirm that you are who you claim you are. Okay, next let's see this PKCE, the authentication flow in Supabase, which stands for Proof Key for Code Exchange, and it might really sound complicated, so let's try to explain that in the simplest words possible on what's really happening in here. So starting with Supabase. Supabase will generate a token. Token is just a combination of random characters that's encrypted, and this token is then sent through the email. So you have a link inside the email with the token. So once you open this link and you click on the link with the token, this token is then sent back to Supabase. So it can confirm that the token it has generated is the same that the one that you sent through this magic link that you have clicked. And this lets Supabase exchange this token that initially was generated to a new token that confirms that essentially you are who you claim you are. And then from this time on, Supabase is storing this information inside the cookie, and on every single request, it's checking this new token that it has generating, confirming that you are authenticated, to just make sure that you can really access all the data that you'd like to access. And essentially, this is how authentication works. So we have to do some parts, and those are mostly on the framework integration with Supabase. So Supabase tells us how exactly we should do that, so we should follow. So that's the only thing that we need to do, and everything else is being handled by Supabase. So every time you make any kind of requests, fetching data, storing data, whatever that might be, Supabase is handling the authentication. Once you have this final token that confirms that you are logged in, then everything else is being handled by Supabase. Okay, so after making the action, let's jump into the input component and style it a little bit, because with Tailwind it's pretty easy to add custom styles to the file input. Now in our input component, it's pretty easy to style some specific input types. So unless you've got some specific styles for input, like for the checkbox, the default will be used, and that's the case with our file input. So if we now add the file input and just leave it empty for now, we should immediately have the style reset for our app. And with Tailwind, we can use this file prefix to add some styles to the file input. So let me start with 0 border. And maybe let's also turn it into the light mode so we can see all the changes. So let's start from scratch. So we are adding the 0 border. Then next up, let's make the background transparent. Like that. So I think it already looks a little better. Then let's make the text small. The font a little bit bolder, which can be done by using font medium. And finally, when it's disabled, let's make the opacity 50%. Also, with the dark mode, let's make sure that the text is gray for 100. And now let's check the dark mode. So this needs a file dark prefix. So this is how it looks in dark and the light mode. And while we are making changes to the input, I think it would be useful to also be able to accept some extra styles. So let's move it into this template literal, and then let's also accept the props class name. So anyone can just pass some additional styles. Okay, so that was a quick video where we only changed this input. That's it. Next up, we're gonna see how can we display the uploaded avatar, but also how can we associate the uploaded image with a user so we then know which user has uploaded which file. Okay, so it's time to modify our seeding script that we have right here on the left to generate some users, add them to our database, and then link some transactions that are seeded with those users. And this would be just testing data, but it will help us verify that we are the only ones who can do something to our own transactions. So to add the users inside the client docs of the JavaScript client for Supabase, on the left there is the auth section. Go to auth admin all the way to the bottom, and we're gonna need to list the users and then to create a user. Let's start with creating the user. So that's the code that's needed to create the user. Okay, so we have the code, so maybe first let's create a function that will generate some users. So that's an async function, let's call that seed users. Now, you are free to go about it however you want. You might make this script more configurable and decide when you want to seed users and when you want to seed transactions. Those can also be separate scripts. That's on you. But we're gonna make it simple. I just want to generate some users quickly. So let's use the for loop, initialize it with 0 and generate 5 users like that. Now we are gonna wrap that in try catch block so that if any error happens, we just tell it to the user right away. By using console error, we are saying that error adding user, but then inside, let's just copy this code. So it looks like this. We just do await Supabase auth admin. So this is important because we are using this special service role key. This can only work with the service role key. And another reminder that you should never reveal this service role key on the front end because it lets you do anything with your Supabase account. So this needs to be part of a script or it has to work on the backend. Now, we don't need any user metadata. Password can just be password. Those are just fake users. But we can just generate some random email. So let's use faker internet email function. And also, since this can return an error, let's throw new error so we can display this error message in case of anything going wrong. Okay, so we have this tiny function. Now the next step would be to use it. So let's just await seed users inside our main seed function, and then we initialize this transactions variable, and right after let's fetch the users. So let's see how this is done. Let me enlarge the docs. So this is inside auth admin list all users. So we just need to copy this code and paste it right here. So users will be found under data property, and then this data will be an object that has users property. So we just make it a variable. Now we can't have two errors with the same name. We already use it right here. So I can give it an alias. So this would be list users error. And if this happens, I just make sure that we stop the execution because we depend on that. So if list users error is not null, means something bad has happened. In this case, we just do console error and we say that cannot list users, aborting, and this is what we are doing, we are returning. So that's it. But in other case, we would like to get the IDs of those users. Let me remove those empty lines. So we get the full objects with the users and we only want the IDs. So let's define user IDs variable, and from users, which we also make sure is not null, we are gonna map that to just the IDs. So we are using the arrays map function. So for every single user, we just need the ID of the user. Now let's make more transactions. Let's make it 100 because we're gonna generate couple for every single user. So let's generate the user ID variable, and this would be just faker helpers array element, and this would just pick up random element from user IDs. So we guarantee that for every transaction we just pick up a random user. Now let's just use this when we insert the transactions. So that's the same name of a variable as the column name, so we can easily add transactions. Then after we insert the transactions, we might also say how many transactions we've inserted. So let's do it this way. Let's do transactions length transactions stored. Okay, so I think that is everything, and now we can just go ahead, generate some users together with transactions and see how does it all look like. Oh, and that's actually not right. Sorry about that. Before we try it, we only want to throw the error if the error is not null. So then we should throw the error. Otherwise, we're just gonna console log that user was added. That doesn't really matter because this is a console script. And also we probably don't really need this data here. Okay, so now let's open the terminal. I have the app running, so let me make the terminal a little larger, and now we use node, so not npm but node, and I run seedmjs. So we've got the users added, 100 transactions stored, so it seems like everything went fine. Let me see. Okay, so we see there are much more transactions right now, and also if I would jump to different schema, to auth schema, inside users, I should see much more users inside this table. So it's up to you. Whenever you run this again and again, you will get more users and more transactions generated. Okay, so now if I refresh this view, obviously I forgot to run the app, so let me do it. npm run dev. Let's wait a second for it to boot up and refresh. So now I see 3 transactions. This is more or less how many I have, but I also don't see other users' transactions, which basically confirms that everything that we did with RLS works. This file with a user. So that's not a complete feature because the file gets lost as soon as it is uploaded. So to actually get this whole feature to work, we would have to somehow associate the user with the image. Now the easiest way to do that in Supabase is, instead of adding some additional tables, you can just update some user metadata. Now in the user metadata, you will typically store the data that's often required, like the user full name or the user avatar image. And then, thanks to having some additional data stored with the user, every time you call getUser inside Supabase, you will not only get the user instance and the basic data of the user, but also all the metadata that you have stored. So right after we upload the image, let's try this code here. Let's update the user data. So we are getting the error, and let's add an alias for it. And let's just do await Supabase auth, call update user, and then pass the data. So we can simply just use the avatar field of the data, and this would just be the file name, because we know that we store avatars inside avatars bucket. There is no additional folder, so that's everything that we need to store. Okay, let's save changes here, and again, if there is any error, for example with this, and again, if there is any error, let's throw new error, and let's say error associating the avatar with the user. Okay, so that's all the logic that we need. And in the future, we're also gonna use the update user method and the user metadata to store the user actual name, so we can then display it instead of the email. So maybe we can just test this right now. So first, let me go to the bucket and let me remove the existing file. So let's delete this file so our bucket is empty. Now let's go back to the app. Now let me select the avatar. Let's hit upload. So we didn't have any error. And I should have this file right here. Okay, so on this page, or maybe whenever we have the Supabase client created, I think this should be in the page header. Let's go there. So here we fetch the user. Let's console log it. So we should have the user. And now when I open the terminal, here we have the user metadata, and here is our avatar. Now don't worry about this avatar URL, because I just played with this before, so I set this additional data. So this is one that interests us, and that's the only one I would expect you to have at this point. Now, as said, you can add different metadata like the user real name or any information that's always required with the user. But for now, let's just use this metadata with the file name, so we can then display it next to the user name or user email on the page header. But now let's take a short break, and we're gonna work on that in the next video. Alright, so one of the next steps to get the authentication working in Supabase is creating a so-called route handler. So before we go ahead and create one, which would just have to have exactly this code you see from the Supabase guide, I think we need to jump back and understand what is a route handler. So let's begin with understanding the route handlers. Now, the easiest way to understand the route handlers is to realize that not every web request is returning a page or any visual content. So some of those requests on the web return just data. It might be in JSON format, or they might return no data at all and just perform some operation. So knowingly or not, we actually previously used ourselves in this very course the web requests that fetched some data, and those data endpoints, they could easily be created using next route handlers. So maybe you remember this JSON server that we were running along with our project to get some data. Well, you can create such thing using these route handlers as well. Now, also, you might know it or not, when we fetch the data using the Supabase JavaScript client, a web request is being made to fetch or insert the data into the Postgres database. And there's just an extension added to Postgres database called pgrest, which accepts those web requests and returns data or allows you to insert data. Now, it might also help to know that previously the route handlers in the previous iteration of Next called Pages Router, they were called API routes. Okay, so to create a route handler, you will just create route JavaScript or TypeScript file inside the app directory. Here is an example. So you might use this API prefix, but that's not required. But the most important thing is that you can't have the route JavaScript file in the same route segment, which means in the same directory that you have a page JavaScript file. So they need to be separate. So here's the list of all the supported HTTP methods, and every single one of those methods has its meaning. So the get is for fetching data, post is for creating data, put is either creating or replacing a whole resource, patch is used to change some of the properties of an existing resource, delete, as the name suggests, is for deleting, and head and options, they are rarely explicitly used. So if you want to define a function for a specific HTTP method, you're going to see how this is all done in a second, you will get this kind of a response that method is not allowed. So next up, every web request is about the request data and the response data. So those are some helpful objects from Next, which build around the standard web request and response with some additional goodies added by Next. Okay, so we're gonna see that in practice in a bit. Then you need to know about the caching, that by default the GET requests are cached, which makes sense because the GET requests are for fetching the data. Put, post, delete, etc. they are for modifying the data, so it makes sense not to cache them. And here's the example of a route handler. Let's see that in JavaScript, as this is what we are using. So this would be the address under which this route handler is available. Specifically, this would be app items. And by using the HTTP verbs like get, you just define the available methods. So to have a post request to this route, you will just add a post function. Okay, so next up, let's see how can we opt out of using cache. So you opt out of caching by using the get method, but with the request object, which might just make this request dynamic because you might have some additional parameters in the request object, like all the search params or arguments. Also, you don't have cache when you use any other HTTP method or when you use dynamic function. So when you do anything with cookies or headers, then you can also use this segment config options to manually specify which route you like cached or which you don't want cached. So next up in the docs, you will find plenty of examples. So I'm not gonna go through every single one of them or what possibilities do you have, because probably every single question that you will have at this point can be answered by just going through those examples. So as you can see, there is really plenty of examples, including redirects and having dynamic route segments that can accept some parameters. And what we would like to do at this point is jump back to what has bring us here in the first place, which is in Supabase. We would like to add this route handler because we need this to exchange this token generated by Supabase, remember the diagram, into another token that can be remembered by Supabase, stored inside the cookie, and used with every other request that you make to Supabase to just make sure that you are an authenticated user or the users of your website are authenticated. So this includes adding this code into a route handler and setting some settings in Supabase. So let's have a short break right now, and we're gonna do this in next video. Okay, so now that we are properly uploading the user avatar and then setting the file name of the avatar to user metadata, now let's see how can we get this image to display it next to the username, but only for authenticated users. So for that, we're gonna create a separate component that will be called avatar. Let's make one inside the components folder. Let's make the avatar.js file and quickly scaffold a new avatar component. Now let's list all the things that need to happen so that we can display the user avatar. So first, we need to get the active user. Then the user has the metadata with the file name. So this can be part of this first step. But since we store avatars in a protected bucket, in a private bucket, this means we just don't want those files to be accessible publicly. And they are only accessible to the users of the app. So that was our conscious decision. We want to keep them private. Thus, we need to create a so-called signed URL from Supabase. This is easy. This is just a one method call, but what this would do is this would make this file available under a public link for some specified time. We can use, let's say, 5 minutes. Next up, we need to use the image component, and we need to configure it to accept the Supabase domain from which we are gonna get the image. Then we also need to think about displaying the default, which can be this icon that we have right now if there is no avatar image. So this would be displayed if there is no specific avatar uploaded. Okay, so now knowing what needs to happen, I think it would be easy that we just do it. So first, let me create the Supabase client by calling the create client function. Next up, we are going to get the current user. So user is inside the data user property, and we're just gonna await the Supabase auth get user method. And to use await, this component needs to be async. Let's make it async then. All right. Next up, we need to get the actual URL. So let me jump to the docs. So this is how you get the signed URL. So what this means is normally the images from this avatars bucket we've created are not available to the public because the bucket is protected. You need the row level security to access it, and when you have the access given by row level security, then you can create a so-called signed URL which would make this specific file accessible for the given time. So this is in seconds, so we can create a link that will be only valid for, let's say, 5 minutes. So let's get this signed URL. So this would be inside the data signed URL. And there we await the Supabase storage. We say from which bucket we want something, this is avatars, and we call the method create signed URL. Make sure you call signed URL, not signed URLs, as there are two methods. So this one and there, from the user and user metadata, we just get the avatar property. That's the name of the file. And then, since the timeout is in seconds, we multiply 60 by 5, which would give us a valid URL for 5 minutes. Now also, I'd like you to keep in mind that the signed URLs only make sense for the files that are stored in private buckets. So for the files that you just don't want accessible to anyone, and you create those signed URLs to just give some temporary access to files to the users. Now, if your bucket would be public, which would also make a lot of sense with avatars, you can use different method. So for a public bucket, you would call this getPublicURL method, which would just give you the public URL that never expires for a specific file. Okay, but we are working with the private images. We want to keep them confidential. So also keep in mind that we might have an error on this operation if, for example, there is no image at all. So that's quite possible that there will be no image. We can also make sure that this is not null. And if there is an error, what we're gonna do is we'll just return the default, the current default. So let me jump to the page header, where we just return this as an icon, if I remember correctly. Yes, so that's this circle user. So let's move that to the avatar now. So we're gonna simply return this. So let me add an import to the avatar from Lucid React. We only need the circle user. And if everything went fine, we return the next image. So let's do return, and we return the image. It needs the source property to which we pass this signed URL, and we need the width, and we need the height. So let's accept those from the props, and let's provide defaults. So width will be 32 and height, well, let's also make it 32. Now pass this to the image, so width, then the height, and let's also provide the alt, so alternative text, which is user avatar. Okay, let's also make sure that we have the image imported from the next image. So it actually is without the curly braces. All right. Now let's go ahead and try to use this component. So we can remove this circle user, and instead of rendering the icon, let's just render the avatar component. So we don't need to do anything extra. It is just the avatar component which is fetching all the data that it needs. Okay, so in this case we are actually lucky, because if the data is null for any reason, then it obviously would not have the signed URL property, because it would be null and there would be something inside the error. So let me get rid of this. Let's just fetch the data. Maybe let's alias this to image data, and then let's use the image data signed URL like that. So let's just get the object property and now save that again. So in case when we don't have an avatar, and what happened here is we actually have an avatar stored, but I've explicitly deleted this file that I have previously uploaded from the bucket. So even though I had something stored on my user metadata, the file was just not there because I've removed that. So thanks to that, we can properly test the default option. In case of any errors, we just display this icon. Now, we don't have to worry about user being null because this is something that we check on the middleware level. So if someone would not be authenticated, he would not even get to this page. Okay, so now let me upload another file. Now keep in mind that currently we are always uploading a new file and associating this file with the user. What we should do in the future is we should also delete the old file, because otherwise our storage is just growing and, well, it's not efficient. We're gonna do this later. So for now, let me just upload this file, confirm with uploading, and let's see what happens. So yes, we've got another problem that I've mentioned at the beginning, that there is something we need to configure. So we need to configure the image to accept the resources from a specific domain. So let's do it right now. So for the image component to work with some additional domains, so to serve images that are not hosted where your page is hosted, where your app is hosted, you need to configure the remote patterns inside the nextconfig file. So let's do that. Let's open nextconfig.mjs and let's add an entry for the Supabase domain. So under images and then remote patterns, which is an array, you will add another object. So protocol here is HTTPS and the host name. Let's jump and see the error. So this is some generated name at supabase.co. So we can configure that using this host name, which would be *supabase.co, which means anything before Supabase. So the port, it's default, and path name, no specific path name. After we save those changes and refresh, we should be fine, because this should be an accepted domain. So there is my avatar, and what happens in our avatar component is we are always generating a new site URL every time this component is re-rendered. Now I believe that we don't have to worry about the efficiency of that, because this avatar is only really rendered once on the server, and then it's not being refetched unless you really refresh the page. You do a hard refresh, for which maybe you'd like to get the actual image again to just make sure that maybe the user has signed out in the meantime. So, you know, we don't want to display those private images to other people. So I think this would be fine. So as the last thing here, I would like us to add some styling to this image. So maybe let's use the thing that's commonly used with avatars, which is that they are rounded. For that, let's just use the Tailwind rounded full class. And this is our avatar. We can customize it with some custom size, but for now it looks like this. So wherever you use this avatar, let's get rid of this line. So now you can use this component everywhere, essentially because it's just fetching the user and the user avatar URL. So you don't need to pass any options to this component. You can just optionally pass the width and height. Okay, so we can also get rid of the instructions, and there is our avatar component. Okay, so the next step for us in getting the auth in Supabase working is creating this route handler. So we already know what a route handler is. Now let's create one. Let's create the route handler inside this specific path that you see right here. So it just works smoothly with Supabase. So in our directory structure, this would mean that inside the app folder, I'm gonna create the auth directory. So I can also make it inside this auth folder because this is only used for grouping. So I'm making the auth folder, then inside it another one called confirm, and only then I make route.js file because we are using JavaScript. Okay, so before we copy and paste this code, I think we should just create a dummy endpoint, dummy route that we can test to see how does it all work. And then we're gonna move this code and just go step by step of what's actually happening in there so you also understand that. Okay, so let's create the function. It is async function. We call it get because we support this get HTTP method, and by using request object we opt out of caching, so we definitely don't want any caching in here. And now let me just return some simple JSON from this route handler. So let's just return some JSON. First let's import the next response. So we do import next response from next/server, and then we're just gonna simply return some JSON from it. So let's do next response. It has the JSON method, and let's pass some object like name equals Piotr and save the changes. Now we can just simply navigate to this address, which should be localhost 3000 auth/confirm, and we should see this JSON. You can do that in any way you prefer. You can just navigate to this address in the browser. You can also use tools for testing APIs like Postman. So I have it open in the browser. When I refresh, that's exactly the data we expect. So I can change that to see that it's indeed not cached. So when I refresh, we just see the JSON response. So this is how you trigger those endpoints created using route handlers. And now that we have tried that out and we more or less know how it works, let's copy and paste this code, making sure we just have it the JavaScript way, not TypeScript as it is right here. Okay, so let's just copy the contents of this file and paste them in here. So in JavaScript, we don't have the argument types. Let's get rid of that. We don't have any typecasting, so also remove those parts. This line needs to be removed. Okay, let's remove the empty lines so we see everything. And now let me just try and explain what's happening in here. So let's start from the top. So this is obviously a route handler, and having the request object here opts us out of cache. Now we create the URL object from the request URL to get easy access to the search parameters. So that's this first token that we just make sure is the same that Supabase has generated. Then we've got the operation type, which can be either sign up or it can be sign in. Then we've got the next parameter, which is where should we redirect the user after the successful sign in operation. Then it's the default page we should redirect to if none was provided. So it makes sense that when you sign in, you might have been on a different page that required authentication, so you were redirected to the sign in page. So once you sign in, you just go back to the page you initially wanted. So then the redirect to is just cloning this object. So we can set it path name. So next up, here we just prepare the address we're gonna redirect to, which is just this next URL that was expected. And we make sure that we delete those search parameters like token hash and type, because that's obviously not needed for the page that is protected and requires being signed in. And if we can have the token hash and type, if both were provided, Then we create a Supabase client and we use the verify one-time password method of auth object to make sure that that's just a proper token for the type of operation that is about to be performed, so sign up or sign in operation. And we can potentially get an error, and if there was no error, we are signed in. So Supabase takes care of setting all the data inside cookies, and then on subsequent requests all those cookies will be sent. So we just make sure that we are authenticated in Supabase both on the server and client side. This is automatic. Supabase takes care of everything, so it just redirects to the expected page. Now, if this fails, then we get to this point. So the redirect path is changed to the error page. So you can customize that. You can redirect to your custom page, whatever that might be. And then you just return a next response redirect, which is just redirecting the user to the desired page, whether that's an error or the expected page. And that's everything. So all you need to do is, after adding this route handler, you need to configure the auth templates inside Supabase for signed up and for magic links to have or to lead to this specific route handler. So once you click the link from an email, this route handler is triggered and it just does all the operations, and at the end the redirects. So the next step for us is to configure those emails. Okay, so I'd like us to have a short break, and we're gonna configure those emails in the next video, where we're also gonna test the sign up and sign in process. Okay, so let's continue working on the avatar uploading feature. So there are two things I'd like to do. One is to delete the old avatar images after we upload the new one, to not leave over any unused files. And the second thing is better error handling. So let me show you an example. Now, when we submit without even choosing the file, the action throws an exception. So to handle those errors better, we might use the same mechanism as we did on the login form. So as a reminder, this is just having some initial state and passing it on together with the server action, and then from the server action it means returning the new state instead of throwing an exception, for example. So this is what I'd like to do: return the new state with the description of the possible errors or with a success message. But also I would like to display those messages a little better. So we're gonna make a simple alert component in this video and then work on applying it and adding this feature of deleting the unused images next. So let's create a reusable component for this purpose, and it can be inside the global components folder, as I think it might be reused in a lot of places. I'm just gonna call it alert. So let's quickly scaffold this component, call it alert, and this is gonna receive multiple props. So there will be the title, the icon, and children. So let's wrap everything inside a div container, which would just be to add some padding to the element and some border. So let's add padding size 2, make it rounded so it looks like a card or a message. So simple border. Let's make it gray for the light mode, and for the dark mode just a little darker. I think 800 might be just enough. And then let's make it a flex container, and also some horizontal separation, as there will be icon on the left side and on the right side, the title and some additional text. Okay, so first element inside is an icon. So let's add a flex shrink zero class to just make sure that the icon is not too small, that it should not get smaller than the minimum size. So we render the icon here. So icon has to be passed to the alert component through this icon prop. So we're gonna see examples in a second. And then we've got another part of this component, which would be the title and the text. So let's make some small spacing that's vertical. And then let me render a header. H5 may be useful here. Add a title, and then last element is to render the children, which is the actual error message or the text. And let's make this smaller, so text small. So this component doesn't do a lot, and all the formatting, colors, icons, it's on us. So now let's use it inside this avatar form. So we're gonna use it first and then add some style to it. So I'm just simply importing the alert component. Let's make an empty icon for now. The title, let it also be inside span, say hello, and the text will be hello as well. After saving, this is how this looks like. So on this left side there will be an icon, then we have a bigger title and some text. Now we're gonna use Tailwind classes to style the title and text using some specific colors for errors, warnings, and success messages, but it would be up to the user of this alert component to style everything. So let's just add an example error message, not a real error message, but let's just see how this can look like. So for the error message, I can wrap the title inside span. It's already wrapped in span. Let's add a class name. So this might be TextRed 700, and in the dark mode, just TextRed 300. So it looks like this. Now let's style the actual message the same way. So wrap everything in span. It can be hello for now as well. And then the icon. So let's get rid of the div element, and from Lucid React we can pick up an icon. Maybe this one is fine. So let me use the ban icon. I can also make it a different color or size it differently. So let me add the class name attribute in here. Let me copy the same text colors and add the size. So again, if we would decide later on that this is reusable, we can also have an error alert, or we can pass the type to the alert component and then display the message in specific style, colors, and using some specific icons. So let me import this ban icon from Lucid React, and this is how this would look like. Also in the light mode, looks like this. Okay, so we've got this alert component. Now let's also add a success message. So let's use a different icon. Maybe such check symbol can be used. Okay, let's add check, import the check from Lucid React, and then we just need to make sure that this another alert component is using the green color everywhere. So for now we are adding these two dummy instances of this component, but then we're gonna display them depending on the result of the operation that we are performing. Okay, so let me save the changes. So this is how the success message will look like, and that's how the error message will look like. Let's leave it like that for now, because we have to make some changes and adjustments to both the form and the action so that we can properly display those messages whenever anything happens. Okay, so the last step for us is to update the email templates for those emails that are being sent out to the user with the key for sign up and for signing in, using this PKCE flow to the proper ones that will trigger this route handler. So there is additional page that explains that, and it has the ready templates that you can copy and paste for specific actions. So now we're gonna do that. So in the authentication view in Supabase, if you have any users in here because you've tried signing up before, make sure you remove them. Then jump to email templates, and let me resize that a bit. And let's find the confirm sign up. So this is where you update the template. So we use this one for sign up. It's here. Okay, let me paste this. Then make sure you save the changes. So hit the save button and wait for it to update. And then let's go to Magic Link 1. This is this one. So let me copy that one and paste this into Magic Link template. So I'm just replacing the existing one. And make sure you hit save. So apparently I might have changed that before. So for me, it's a no change, but for sure your default one would look different. So make sure you change it and you hit save. Okay, so after this change, we are now ready to try authentication again. So you need to keep in mind that Supabase has limits on the emails sent, and currently it's about 4 emails per hour. So just remember about that. Now type the email that you have access to and then hit sign in with email. So this would be the first step. So you're gonna need to confirm your sign up. So let's hit this button. This should redirect us to the proper URL, but we've got an issue here. Can't resolve utils Supabase server. I might have imported or copied the code without making an update. That's not a problem because our client is in a different place. That's right. Okay, so let's use create client, and yes, that would be the proper namespace. Okay, so we were redirected to the main page, which in our case doesn't really say anything. But if we now close this page and the email client and jump to the users view, I should now see that there is my account that is now confirmed. So we don't see this badge saying we are waiting for confirmation. Not only the account was confirmed, but I have already signed in. All right, so now let me jump to the dashboard. And how can we confirm that we are signed in? Well, I can close this route file and let me jump to the dashboard page. Okay, so we don't have a Supabase client here. Let me create one quickly. So I want to demonstrate that we are actually signed in at this point. So we're gonna create the Supabase client. So keep in mind we need this import added in here. And to access the currently authenticated user, you're gonna do await, or maybe let's just console log it. So we do await Supabase auth get user. Now let me open the terminal, and I don't need to refresh that, but let's do it. You can see that there is the data of the current user. I have this automatically generated ID. There is my email, and I have a role and all the other data when my email was confirmed, etc. So this is how you get the currently authenticated user, and this is how you confirm that the user is signed in, both on the client and on the server, by using the auth object getUser. So if user won't be authenticated, like no user is currently logged in, this response will just contain an error and data object with the user won't be available. We're gonna get to that later on. So at this point, we have just confirmed that authentication works. Okay, so in the last video, we've quickly seen how can we get the state of the user, whether there is a signed in user at any given point. And it is as easy as calling the Supabase auth objects getUser method. So we're gonna use this now in our app. So here we've got this placeholder for some time. It's time to replace that with the user email and a link to the user account settings or a sign-in link to our login page if there is no user authenticated. And that's what we are gonna do in this video. Okay, so let's open the page header component, as this is where we're gonna do most of the work. So we'll have to await the user fetching operation, which essentially makes a request to Supabase servers. That's why this component is now async. Now also, this would be a good idea to wrap this component in suspense in case the request to the Supabase servers takes longer. Let's begin with creating the Supabase client. So we've did that plenty of times. We just create the client using the create client function. And then we fetch the data. So as you currently see in the terminal, that's the structure of the user data. So we can use this to our advantage to immediately get to the user object. So this would be under data property. And this would have the user property, or there is an error. Now we can await Supabase auth get user. So let me close the terminal and replace this code fragment. So there are two options there. Either we have the user data or we don't. So first, let's handle the situation when we have the user data, so someone is signed in. So in this case, we would like to display the link to user settings. For now, let me just make it a button because we don't really have the user settings page or functionality. So let's just display something visual. So the variant of the button will be ghost. The size, I'm gonna make it small. And inside it, I'd like to just put an icon. So this would be the circle user icon that just comes from Lucid React. The width and height would be 6. So slightly bigger than our usual icons. And also I'd like to display the user email. Well, you can choose to display any parts of user data. I'm just going for email because that's something immediately available. Also make sure that you import this icon. So we need to import the circle user from Lucid React. Okay, so it looks like this. This means we have to add some additional classes to our button. So let's make it a flex container, items center, and some horizontal spacing, maybe just space x1 would be enough. Okay, so as you see, this now looks like that. Now, I think that those buttons or the classes that we have created for the size and the different variants of buttons and links, they have enough spacing so that we don't need this space x class in here. As you see, the separation seems to be enough. Now let's also modify this dark toggle so it's a little bigger. So I just want the same size for all those links. Okay, so now it looks like this. Now we are authenticated, that's why you see my email. You would probably see your own email in this place. So now the other option, if someone is not authenticated. So if user is falsy, then we are displaying a link. So this is gonna take people to the /login page, and in this case we're also gonna use a icon. This would be just key round. So this is key round. Before I save, let me add the size. So width is 6, height is 6 as well. And now I'm also gonna add some classes. So this link looks like a button. So from variants we use ghost, and from sizes, let me do it again, from sizes we choose small. So I think it's really time that we create our custom link component that can just look like a button. This would really simplify our life. In the meantime, we need to add the key round icon, so you see how it looks like. And let's format this document. Okay, so there you have it. So for now, I would have to sign out, so we see how does this sign in link look like. But well, this is how you can get the information about the currently authenticated user. So as a last thing, we've made this component async, and I've also said that we should wrap it in suspense, but I think that only the part that I highlighted should be first make as a separate component and then wrapped in suspense, because the reminder part of this page header component, whatever we might add in here, does not need to be suspended, because you're gonna have a main link and probably some more links to different categories in here in the future. So let's only make sure that this part is wrapped in suspense, the part that is actually fetching something, waiting for a request. But we're gonna do that at the end of this section, because we still have a couple of things to learn. Okay, so let's now work on some more graceful error handling inside the avatar uploading feature. So first, we'll just create the initial state, which will be then passed to the server, so the server action can return a message instead of throwing an error when anything goes wrong. And also, by the way, next up, we're gonna also solve the issue of not deleting the old avatar images. So let's start with the initial state. So define the initial state variable. It might be outside the component. So the initial message, well, it's empty, nothing to say before anything happens. Let's also keep track of whether there is an error or not. Now in the page component, let's use the useForm state. So here we do useForm state, which we need to import from React DOM. So we've got this import line right here. And from it, we're gonna get the state and the form action. And to the hook, we are passing the upload avatar, so the actual server action and the initial state. Now to the form action attribute, we need to pass this wrapped form action returned from this hook. So we do it like that. And those alerts, they need to be rendered depending on the state. So let's do it. First, we've got the error message. This should only be rendered if state error is true. So this is how this works. The title here, it's always just error, and the error message we're gonna get from state. So as you see, by default, this should not be rendered. And the error, well, I've wrongly initialized that to true. This needs to be false. So by default, the error should not be displayed. Not sure why it's displaying. Okay, now it's fixed, didn't really refresh. And now the second alert. So on the state, we don't really have a success message. So what we can do is, if the error is false, but also if there is any message, so if state message length is more than 0, then we can display the success message. Let's change the title to say success, and then let's display the state message inside the alert. So this is a lot of code, a lot of markup, but also a lot of classes. So just in case, keep in mind this is always available on GitHub to copy and paste. And I also wanted you to be aware that there might be some things we can do better in here. For example, we can definitely extract those alert components with those styles to be more reusable, like there can be an error alert or success alert. But for now, I'm just focusing on something else. This is this avatar uploading feature and better, more graceful error handling. So you can always do things better, but I'm just not focusing on it right now. That's why we've got quite a lot of markup in this specific form. Okay, so that said, the next step is that we update the upload avatar action to handle all the errors by not throwing the exception, but instead by returning the state. So the first thing we need to change here is same as with the login action. There is some previous state passed to the action right now. If we wrap it using the use form state hook. And now let's change the way we handle the errors and this action in general. So I'm returning an object here saying that that's an error and just passing the message, and I'm just getting the message from here. So maybe this should not be error uploading avatar, but actually, yeah, that's a good error message. This is when we try to upload the file. So if someone does not select any file, I think this is also a good message. Then updating the user. Okay, so here let's return this error. And we can use this message. I think that's okay. So we say error associating the avatar with the user. Maybe that's a little specific, but let's do it like this. And then finally, if anything or nothing goes wrong, then we just return the success message. So updated the user avatar. So this should be in green. Okay, now after those changes, let's make sure that everything is updated by refreshing the form, and let me try that. So first I'm expecting an error right here, and we have it, error uploading avatar. Now let me choose a file, select an avatar and upload it. Okay, so I think that the error handling is better right now, and next up we're gonna modify this upload avatar action and also see how to remove files from the storage. Okay, now let's work on deleting the previous avatar from the bucket. So as you see, I'm only uploading avatars for one single account, yet I already have 2 files. So this can all really easily pile up, and in the end, no storage is endlessly free. In the end, you might have to pay for some storage. That's why you should just save resources, and it really makes no point to just keep files that are no longer used. Well, unless you have a use for the old files, but in this case, we obviously don't. So we should be just deleting those files from a bucket. And this is, as everything, super easy. You just call Supabase storage, pass the bucket name and call remove which accepts an array so you can delete multiple files at once. So to be able to do that in the upload avatar action, we first need to get the user first, so we can get the current file name that he's using for the avatar. So I think that we might do that after the initial file upload, so we don't delete the old avatar before the new one is uploaded. So right before we update the user data, here is the place where we're gonna be removing the old file. So as said, we need to get the user first to read what's the actual file name. So let's get the data and alias this as the user data and get any potential user errors. So this means that this action needs to only be run when there is an authenticated user. Okay, so let's await supabase auth get user method. Now, if there is any user error, something went terribly wrong. In that case, we're just gonna return an error. Maybe let's just say something went wrong. Try again. It's hard to say why this might happen other than someone is not authenticated, but in this case, this action should never be run, at least not from our project. So you always might assume that someone is doing something nasty with your app. In this case, we don't go into specifics. Okay, so having the user data, we can now get it. So let's assign it to a variable because accessing these objects required quite some nesting. So there's the user data, it has the user property, then it has user metadata, and only then there is the avatar property. Now, if there is any avatar set already, so we check if avatar is something else than null or undefined, then we're gonna delete the old file first. So we do await supabase storage from avatars, that's the bucket name, and we just call the remove method passing an array with only single file name, which is inside the avatar variable. So there we have the name of the old file. Now, if there would be an error with this, so if error, then we just return maybe the same message as here. Something went wrong, try again. Now, if we take a look closely at this upload avatar action, then we might see that it's not ideal. So let's take a look what's happening first. So we are uploading the image. If anything goes wrong, then we are returning an error. So this is fine because we exit pretty early. But next up, if we can't get the user for any reason, there still might be uploaded file. This shouldn't really happen, but well, it can happen for random reasons. Next up, we are trying to read the old avatar file, and if it exists, delete the old avatar. But when we fail, we also quit this action. So this means we don't really update the user data with the new avatar. What this leaves us with is an uploaded file that's not connected to anything. So also not ideal, and same with data updating. If we can't update the user data with the new file name, well, we also quit and we leave the file hanging. So that's true. This action is not ideal, but I just think that trying to make this action 100% robust would be a little bit out of scope of this course. So we would really have to make sure that whenever anything goes wrong, we just bring back the initial state. So I would say this. Maybe this action is not implemented in an ideal way for us as developers or owners of the app, because we might just have some leftover files taking up space and not being connected with any user, but I think it's implemented the good way for the user experience. If anything goes wrong, the user sees the message, the alert, and he is inclined to try again. Maybe this random error will go away second time he tries. And if the user is uploading a new avatar, we just don't delete the old one if the new upload fails. So I think that's good, and it's always most important to have happy customers, and we can deal with any excessive storage usage, or we can add some actions that will try to clean up unused images. Okay, so finally, I think we should test these changes to see if the old image was removed. So let me jump to the app and let's take a look at the bucket so I can see what are the file names in here. They are both with the same image, my face, so I can't really tell which one is the current one. Or maybe I can change the view. So with the list, I can assume that the most recent one is the one that is gonna be removed. So by changing the view to the list view right here, I would guess that this first one is the one that's gonna be removed. So the name starts with 45. Now let me upload this would trigger an error, so that's correct. Let me upload my face for the third time, and I should see this 45 file deleted after we see a success. We do. So I have the same face, but when I reload, we can see there is a new file that jumped in place of this old one, which was removed. So we didn't have the deleting feature before, so this one here is left hanging, but I think we can accept that. Most of the time, this action should go fine without any errors, and I think the user experience would be pretty good. Okay, so next up we will learn about middleware in Next.js. So as you can see from this simple diagram, middleware is something that runs before the page is rendered or the route handler is run. And you can configure middleware to run only before certain pages or routes, but by default, middleware will just run before every single one of those pages and route handlers. Now, since middleware is something that runs before every single page and route handler, middleware logic should be rather simple. This is typically used to do something with the headers, so you can add some headers to the response, or you can add or remove cookies, or you can do a redirect. For example, you can protect some pages from unauthorized access. Now, in our case, we're going to use middleware to do two things. First would be to refresh the Supabase authentication token. So this token that you receive once you click this magic link from the email, it has an expiry date. This is to protect your users from some malicious access to their accounts. It expires after some time. And the way to make sure it doesn't auto-expire when someone is doing something important inside your project is to refresh this token occasionally. And the best way to do that is before every single request. So basically, this token refreshing mechanism is like giving a new token. It's like starting the countdown to expiry from scratch. And another thing that we're gonna do is we'll protect the pages and routes that require the user to be signed in. So this would be rather simple. We've got a dashboard with transactions and the form to add new transactions. And then we've got some user settings. Those will be added in the future. And those pages will require the user account. So you have to have an account to add transactions that will be associated with your account. And this is what we're gonna do using middleware. Okay, so next up, I'd like us to skim through the middleware docs from Next so that we get all the important points and then we also start creating our own middleware along the way. So as said previously, middleware is the code that runs before your requests are handled. So you can just do some changes, like you can redirect, you can modify the request or response headers, or even respond directly from the middleware. So middleware is created inside the middleware TS or JS file in the root directory of your project. That's an example middleware, so let's just create those files while we talk about that. So the root directory, and we create the middleware.js file. Okay, so here is our empty middleware file. So let's define the function called middleware. We can also just copy the code that we see right here. Now I think that it will be useful to see middlewares in action right away. So just a quick explanation. That's the middleware logic. This is what's gonna be run before every single request, but only the requests that match the specific path. This is where you configure those matching paths. So first, maybe let's also take a look at those matching paths config. So you can either just configure those paths statically inside this matcher property, or you can also add if statements inside middleware to handle specific pages. So this matcher config can use regular expressions. So for example, this complex regular expression will match all the routes except anything that has API prefix and then some special next resources and some special web files. And that's the config that we would like to use, but before we do, let's just see an example. So let me just change that to the main root path of our app, and then let me do a redirect to dashboard. So you probably remember this empty page that we have that always displayed the text home. So how this would work right now is if you go to the main page, this should automatically always redirect you to the dashboard. So that's not necessarily what we want to achieve with middleware. We want to refresh Supabase tokens, but that's just an example of what can be done with middleware. Okay, so this is the config that we actually want. So let's copy and paste that. So we want this middleware run for basically all the pages. So we exclude any API routes. Currently, we don't really have any API routes, but if we would have any, they will be excluded. Now, what about the actual middleware logic? For that, we just have to consult the Supabase docs because we just need to do a specific thing for specific reasons. Let me find that. So that's the instructions for setting up the server-side Next integration. And this is where it's explained. We need to create a middleware. We did that. And the thing is that the server components just can't write cookies. And that's the reason you need middleware to refresh the expired auth tokens. So refreshing of expired authentication tokens includes writing something to the cookie. This is where tokens are stored. That's why you just need to do it inside the middleware. So this is super simple. You don't need to understand the process of refreshing the tokens. You just need to know that by calling Supabase auth getUser, the token is refreshed. So just by calling this single method of the auth object, you also refresh the token for the user. So this says that the cookies are being set. So here is the full code of the middleware that you just need to add. So the matcher is same as the one we have, and inside middleware we call the update session function. Now what's this? Well, it's just a function that we would have to copy and paste. So first let me do that. This is for TypeScript, so we'll have to remove some options, and then we're gonna explain what does it do. So in our library Supabase folder, let's create the middleware.js file, then paste the contents and remove the TypeScript specific things. So we don't need types, and those exclamation marks, they need to be removed. Also, let's get rid of the types. So the thing is that with this middleware, we have to again create the server client. We can't just use our own function because this middleware needs access to request and response to directly, immediately set the cookies when refreshing the token. That's why we just need some code repeated right here. So let me get rid of all of the types. And essentially going from the top. So this is, we are beginning to create an unmodified response. So we are passing all the original headers. Then we are creating the Supabase client. So it's same as our own function for creating the client that gets access to the cookies. But as said previously, we need to repeat this code to access the request and response directly. And then all we need to do is we just call auth getUser, which will refresh the user token. And then we just return this response. So let's save the changes right here and replace this code same as we have it right here. We're just gonna return await update session. Okay, so we do return await update session. This should auto import this function we've just created, and we pass the request to it, and this function needs to be async. Okay, so now we have the basic understanding of middleware. We also have the specific middleware made for Supabase. Now, I understand that at this point you are not a master middleware creator. There are still some things that might be unclear, especially if we just had to copy-paste a lot of code. And, well, I understand that because I also don't like the copy-pasting of code, but those are just instructions provided by Supabase. And previously, in previous versions of those specific libraries, everything was handled by Supabase seamlessly, but they just changed the course because frameworks, they just change too often. And instead, now the responsibility of configuring everything is on the people using the frameworks. So the way it works is just Supabase is updating those docs for specific frameworks, and by just asking you to copy paste some code, they can maintain this server-side rendering library, and it will just work with all the frameworks. So this is why we had to do so much copy pasting, but for now we should be all set up. We've got the authentication process working, our token should be refreshed, and the last thing that we are missing is the logout option. So we're gonna implement that next, and then we'll see how can we protect the pages that require the user to be signed in from the unauthorized access using middlewares as well. Okay, so now let's work on the signing out functionality. So the actual logging out of the user is super easy in Supabase. All you need to do is on the auth object, you need to call the sign out method. And I would like to do it through a form. So we will create a form that will call the server action. And the only thing on that form would be the submit button. So you might remember that we've created this component in this section, and it allows us to display a pending state while the action is being run on the server, and it also displays this spinning loader while this is happening. And we can just get some functionality for free essentially. So let's get started. Let's create a new component that will just sign out the user, and also we will have to create a corresponding server action. So let's begin by creating the new component. So inside components, let's make a sign out button.js file, and inside it create a new component. Let me just call that sign out button, and let's jump to the page header. So it should be displayed when someone is signed in. So when the user is not null, we're gonna display the sign out button. So if I say hello right now, it should be displayed, though I might be signed out at the moment. So let me quickly sign in, and I'm gonna get back to it. Okay, so I'm back, signed in again. So I had allowed myself to just do it outside the video because I don't think this brings an educational video, you watching me how I sign in. Okay, let's go back to this sign out button. So as said, that's gonna be a form. And one of the reasons for that is that we have some existing functionality that will make this more seamless for the users. We can just reuse existing components. So why not do that? So we just need to use the submit button like that. Let's place an icon inside it. So I've already found one. It's called logout. So can't dream of a more perfectly suited icon. Let's import it. So we import logout from Lucid React. Let's size it properly. So I think we are using the width and height of size 6. Okay. Okay, so the first error. So the submit button is using use form status. This means that this form needs to be a client component. So let's add the use client directive. And now let me go back to the dashboard. Okay, so we have the submit button. Now let me say that the variant of this needs to be ghost. And the size, I'm not sure if we are using the small one, but let's use the small one. So as said, this is supposed to trigger a server action. Let's open the actions file and scroll to the very bottom. Let's add a new action. So we're gonna export an async function that will be called sign out. It doesn't accept any parameters because this form does not have any data. It is just being submitted. So in this action, we're gonna create a client. So let's do create client. We've already got this one imported. Then we just call this function I've shown you at the very beginning. So maybe this shouldn't be called client. Let's use Supabase name everywhere. And we just do await Supabase auth sign out. That's everything actually, but let's also do a final redirect. So let's redirect the person back to the login page. And that's a function that we actually have to import. So let me scroll to the top. So import redirect from, this is from next navigation. So make sure you add this line. Okay, let's go back to the action. So again, we are creating a SUPA-based client that's super lightweight. We can call it as many times as required. We are trying to sign out. It would be nice to handle the errors in the future. And then we finally redirect to the login page. Let me save the changes. And the last thing here is to import this action and just call it when this form submits. So we have the sign out imported. We will also see a progress, so a spinning loader while we sign out. And then we should be directed to the login page again. And after I sign out, I should not see my username and the sign out button. Instead, I should see the sign in button. Okay, so it's time for the test. So we see the spinner and we are back at the login page. So let's go back to dashboard to verify that we are actually signed out. And we are, because we see this key button, which takes us to the login page. Okay, so our signing out logic is done. Next up, we're gonna work on protecting the dashboard pages so that you have to be authenticated to even see them.